Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2.
Good morning, Melanie. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We also just wanted to let you know we are live right now.
Okay,
We're
great.
streaming on YouTube.
Perfect. Just wanted to do a sound check. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Good morning. Can anyone please confirm if they can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Doug.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
I could hear you.
Thank you.
Good morning, anyone who's on the Zoom call. Just testing out my audio.
We can hear you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Eric. Just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Good morning. Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you.
Hello, Eric. Jean Cloutier here, just doing a sound, or Christopher, just doing a sound check.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Vice-président. Oui, on peut vous entendre.
Merci.
Eric, c'est René Amilcar. Est-ce que je peux faire le même test, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, c'est confirmé. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Just a reminder for panelists that you'll need to accept the prompt to be added to the panel.
How are we for quorum, Eric?
Close chair.
Good morning.
Hi, Glenn.
Good morning, Glenn. And council colleagues.
Good morning.
Hey, everyone.
Good morning.
Catherine, are you feeling better?
Yeah, remarkably.
Good.
Good to hear.
Yeah. Came on fast, but it left after 5 days, it was just like over.
Were you able to take care of it at home? Did you have to, you just?
Yeah,
Rolled
we
it out.
have a front room kind of with its own bathroom. They could just kind of shower curtain me off from the rest of the house. They just missed my cleaning of the house. I keep this house clean. So when I emerged, it was a mess. Anyway, I'll get over it.
I should have invited you to my place then.
Eric, are we good to go?
Yes, we have quorum, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the March 30th, 2022 meeting of the Transit Commission. We've received regrets from Commissioner Williams, and I believe everybody else is here, but we'll get the commission coordinator to proceed with the roll call, please.
Commissioner Brockington.
Here.
Commissioner Caricato.
Here.
Commissioner Gower.
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Here?
Commissioner McKenney.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Curry.
Here.
Commissioner Tierney. Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Wright Gilbert.
Here.
Commissioner Tierney just joined the call.
Great, thank you.
Vice Chair Coetzee.
Present.
Chair Hubley.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any declarations of interest? Commissioner Wright Gilbert, I believe you want to declare one.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Chair. So in accordance with the federal government's values and ethics code for the public sector, I declare an apparent or perceived conflict of interest on Councillor Brockington's motion to request federal funding to offset the operating deficit of OC Transpo resulting from the work from home model, which is item 5 on agenda 32 for consideration at today's meeting. As you know, I'm a federal public servant, and while I may not be in a conflict of interest situation with respect to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, my participation in the discussion and debate and voting on this motion would put me in an apparent or perceived conflict of interest according to the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector, specifically sections 3.1, 3.3, and 3.4. The Values and Ethics Code for the public sector is available online. As a result, I feel it would be inappropriate for me to participate in the discussion, debate, and vote on this motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So next up, we have confirmation of the minutes. Are the minutes of the Transit Commission meeting of Wednesday, November 17th confirmed?
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Thank you. Okay, and we have 2 responses to inquiries. They're noted in the agenda. And then we can go through the consent agenda here. So the first item is the update. We'll hold that for obvious reasons. There will be a presentation as part of that. And the second item is the light rail regulatory monitor and compliance officer. We have Sam Barata with us today. So he's got a presentation, so we're going to hold that one. And number 3 is the 2022 business plan and reporting on the 2021 business plan. There's no presentation or delegations on that. Does anybody want to hold that for questions, or are we going to carry it?
Please hold, Mr. Chair. And can I also ask you, you sailed by it a little bit, but the inquiries, am I able to ask a question regarding a response to my inquiry that was included in the agenda for this meeting?
Is it just one question, or because typically what you do is raise it to the next agenda, but if you just have one question, Commissioner, we could try and get you an answer right now.
Actually, you know what, I can ask, I'll email Mr. White and he and I can discuss it ourselves. And if it becomes an issue, then I will raise it to the next agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Number 4 is the status update on Transit Commission inquiries and motions. Does anybody want to hold that, or can we receive it?
Receive.
Receive. Thank you. Number 5 is the motion to request federal funding to offset the operating deficit of OC Transpo resulting from the work from home model. We're going to hold that. And number 6, motion to determine the scope and approximate cost and timeline for a study to examine the effects of the various fare structures of transit ridership. Is that received, or do we want to hold? Also, I think we have a delegation, don't we? Yes, there are some delegations on that item now, so we're going to have to hold number 6 as well. So that, I believe, is the last of the items. So we'll go back to number 1. Renee, if you're ready to start with your presentation, please do.
Thank you very much, Chair Ubley. Good morning, everyone. Maybe we can put the first page of the presentation on. Perfect. It's very nice to be here, and it's a real pleasure for me to be with you today. Before I begin my update, I would like to acknowledge the recent passing of 2 of our colleagues. It is with sadness that I inform you that Gary Craig passed away on March 22. Gary retired from the city last year, and many of staff and members of Council worked closely with him over the years. He was instrumental in the launch and startup of the Confederation Line project and dedicated himself to his work. Gary was committed to city building, and his work has left a lasting impact on the City of Ottawa and its city residents and will not be forgotten. I'm also sad to inform you that on March 25th, Rideau Transit Maintenance lost Tom Pate of its maintenance and operations managers. Tom was with RTM since 2016 and was instrumental in many aspects related to the startup and maintenance of Train Line 1. Tom was extremely dedicated and knowledgeable and was a lifelong rail employee. I hope that you can keep Gary and Tom's families in your thoughts and in your hearts. We will miss them dearly and thank them for their incredible service. Now, let's turn to my update. I joined the city less than 6 months ago, and it has been very busy since my arrival. Depuis mon arrivée il y a 6 mois, la ville a été très...
When I arrived 6 months ago, the City of Ottawa was very
I
busy.
would like to update members of the Commission on our work and how we are supporting customers. These past few months have had their share of challenges, from a cold and snowy winter to the month-long disruption in our downtown core. Our 24/7 operations have been pushed to their limits. Je suis toujours aussi impressionnée par notre équipe exceptionnelle.
I've been extremely impressed by our
Continue to be impressed
team.
with our exceptional team. Nous avons un personnel dévoué et résilient.
Our team is
And
dedicated
I
and
also thank
resilient.
customers for their continued support and patience. Aussi, je remercie les usagers pour leur
I would like to
soutien
thank our
et leur
clients
confiance.
for their support and their
Following
patience.
my update, my colleagues and I will provide an overview of the performance of our rail, bus, and paratransport operations. Finally, we will conclude with a summary of transit ridership in 2021. Next slide, please. I would like to reflect on OC Transpo's services. As you are aware, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had among the highest transit ridership per capita of any North American city. We have more than 900 buses in our fleet, serving more than 120 routes, and more than 80 minibuses in our paratransport fleet to provide door-to-door service to our customers. Our conversion to zero-emission vehicles is well underway. 4 new battery electric buses are in service for our customers, which adds to our existing 12.5 kilometers of zero-emission O-train service and will expand with our work on stage 2. Our customer service staff answer 260,000 calls annually, and our website receives more than 4 million unique visits per year. Last year, we received more than 594 million requests for open data to support digital transit applications. I want to speak, next slide, please. I want to speak first to recent changes I have made to our department structure. These changes reflect discussions held with my departmental leadership team in consultation with unions and are cost neutral. The goal is to create a structure that can sustain our operational needs, balance work across the department, and encourage new and future leaders. Nous devons également soutenir les aspects techniques de notre activité.
We also have to support technical, and we have to find also an innovative way to reach our clientele after the pandemic.
To support the technical aspects of our business and find innovative ways to reach our customers and attract new ridership post-pandemic. À mesure que notre réseau se développe et que les technologies
As our network is expanding and the technology is evolving, we will improve the services.
We have strengthened our transit operations control center by realigning mobile operations and our special constables unit. This will also allow us to adjust the role of our special constables to provide additional on-site support to customers. Created a new management position to oversee paratransport operations. Créer un nouveau poste de direction pour superviser les opérations.
We will have a new position for the OC Transpo Paratransport operation.
In the 2022 budget, a rail operations team will oversee the Trillium line and link to the airport. We have created a new engineering services area to oversee OC Transpo technical business needs. Nous avons donc créé un nouveau secteur des services.
We will have a new service now within OC Transpo to supervise the operation needed at OC Transpo.
A strategic communications service area to centralize and coordinate communications to our staff and customers. We have established a recruitment hub to provide dedicated support for major recruitment projects, such as the recruitment of new bus operators. These adjustments will strengthen the theme and help us prepare for the coming changes for public transit in Ottawa in the years ahead. Mon premier hiver à Ottawa a été long et froid.
My first winter in Ottawa was very long and cold with a lot of snow, even though it was melting pretty quick. This was impressive.
Planning for winter months well in advance and also reviews the previous year's experiences to improve service for future seasons. During the winter season, we monitor the weather closely and tailor our personal responses to each specific weather event. This is done in partnership with our city colleagues in winter operations and traffic services. When a major event is forecast, we test equipment in advance and ensure additional RTM and city staff are available. For larger weather events, we activate our service command center to provide additional monitoring, oversight, and to ensure frequent communication and coordination between OC Transpo operational teams and RTM. Constant monitoring and a strong coordinated planning process have helped prevent issues with snow clearing on the tracks and around rail equipment this year, which kept the system running smoothly. La surveillance constante et le processus de planification solide et coordonné
The planning that we had helped us to prevent some issues with snow removal. We also had a good maintenance of the system this year, so the system was able to run smoothly throughout the year.
On January 17, we saw over 48 centimeters of snowfall and our rail service ran without incident. But here is always room to improvement. We have created a winter task force to review our bus operations for future weather events and find ways to improve service and reduce the number of stuck buses. This winter, OC Transpo ran a winter rack and roll pilot. Bike racks are equipped on all double-decker buses to explore or they handle all season transit operations. Des supports à vélo sont installés sur tous les autobus.
Back rack have been installed on the two-level buses to see if it were able to work throughout the year.
And staff feedback to inform and future decisions or expansion of winter rack and roll for next year. Tous les autobus seront à nouveau munis d'un support à vélo.
So all buses will be equipped with bike rack this spring.
Mask on transit. The province of Ontario continues to relax public health and safety restrictions as COVID case numbers are hospitalizations continue to decline. Nous rappelons aux usagers que le port du masque.
We have to remind everyone that the mask is compulsory in the bus transport system.
To a customer, masks remain mandatory when using OC Transpo and Paratranspo. The province has announced that mask mandates on public transit across Ontario will last at least until April 27. Signage and customer information is posted across the system to remind customers. I'm pleased to report that mask compliance on Ottawa's transit system remains extremely high. Merci à nos usagers qui respectent les règles.
Thank you so much to our ridership because they're respecting the rules and they collaborate.
Continues to regularly monitor mask compliance. As mentioned earlier, OC Transpo was part of the joint efforts to support residents and respond to the protest in the downtown core in January and February. OC Transpo worked with the Emergency Operations Center and Ottawa Police Services. La situation évoluait rapidement.
The situation was very dynamic, and this was quite a challenge for our transit operations. We would like to thank our ridership for their patience.
Au Transpo planning, staff worked around the clock to reduce the protest impact on our staff and our customers. Our staff also provided extra resources for detour operations, shuttle operations, and on-location customer outreach. Our paratransport booking and operations staff worked to find the best possible accommodations for paratransport customers needing to travel to and from the affected area. To support affected residents and support downtown business once the downtown core reopened, Council approved no charge service on Line 1, downtown bus routes, and para trips, which can run until Saturday, March 26th. Our staff worked every day and around the clock to support the emergency response and our customers. I'm grateful for their dedication. Notre personnel a travaillé.
Our staff worked non-stop every single day to support what happened during the emergency crisis. So I recognize their dedication and thank them.
As we welcome spring weather, OC Transpo is preparing for the spring service change, which starts on April 24th. This service change incorporates scheduling changes so that we comply with new Canada Labour Code break requirements. Le gouvernement fédéral exige désormais que
the federal government requests that personnel under federal regulatory have a 30-minute pause every 5 hours of work.
Council ratified a new collective agreement with ATU 279, which incorporated these changes, and Council approved funding for more bus operator positions to support this change the last two budgets. Désormais,
Nowadays, this modification will be integrated in our scheduling, and we will collaborate with our trade unions to put it forward.
Will now incorporate the change and are working collaboratively with ATU 279 to implement them. Finally, I want to provide an update on OC Transpo Zero Emission Bus Pilot. As of February, 4 battery electric buses are in service. Prior to entering revenue service, the electric buses traveled more than 14,000 kilometers and were tested in different weather and road conditions, including heavy winter snowfall events and minus 26-degree temperatures. Depuis leur mise en service,
since we started using the electric buses, they circulated some 1,000 of kilometers. They went all day long on different routes.
Electric buses have already traveled thousands of kilometers and are operating weekdays and weekends on various routes throughout the day. During the pilot, we will run tests to examine electricity consumption, bus performance with various passengers' loads, bus range at different temperatures and weather conditions, and electrical equipment and charge time. L'objectif de ce projet pilote est de confirmer.
The objective of this pilot project means that we want to make sure that this system will work throughout the year efficiently. This is part of this next step of our zero net emission train buses.
An electric bus next time you see one in service and try it for yourself. Next slide, please. Now we will turn to have a look on our LRT buses and paratransport services. Please be prepared as I will speak in French starting now. Next slide, please. Prochaine page, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Next slide.
Alors, comme premier indicateur de
As you can see, if we're looking at the KPIs,
le service que nous donnons,
we're looking at the service that we're offering we're on our regular bus routes. Here on the screen, we're seeing the first quarter of 2022, and we're comparing it with the first trimester of 2021. On the dotted line, this is the regular service that we had in the first quarter of 2021. The blue line, this is what we saw for this year. On the screen, last year, we had a service availability of 99.2%, and this year we're at 96.3%. So we faced many challenges since the beginning of the year, and this had an impact on the quality of the service availability. Though I must say that we were able to offer a service of good quality to our ridership. Of course, we can improve it. We will work on it. We finished 2022, unfortunately, with the Omicron wave, and that we actually started with the year with Omicron. This had an impact on our service because many of our employees were in isolation following public health recommendations. Unfortunately, we had to keep on going with our service, and this had some consequences. As I mentioned earlier in my summary, we also had a big winter storm. We had 48 centimeters of snow in one day, and this causes some problems. And we saw that the service availability that day was impacted. So this was on January 17th. We also have the truck convoy that invaded our capital. This had an impact on different routes. They had to change. But on the good side, we're starting March, and as we see on the graph, we're almost following what happened in 2021, even better. We hope this will be the trend for the rest of the year. Before we're going to the next slide, I would like to say that with our meetings, I will be talking a lot about KPIs. I will show you some today. We will improve our key indicators. We will be talking about them, but this is a way to see how OC Transpo improves. This is also a transparent way to show our ridership what we're doing, and also to show the committee members on how we're using the funds allowed. So this is the service that we can offer you, and these are our objectives. These are the results. This will be very interesting to see what are the trends throughout the following months. We will have to explain to you what are our successes and our issues. So for Paratranspo, KPIs. So all the requested of trip were accepted. So this was very good. We were able to maintain the schedule at 98.25%, thinking that our minibus and taxi were stuck in traffic when we had a storm. On average, it takes about 3 minutes to be able to talk to an operator, which is good if we compare this with the industry in general. Online booking requests are improving. We're pretty proud of it. Looking at complaints, we had 579 complaints for 2021. And we have to compare it to the number of customer trips. So we had more than 374,000 customer trips. We'll still have to work on the to reduce the numbers of complaints. You might find it funny, but for me, René Amilcar, to receive a complaint is a good thing. Let me explain why. When they're calling us our client are telling us, you have the right to make a mistakes, but I'm telling you. So this is like having a second chance. So it is for us to improve the service, to make sure that we will maintain our clientele, our ridership. So complaint is not always negative. It's something that we can use to improve, and this will make a difference afterwards. Next slide. Here, we'll go into a little bit deeper. This is a KPI that I will use almost at every single meeting. It's a new KPI. We've never seen it before. We created it about, I would say, November, December last year. We worked on it. We'll keep on improving it. So today we'll take time to explain a little bit what we see here on the screen. So this is what we see every single day. This is for the train service. So we want to have 15 trains available, knowing that we only need 11 to offer the services that we're having and with the ridership, the lower ridership that we have because of COVID-19. So our objective is to have 15 trains in the system. When we're talking about a train, we're talking about 2 vehicles together. So we call them light rail vehicles. So when we're talking about 15 trains, we're talking about 30 LRV. Our objective is to have 30 LRV in circulation. What we see as of Monday, so this is a snapshot of Monday, March 28th. This is a day that's very similar as March 30th. So this is what we saw on Monday. On Monday, we had 32 LRV available, so 16 trains. So we surpassed our objective of 100%, and this is quite good. We were at 107% of our target. Then we work with RTM and RTG, as well as our partner Alstom. We want to make sure that we have a limit of number of unavailable vehicles. Once more, let me tell you that it's okay to have LRV vehicles in our garage because it's the equivalent of having a good maintenance system, because we are actually putting it aside for maintenance. And I will explain to you what we're meaning by maintenance. When we are finding an issue, we will remove that vehicle and do the maintenance on it. So our partners agreed, and I would like to thank them. In order to have the service that we want for our ridership, you have to have a maximum of 2 LRV in short-term maintenance situation. This has been defined as 2 days or less. For example, we have an issue with a door. Let's say we have to change a sensor. So this LRV will be removed and it will be maintained in a short-term maintenance. And we think that this can be done within 2 days. As what we see on Monday, last Monday, we had 4 LRVs. So we were over our target of 2 LRVs. So in this situation, we don't want to have more than 2 LRVs in maintenance. On the other hand, we were able to have better results with the 3-day maintenance schedule. If we have to do some tests, making oil changes, let's say, maybe changing a gearbox. The LRV will be in maintenance between 3 to 7 days. In discussion with our partners, we had as a target 2 LRVs on the side. And we were able to attain that target that day. Next, we have to also think about the long-term maintenance. Let's say we have a retrofit that will take more than 7 days. So we said, at the maximum, 2 LRVs can be off service for the long-term maintenance. And as of Monday, we were on target. So this means that we have on a maximum of 6 unavailable LRV. As of Monday, as you can see on the screen, we were at 7%. So we had a total of out-service vehicles of 18%. The maximum, like I said, was 6. We were actually have 7 unavailable LRVs. But we were able to provide the service as planned. So of course, we may have some issues, because when we have a vehicle, it's normal to have an issue. It can be for the light train, it can be for the subway. It's normal. So we have to have a little bit of room.
So this means that even if you go beyond the target, it means that we'll be able to continue to provide service. Now, of course, we'd like to bring this 18% down to 10% at the end of the day. We're working with our partners, and 6 will move down to 4. So this means that 2 trains or 4 LRVs will be out of service for maintenance at any time. Given this is something that I'll be talking to you about quite often, I want to talk to you a bit about maintenance. There are 3 types of maintenance that exist. We have preventive maintenance. So we bring in the vehicles after a specific number of kilometers or a specific time, and we'll do preventive maintenance to stop things breaking or breaking down. For example, every 20,000 kilometers, there are certain preventive maintenance things that have to be done. We also have predictive maintenance. Now, we don't know how frequently things will break down, but based on history, based on experience, we're able to forecast that every 100,000 kilometers, for example, we'll have to change such and such a part. I'll take the decision to actually change that part to avoid the third type of maintenance, which is corrective maintenance. Now, corrective maintenance, when you can avoid that, is fantastic. It's good to do so. Is it possible? Not always. Can we reduce corrective maintenance? Yes, we can. How do we do that? Well, by doing preventive maintenance and by doing predictive maintenance as well. Now, setting targets, setting goals allows us to organize the maintenance that's required here for the LRT, but the same thing applies to buses, of course, as well. Now, it's quite possible that sometimes our necessary rigor in terms of preventative or predictive maintenance is not reached. And if we see that we have fewer vehicles that are in maintenance, we can do smoothing. This means that we'll call in the vehicles, even if they're not yet due for maintenance, to make sure that we have a linear trend, so that we're able to deal with fluctuations that occur from time to time. So it's important to understand this graph. I'm talking about what we have on the right here. And this is the same thing visually expressed as to what you see on the left. Now on the pie chart here, the blue is what you want. That's your goal. Trains that are available, that are rolling, that are in circulation. If we have issues, we're able to change them out with a minimum of impact on users. And what's in red, in different shades of red, the pink and the red, this is these are the trains that are out of service, and this is quite normal to have some red. Now, if ever I come in and everything's blue, well, you can tell me I'm not doing my job properly, because if I have no corrective maintenance going on, preventive maintenance and predictive maintenance going on unnecessarily, it means that I'll have to actually do predictive maintenance so that we can actually make smoothing occur. Next slide, please. Now here we have a graph. We'll continue to refine this graph as we go along. Now the pie chart was daily figures. Every morning, this is what's scheduled. This is what's going to happen today. Now what we're seeing here is how the service is performing on a yearly basis. 2019, you remember that the service was launched on the 16th of December to the 31st of December, 87% or 97.3% performance rate. For a first year, it was pretty good rate. All new systems require a lot of adaptation. It's a huge undertaking to actually implement this new system. So the first year of operations will, of course, have to be managed. So a performance rate of 97.3% is pretty high. And now 2020 rather, 95.1, a slight decrease. 2021, there were 2 derailments, one in August, one in September, of course. And now, unfortunately, that brought us down to 81% performance rate. But if we'd excluded the 2 derailments, we'd be at 97.7%. That's pretty significant. It's pretty high. 2022 now, we started the third year at 97.3%. And at each committee meeting, I'll show you how the trend is evolving. And as we go along, as the months pass, we'll look at the trend. Now I'd like to focus your attention on the way we'll interpret this data. We'll be comparing years, but we'll also be comparing them season to season. Now, it's quite normal for a train to work differently in the summer and in the winter. It doesn't mean there's no issues in the summer because there's no snow. The sun, for example, that's a major stressor on our vehicles. In the winter, it's ice and snow that are problematic. So as we go along, we'll be developing indicators which will allow you to really see how the service is going from one season to the next. And you'll be able to see what we're doing at OC Transpo with our partners to actually deal with these issues, because we'll be able to identify the issues and we'll be able to actually improve service as time goes on. We'll be able to take the right decisions in advance to actually deal with issues before they occur. Next slide, please. Now, here's a lot of information, very, very busy. This is a performance indicator. I'm sorry, I have to apologize, but I like this type of graph because it really speaks to me. The more trend lines you have, the better it is. You have to look at things on a on a day-to-day basis, on a year-to-year basis. How are things going? Is the trend down or up? Now here, what we've seen since the return to service of the LRT on the 12th of November last year, you'll remember on the left, the first few weeks when we restarted the service, we started with 7 trains and it moved up to 9 trains. things went pretty well for the first month of renewed service because we had a 97% service rate. December, you'll remember, that was the month where riders could take the train free. To thank them for their patience, I'd like to thank them again today, even if I've done that time and time again, but I think it's important to do this in December. 99% performance rate. So you can see there were issues, the little dots you see are all the days. And despite the issues, we still have a 99% performance rate. This is why I was saying earlier that the trend's important to know what's happening on a daily basis. You have to look at the trend, because when there's a breakdown, and there will be further breakdowns, unfortunately, in the future, I'd like to tell you that right now, it's unavoidable. Our objective, of course, is to reduce the number and to make sure that our capacity to react to those breakdowns that we can't actually eliminate totally minimizes the impact on passengers or riders. In December, I'm sure you'll remember, oh, such and such a day, I was stuck in the train, there was a breakdown, but overall, 99% performance rate. I was pretty happy with the 99% when I was at school, I'll tell you. Now we started the new year, 2022, in January. There were issues, 95% performance rate, and at one point, RTM wasn't able to provide the data from the 23rd to the 31st of January. We'll complete this graph once we get that information, but there were issues. Despite the fact in my introduction I said that during the major snowstorms, the service was maintained. There was also an issue with the overhead lines at one point, and that issue was managed very, very well by our partners and by OC Transpo itself, of course. Now, what I take from the issues or learn from the issues since November is that our capacity to or ability to react or to deal with the issues and to minimize the impact on riders, well, that ability has risen in a significant fashion, and that is something that passengers are noting. They're seeing it for themselves. Now, in February, there was a further issue with the overhead lines once again. There were also minor issues that we're still working on. Now, you remember the convoy. You remember that some stations were closed during the occupation, but we're still at 96%. And in March, things started to roll again. We're now at 98% for March so far. And despite the fact that there were two minor issues, two breakdowns, so we were able to correct those issues very, very quickly. And we're seeing increasingly now that there are fewer and fewer issues, and this is what we're looking to achieve. There has to be a linear service, a consistent service. It's important to it's impossible rather to reach 100%. Even if we invested massively in this, we would never reach 100%. If we do reach 100%, we'll be happy, but it's impossible because there will always be minor issues. The best example I can give you of this, if you took your car this morning, well, I would rather you would take public transit, but if you took your car, you didn't have a problem with it, but take your car to the garage and they'll find or the dealership, and they'll find an issue. The same thing for buses and trains. There's always something needs repairing, fixing. What's important here is the trend, the overall trend, and also the measures and steps we're taking to deal with those issues, and also the structures that we've implemented, the processes we've implemented to limit breakdowns and to increase our ability to deal with those breakdowns when they occur. Now we'll stay with this graph because what's interesting when you look at March, 98%, Well, we started working with our partners on the 15 trains. We've always said that we needed 11 trains to provide full service, and 11 trains is enough. 11 trains provides enough capacity with the current ridership we have. But since the 1st of March, this was a goal that we set in December. By the 1st of March, our goal was to have 15 trains running every day, or available trains every day. So in March, performance rate was 98%. And you'll see later that many days 15 trains were available, but 11 were out on the tracks, in fact. Next slide, please. So there was a council meeting, or a motion was passed to increase ridership fares for January 2022. We're starting in January 2022. Now, the planned date is now the 1st of May. Why? Because we have drafted a detailed plan with RPG, RTG, RTM, and Alstom, and all with all our partners as well. Our goal here is to work on availability, but also on reliability. It's great to have lots of trains available, but if they're not actually able to be put into service, it's pointless. As of March 28th, there were 20 out of 28 days where 15 trains were available. And we're very, very strict on this goal. Why? Well, for me, it's important for the service to start and for the service to be available for several hours before we can actually say that the service is working properly. So, as you know, service starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, but 15 trains were only available at 7 o'clock. Why? Because at 5:30 I have to replace a train, and if I'm using an extra train, the additional trains I have, I can't count that train as being available because it's already in service, it's out on the tracks. So I'm very happy to see that the trend is now positive. I'm very confident also that the goal of having 15 trains available for a 4-week period before we can increase ridership rates. So we'll start this on the 1st of April, and on the 1st of May, I'm sure we'll be in a position to increase the ridership rates or the ridership fares. I would like to remind you, however, that based on ridership that we currently have, we only need 11 trains. 11 trains will be out on the tracks at any one time, but there will be 4 extra trains which will be there available if we need them. And they'll be available to be put into service. And riders will be the big winners in all this. That's very, very important, I think. Now I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, Dwayne Duquette, who will talk to you about the TRA contract and who will also answer questions that Commissioner Olsen had. And then my colleague Colin will talk to you about ridership for 2021 and the first few months of 2022. And then my staff and myself will be here to answer any of your questions as well. Thank you very much, Dwayne. Thank you, Ms. Amilcar.
So first of all, I'd like to give you an update on our ongoing work with TRA. Transit Resource Association. Originally, TRA was secured as an impartial third party to review RTM's return to service plan following the September derailment. Along with completing that work, we presently have a contract with TRA that goes until the end of November this year, at which point we will reevaluate. In addition to ongoing monitoring of the return to service plan, we also have TRA monitoring a couple of key performance indicators, most significantly RTM's compliance with the city's safety management system. And as you can see here, the current contract is for approximately $900,000, an upper limit of $900,000. Thank you. Next slide, please. The second and final subject I'll present today is on the OCS issue we had earlier. On January 22nd, an OCS cantilever was out of tolerance, and this allowed for the train's pantograph to make contact. For those that are unaware, a cantilever is a support bracket that holds the wire, and the pantograph is a component of the vehicle that reaches up and draws electricity from the wire. Of the 500 OCS brackets on the line, this condition only applies to 5 of them. The OCS was repaired on the day of the incident while we ran train service from Tunney's to Herdman, and then full service was restored the following day, January 23rd. The root cause investigation began immediately after the incident and has identified a condition that can be exposed during periods of extreme cold. The investigation also revealed there are some indicators that can be seen in the data that was retrieved from the vehicles. As a result, RTM will mitigate the issue by doing more visual inspections in these times of extreme cold. As well, they've installed an automated alert system that will be triggered if the data starts to show the indicators I just spoke of. Finally, in speaking to other properties with similar conditions, they have reaffirmed what we always believed, which is that OCS issues can occur, but more importantly, OCS is highly specialized and unique to the property. And even now, but more so in the future, as the system grows, we will have a maintenance regime that is unique to Ottawa and our conditions. Thank you. Slide.
Connie, please.
Yeah, thank you, Renee, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to give you an overview of our 2021 ridership. During the last year, we saw how COVID-19 continued to significantly impact transit ridership. Many people were working at home and still continue to work at home, as well as the post-secondary students who were learning remotely, and many continue to do so. We saw that as public health restrictions eased and vaccinations began, we saw increases in our ridership. As well, we saw ridership decline and then increase with each of the successful 3 waves of the pandemic that went throughout the year. As well, in December, we had no fares were charged on the OC Transpo network. Next slide, please. In 2021, the combined bus and O-train ridership was 32% of the total pre-pandemic ridership in 2019. Paratranspo ridership in 2021 was 42% of the total pre-pandemic ridership. For bus and train ridership, the December 2021 ridership was 45% of the same month in December of 2019. And paratranspo ridership was 61% compared to the same month in 2019. Thank you. Next slide. On this slide, the table provides you with the monthly ridership throughout 2021 and for the first 2 months of 2022. This information is provided for both the conventional bus and O-train ridership and for paratranspo. In the table, you will also see corresponding percentages comparing that month's ridership to the pre-pandemic ridership for the same month in 2019. As we look at for bus and O-train ridership, we started in January 2021 with 19% of the ridership for the same month in 2019. But then we increased throughout the year and ending in December at 45% with 3.8 million riders. The average for the year for bus and O-train ridership was 32% of the ridership that we all had in 2019. When we look at Transpo, we see a similar pattern, starting the year in January at 27% of the 2019 ridership, and we grow to 61% by December, with 43,000 customer trips and an average annual of 42% of the 2019 ridership. Now, when we go into 2022, we continue to see stable ridership as we continue to be impacted by the Omicron variant when we compare to 2021. In January 2022, for bus and O-train, we had 3.1 million riders compared to the 1.7 1 year previously. This also represents a 35% of the pre-pandemic ridership of January 2019. And for Transpo, we increased from 20,000 to 28,000 trips, customer trips in the 1 year. And this represents a 37% ridership compared to the 2019. Next slide, please. The graphs on the following two slides will show us visually how the ridership progressed throughout 2019 and the start of 2022. The gray bars are 2021 and the red are 2022. On this slide, we see bus and O-train ridership start to grow and then ebb as COVID waves and the seasonal declines that we experience every summer. Then it begins to rebound again in the fall. This slide also demonstrates how much improved the ridership at the start of 2022 is compared to 2021. Next slide, please. For Transpo ridership, we see once again lower ridership at the beginning of the year, but steady and continued growth throughout 2021. We also see that 2022 starts out stronger in January and February as compared to the same months in 2021. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. During December 2021, customers were provided with no charge transit. During that month, for bus and O-train ridership, we had approximately 3.8 million trips, as I previously said. This is approximately the same ridership we saw in November 2021, which is about 45% of the pre-pandemic ridership of 2019. For Transpo ridership, it was approximately 43,000 customer trips, which was higher than what we provided for the month before in November. It was about 61% of the pre-pandemic ridership of December 2019. We should note that both no charge fares coupled with the reduced public health restrictions until the Omicron surge in the last week of December both affected transit ridership. Thank you. Next slide. And finally, in December, we calculated ridership for O-train primarily using the number of customers walking through the fare gates past the counting sensors within the gates. For Transpo, we use customer trip bookings. And for bus, we estimated ridership using the automatic passenger counters on board buses. Based on the trip data collected throughout the month, we were able to convert this data into the ridership numbers that we have provided for you. The value of the no charge fares in December was approximately $9 million, which has been subsidized by RTG. Thank you. That's it. Renee?
Thank you very much, Kelly. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you to your whole team for this excellent presentation. And I personally want to thank the translators too, because it was very good service there. Okay, we do have a presentation. We had the presentation. We also have a speaker, a delegate on this, Laura Shantz. Are you with us, Laura?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
For sure, I just need to, there we go. Hi, everyone. It's been a long time since I've seen you all. Thanks for having a Transit Commission meeting. My name is Laura Shantz, and I'm a board member of the Ottawa Transit Riders. First off, thank you for continuing with electronic participation for these delegations. With Omicron surging and with public transit not always working as well for everyone as we want it to, and since it serves so many equity-seeking groups, virtual participation here is incredibly important, and I thank you for continuing this way. I couldn't help but notice that the updates on LRT service and bus service had only a few quick statistics on paratransit and the experience of paratransit riders. We are hearing that delays on para are increasing, that there are delays due to only having one phone number to call, and that the online booking option hasn't been fully rolled out for all riders. Having a clear update at the beginning of the meeting on para service would help to recognize that para riders are important and deserve to have the same level of information about their services as do regular riders. It is a matter of accessibility and equity. I want to talk a bit more about equity and what that would look like for para riders. Regular updates would be a great start, especially on measures beyond just the high level statistics. But as OC Transpo focuses on attracting customers to conventional transit, what is being done to invite paratransit riders to make the best use of the para system? Why is booking so far in advance still necessary, even as entire transit systems, such as Belleville's weekend system, are able to accommodate service on demand in real time, including for para riders in Belleville? Why does service still end so early when some conventional service runs all night? People may need para service due to medical emergencies, or because they want to enjoy a concert, a sports game, or a night at the bar. They would love to have the freedom to say yes to last-minute invitations, to be able to stay out as late as they choose, or to change their pickup destination and time should they be out and about with friends or need a victory roll home. While I understand the temptation to respond with, "We'll get there," let's remember that para riders have been incredibly patient and that these simple equity measures are needed in order to let them have the same advantages that many of us take for granted. Para riders were also impacted harder than other riders by the convoy. When the service cannot offer door-to-door service, many para riders will have no option for going out. This means that essential medical appointments and other trips can't happen. The consequences of that are severe. Beyond a few weeks of fare-free travel, we need to think about how to recognize the harm that these riders experienced. And most importantly, to ensure that it never happens again. Para riders need door-to-door service, and they should never be put into a position where they cannot receive it for weeks on end. Para riders are worth it, and they deserve better. And I would really love to see Transit Commission work forward to make sure paratransit is truly equal and that it's offering the high quality service that the riders deserve. Honestly, we should have the entire network open to para. We know that para riders can take the bus. We know para riders can take the train, but a lot of the year too, look at what happens in winter. We don't have rapid clearing of bus stops. We can't guarantee that someone can make it from the bus stop to their destination, even if it's just a few meters because of snow clearing. We need to think about how it is that we ensure equity in all of our transit operations, not just for the climate emergency, not just for the convenience of riders, but because it's a measure of basic human dignity and of our accessibility requirements as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And I see a number of questions for you. We'll get to that. I just want to clarify one thing. You're comparing us to Belleville. I believe Belleville has 12 buses in their system.
Belleville has 12 bus routes, I believe. What I'm pointing out is that Belleville has a system that can run real-time on-demand service for conventional transit riders and do that in a way that actually increased their ridership quite dramatically. It would be a very interesting option to explore specifically for the paratransit fleet, to have something that runs on demand to allow riders to have greater flexibility than 24 hours in advance booking.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington, you have a question for the delegate?
No, Chair. I think a number of our hands are for the GM. I'll just say that there's a notice of motion coming regarding para data and issues.
Okay. Does anybody that has their hand up have a question for the delegate? Just wave at me so I know so we can get you on there. Otherwise, we'll release the delegate. Councillor Menard.
Thanks
Go
very
ahead.
much, Chair. Thanks, Laura, for being here. I just want to get very clarity on exactly what you're asking for. If you could be succinct in like a couple bullet points. I think you're asking for the on-demand investigation in Ottawa. But if there's something else, can you be succinct about what it is that you think the Transit Commission should do?
Absolutely. I mean, I support Riley Brockington's motion to get regular clear para updates on all the things that are being worked on, include online booking and getting those Presto tap readers onto para buses for riders. And I also would like Transit Commission to look into what kind of on-demand options are available. Other cities have done this with their para fleets already.
That is very succinct. Thanks so much. Appreciate you being here.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, Laura, for coming out.
Thank you.
So with no other delegates, we can go to questions of staff. Councillor Brockington, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you. And thank you, Madame Amical, for your presentation. Good to see you and your staff as well. Can you just confirm if the protective barriers have all been installed on all buses? This was a plan that your predecessor moved forward, and I believe they were all supposed to be installed last year. Can you confirm that that has been done?
Thank you for your question. It's done, and it had been clarified on the business plan.
Excellent. Thanks very much. I wanted to talk about the ridership data that was just presented by Ms. Connolly. When we went into our 2022 budget, you had very ambitious ridership visions in 2022, ending the year with a 100% ridership pre-COVID. And Mr. Scrimger said we would start January at a 60% ridership level. We realized 35% in January, and we realized 41% in February, when we should have been 64% in February. That said, yes, it's better than 2021, and it's at least month over month in 2022 going up. So I have some questions for you about who those new riders are. Do you have any data that you can share with the Commission on who these new riders are compared to last year? Is it an increase in LRT use, or is it an increase in bus use, or a combination of both? Where are these new riders being generated from? Is it from the suburbs? Is it urban? Are they going to a particular destination? What do you know that you can share with us? Because I think that's very valuable data. If we want to target much higher ridership, we need to know who these new riders are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will answer in French if you don't mind, and I will ask my colleague Connie if she can have the destinations. So I will let her know when if she can help us. For sure, pour certains, l'Omicron, comme vous le savez,
as you do remember, the Omicron wave was a surprise for everyone.
L'Omicron n'était pas attendu.
This was not planned. This was not expected, but we were hit by Omicron at the end of December, and this had an impact on our ridership. We were very bold. We thought that the workers would return downtown physically. I had a meeting yesterday with people in Brussels. So we had a union of private transportation system. I'm the president of the executive committee of this institution. So my Geneva colleague told me that they reached 90% of their ridership, which is very good. What happens is that even with the Omicron wave, some cities were able to improve their ridership, but it's not for every single city. If we're looking closer to us, let's say Montreal, they have reached 60% of their ridership compared to 2019. So we see that everyone that thought that we had a quicker ridership increase were faced by Omicron. On the graph, if we compare it to 2020, we see that people are starting slowly to use the system. We also have a relaxation of public health restrictions. People will start using it more. We also have all of the university students that have been there since the beginning of the year. Workers are not yet there, but people are using the public transit more frequently. 2 to 3 weeks ago, a colleague of mine said that they sense there was more people using the system. You had a very specific question about where they were coming from. I will ask my colleague to provide you with the information if we have it. We will come back to you with this information later on also.
Thank you, Renee. We are closely monitoring all the ridership recovery as it's happening. And we are seeing the ridership increase, but it's throughout the system. I can't say it's specifically one area or another. But what we are doing is we're taking a deep dive into our ridership data on a route by route basis to see if we can target in as to where, if there's any specific areas where people are coming from or their main destinations. But it's a time, it takes time to do the work. And so our staff is involved in doing that as we speak. And as we notice those increases, we're able to then look at our routes and our schedules and try to accommodate as best we could.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to learn as much as I can as ridership goes up, where these folks are coming from. If they weren't taking transit a year ago and now they're taking transit and things are more or less the same, is it because kids are back in person? Is it because we see certain large employers coming back? Still, the impact of the federal government is hurting us much worse than Montreal. Montreal is a diverse employment sector. I see the city treasurer on the line, and my financial question is this: if we predicted ridership of 60% in January and we realized 35%, what is the loss in ridership fare revenue for that month? In February, using OC Transpo's estimates that we're going to get to 100, I'm estimating 64% ridership in February. We realized 41%. What is the delta of lost ridership fare revenue from what we predicted would happen and what we actually realized? What are we losing on a monthly basis in fare revenue?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. I can answer very specifically for January. We've actually had some updates and some news, and I'm preparing a memo to go to council on this with respect to assistance that we are receiving for 2022. We have all heard that we're going to get a federal transit investment for the year. We know there's, I'm going to say, a very generic allocation that's been made across Canada, and that bucket is approximately $750 million. What our share is, we don't know as of yet. They have also called for the province to match that. And so that's going to help us get through the year. But on top of that, Councillor, there were some monies that were left over from 2021 through the provincial SRA allocation, and transit agencies had the ability to make an application to have any shortfalls for January reimbursed. And we received word just this week that our shortfall was approximately $10 million. And that is a culmination of the revenue shortfall as well as any COVID, I'm going to say, cleaning or expenses that we have to keep our transit safe. And so that money has been allocated to the city. It's approximately $10.87 million. To forecast as we go forward will really be on a month-by-month basis. So I can't generically give you a number. We are expecting an ability to make an additional application if there's money left in that provincial fund for February and March, but we're really waiting for word from the province on that piece, as well as that overall allocation that's going to come from the federal announcement.
I appreciate that context. Certainly, we need to be aware of the provincial and federal dollars that are helping public transit agencies. But this commission needs to know what we are losing on a monthly basis, because we had very ambitious estimates for ridership this year, which we're not realizing. And I specifically want to know on a monthly basis, what were we predicting for ridership revenue per month, and what are we actually realizing? Not how much are we getting bailed out from the feds or province, but what is that delta? Because when we talk about any other costs in this organization, we have to be aware of basically that gap or that delta between those two. So the data that our general manager provided today was extensive across the board, but it lacked financial data. And that is very important as well. When we're thinking, we've got a motion today talking about a letter writing and outreach with the feds. We can talk about that more, but that's data that I'd like to see. And certainly as new riders come on the system, and as we want to push that further and target our limited monies in a marketing campaign, we have to think about where can we go to attract more riders. That data is critically important for the commission as well, to get a better understanding when the ridership does go up. Where are we attracting our customers from, our riders from? So I'll just park it there, and thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brockington. Next up is Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of comments and then I have one question. My comments would be along the lines of, that was an excellent presentation, and thank you very much, Renee and Dwayne and Colleen. I like the KPIs as a person who is on a group here that oversees. It's really important that we see good KPIs and that there is good data. I was glad to see that you shared your reorganization structure with us. I really was happy to hear the attitude towards complaints and mistakes, because that is how you learn and grow, and I really appreciated that attitude. I thought it was a thorough explanation about the OCS and what happened there, and that was helpful for us to know, and the ridership data, of course. Renee, you've had so many things come at you and having to adapt and pivot. I really thank you for all that you've had to manage in the 6 months. My question is really on the predictive maintenance. So I appreciate, the preventative maintenance, the corrective maintenance. That's, what we all have to deal with everything in our lives. But the predictive, I wonder if your data is good enough with such a new system. And I know we weren't really talking about the electric buses too much, but in terms of the predictive maintenance as well, I'm wondering if you feel you have good enough data, because that kind of data is really important.
Thank you, Councillor. Effectively, again, it's so easy for me to go in French, so je vais passer en français. C'est un excellent point parce que...
Thank you so much for your question. Every time that we're having a predictive maintenance, it's important. More we're going to have data, better we will be able to plan. It will take some time. For the buses, it's a little bit easier. What kind of preventive measure we can put in place, it's easier for the buses. For the light rail train, it's a little too early to have good historical data. We will use what we have on hand. We will proceed with some analytics. We have those KPIs, look at the trends, and see what will happen through the months, through the years. And this will help us to do our predictions. We want to have better provisions, because we do not want to go into corrective measures. That's what we want to avoid. Thank you.
Mhm. No, I can appreciate that. I just was thinking that, you know, that it is hard when everything is new. You know, I have an electric car and the data I get on what might happen or may happen, it doesn't have that much historical data to predict that. So anyways, just a note, but I understand and I appreciate that. And I thank you very much for all the information shared here today.
Chair, we can't hear you if you're.
Sorry, Councillor Curry, can you repeat that? I'm just answering somebody here.
Sorry,
missed your question.
I really just said thanks. I understand, and and I'm done. There wasn't a question to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, next up is Councillor Menard, and I'm going to ask the Vice Chair to take over for a minute, please. Go ahead, Councillor Menard.
Chair, I think Commissioner Wright Gilbert was ahead of me, and then I'm next.
That's not what it's showing here, Councillor Menard, and I'm going by what I've got on my screen. So you're up next if you'd like to go. I'm sure Commissioner Wright Gilbert's okay. It will ask her, but the way I have it here on my screen is you're up next, then it's Councillor Kavanagh, then it's Commissioner Wright Gilbert, Councillor King, and Commissioner Caricato, Councillor McKenney, Commissioner Olson, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Fleury. That's the list that I'm looking at here.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, in previous meetings, you had stated that you the questions were going to be, you were going to go first to commission members and then to councillors that were not members of the commission. I'm fine with Councillor Menard going ahead of me. I want to make sure that we're being consistent in how the meetings are being run.
My apologies, Commissioner Wright Gilbert. You are right that that's the normal practice we follow. So let's do that then, if you don't mind, Councillor Menard. We're going to get you to wait till after all the commissioners ask all their questions. Okay. Thank you. My apologies for that. Thanks. Vice Chair, can you take this over, please? I have to deal with something.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Wright Gilbert.
Okay. I didn't know what it was actually me next. Okay. Apologies to Councillor Menard. I just want to be consistent in how these meetings are being run. So I only have a few questions. I have a couple of questions about our overhead catenary system. As you mentioned in your presentation, we have had some issues with that catenary system. We've had issues since the beginning of LRT service. Obviously, we remember when the overhead catenary system just came right on down. But more recently, there were issues with a catenary clip moving just mere millimeters and sort of bringing some trains to a halt and actually damaging 4 trains. So my question is, how often is the overhead catenary system inspected?
C'est une bonne question.
Good question. We're asking our partners to do a regular inspection. I will not have an answer for you today. So every season, we proceed to an inspection. We know that during winter time, they will proceed also. I'm not able to give you specific data unless one of my colleagues has this information. But let me tell you, this is a visual inspection done with our partners.
So just so I understand you correctly, because I did have the translation service on, and thank you to the translators. You don't know how often RTM actually inspects the overhead catenary system that has had ongoing issues and has damaged 4 trains very recently this year. You don't, OC Transpo management does not actually know how often RTM inspects the overhead catenary system, correct?
We have this information. We track this information. I don't have the answer by heart, unfortunately, because normally I know those kind of things, but I know that my people have this information for sure, but I cannot answer to you actually because I don't have it. I don't remind, but for sure we have it. So
okay, I misunderstood your answer.
No
so
problem.
Thank you for clarifying that. So you're saying there is a regular schedule for inspections. I'm struggling to understand because it is not my wheelhouse, trains and train engineering and train maintenance. How is it possible that an overhead catenary clip moving a mere millimeters damaged 4 trains. Can someone walk me through that? I'm trying to understand how this happened.
OK. La fameuse braquette.
So when we're talking about the support, the bracket, it's a bracket that's supposed to be at this angle. Then the train will pass underneath and there will be no issues. Like Dwayne explained, we have 5 brackets that with the temperature changes can move a little bit. So instead of having a 90-degree angle, it will be slightly different. So we saw that the system, the pantograph, touch the system, touch the bracket. It should not be touching it. So at 5 specific places, the pantograph touched the bracket. So we have now measures in place. When it will be very, very cold, we'll have a specific system in place and we'll be following. Our partners will also make sure that at any moment, the pantograph should not be touching the bracket, whatever type of angle.
By partners, you mean RTM?
Yes, RTM, RTG also.
Yeah, we all know what kind of job they've been doing lately on the maintenance. So we'll see how that goes. How would you rate the quality of maintenance we're currently receiving from RTM? So for example, in addition to the overhead catenary, we had another instance of what was labeled as poor maintenance by the city. Sorry, labeled by the city as poor maintenance by RTM, just make sure that statement's clear, that led to a gearbox issue and damaged the train and track. So what's the quality of the maintenance that and inspection that we're receiving from RTM currently?
We're working very hard with our partners to help them because we're partners. So for me, it's important that we work together. And I feel that they receive very well our feedback to improve and to do better services. And actually, I can say definitely that we feel a better collaboration with our partner to do things better and to exchange with us what they will do, what they done, and why they didn't achieve their goal, etc., etc. So I feel that there is a trend, positive trend, to do things better.
Okay, I appreciate your positivity and your positive outlook. I think you can appreciate why myself and other members of the commission, not all of them necessarily, and the public perhaps don't share your positivity. The fact that RTM needs babysitting by TRA, that they need to have constant oversight by OC Transpo, yet we pay them $5 million a month. Those two facts, when juxtaposed, they don't mesh. There's a problem there. And so, you know, as a citizen of this city, as a public transit user prior to the pandemic, my expectation is that if we were paying a company $5 million a month for their expertise, they shouldn't need a babysitter, such as TRA. Sorry to TRA for referring to you as a babysitter, but essentially that's what's going on. I look forward to seeing if there's improvements to RTM, but I've also been saying that since the beginning of LRT, so we'll see how that goes. I want to talk to you a little bit about the new schedule for spring that you mentioned. I'm hearing from a number of bus operators that the new schedule for spring that has incorporated the new federal law with respect to 30-minute breaks is actually causing a loss of seniority for drivers, and as a result, they now have to work weekends where they didn't have to work weekends before, and it's leading to very low morale. What's being done to mitigate this? So with these new
C'est une excellente question. Si vous permettez, j'aimerais quand même revenir.
Thank you very much. I would like to go back to the briefing that we had with TRA. We have to have oversight by law. We don't have the choice.
You know, we have to do oversight because even if it's a P3, OC Transpo is responsible for this. As you'll be hearing later, you'll see what this is all about. Oversight is important. If we find it's necessary to go and get extra expertise, we'll do that. In the new structure, there's an engineering branch, which is to improve oversight. Oversight is necessary, even if they have a worldwide reputation. In terms of the bus drivers and the train drivers, we're working very, very hard with the union, and union has been very collaborative. And the planning team has done some great work on this as well. We did a first test, which didn't work. And we listened to our employees, and they talked to us. There was Omicron, there was the convoy. There were so many factors happening that we decided not to really cause more upheaval. So what we've been focusing on is communication, listening to them. We've done what we could, but at the end of the day, this is a right that we have to respect. And with the cooperation of our employees, and that includes bus drivers as the union and all our staff working here with me, we've worked hard to make sure that the schedule is satisfactory for everyone. Now we have an agreement with our partners, and we'll try to, well, our commitment is to improve the quality of work schedules, because for me, a happy worker will come to work happy and provide good service. This is our ultimate goal. Now, the council has authorized us to take on additional drivers, and we'll be doing that. I don't know if you've followed what I've been doing, but in my branch, in my section, I have a team which will be going out to headhunt the best possible people, and we'll be taking on new drivers. And this will provide some relief to our present drivers. I'd like to thank the union for this, because they've worked very, very collaboratively with us on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to sort of go back to your first point that you made about oversight, I don't disagree with you that there needs to be some oversight by OC Transpo of RTM. We can't just let them run amok. I mean, that would just be a disaster. But I do agree that there needs to be some level of oversight. What I'm saying is that the current level of oversight of RTM for a consortium that we pay $5 million a month to for their expertise is not indicative of a company that knows what they're doing. There's a difference between oversight and incompetence. And in my view, RTM has not shown that they are competent. That is the point that I was making. With respect to your comments on the scheduling, I do hope that you were listening to employees. I'm hearing a lot from bus operators with respect to the schedule, talking of leaving and really low morale. My final question is actually about some of the paratranspo data that you provided to us. So you noted in your presentation that there were 579 complaints in 2021. Try that again. What were the trends in these complaints? What kind of buckets could these complaints be put into? What was the most common complaint, or the top 3, for example?
Colin, do you have this info, please?
My apologies through you, Chair. I do not have that breakdown, but we can see what we can do and provide that outside the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. It's actually, I asked the question with a specific purpose in mind, because it's my understanding that OC Transpo does not actually break that information down on a regular basis, and therefore you don't have the ability to know what buckets the different complaints fall into. And as a result, it's difficult to then take just raw data, 579 complaints, and take any action on that to be able to identify trends. And so my suggestion and my hope is that with me asking this question and perhaps a discussion about it, that we can actually categorize these complaints with respect to paratranspo and also with complaints on our regular bus system. And so that we can see what the ongoing trends are, so that you and your staff know where to focus your energies with respect to the various facets of paratranspo. And so I hope that is something that can be done. I would like to see that data. I'm pretty sure there are others who would like to see that data so that we as a commission and city councilors will know where energies and money, thank you, and money can be focused. Those are my questions.
Y a pas de problème. De façon générale, peut-être que je
No
peux quand même-
problem. I will give you a general answer, however. When we receive complaints, normally it's because people had to wait too long for a train or a bus. This is why I provided statistics to you today. I understand your question. I agree with you. My goal is to provide you on a regular basis with data which will speak to you, which will show you what the situation on the ground is. I don't want it to be limited to one group to resolve issues. I want to give you a general idea of how the service is going. But for me, a complaint is a gift. It's a very positive thing for me because my client is giving me, or passengers are giving me, a second chance. You've made a mistake. If you correct it, we'll be happy. So this is why we're presenting performance indicators. And it's a great pleasure for us to actually share this information. And you'll see that there'll be fewer and fewer complaints as we go along. I'm pretty sure of that. Thank you, Ms. Amilcar. Thank you, Commissioner Wright Gilbert.
Next up, commissioners, Commissioner Kavanaugh, please.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Madame
Thank you to Ms. Amilcar for your presentation as well. Yesterday evening, we had a briefing on the transportation plan for the future, and transit is important for our future as well. It's very, very important. It's vital, in fact. But I'll continue in English now.
Thank you, Madame. In terms of what I looked at from last year, I looked at last year's report from a year ago, pretty well exactly, of what our priorities were. And I have to ask myself and you, what is being done and what has been achieved. One of my constant questions was about real-time information. Donc, ça c'est pour avec les apps ou les choses.
There I'm talking about apps and things like that.
When their buses are coming. And this is something I've asked before, something that was being looked at. I think it would help a great deal for people to know when they are walking from their home, getting to a bus stop, the predictability of when that bus is coming. I think this would help in terms of getting back ridership so that we have that predictability. And I want to know where that is.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Can you repeat your first question, please? Because I didn't understand. The second one is good for the apps, but the first one was, what was it, please?
It's basically, I'm asking about the real time.
Oh, okay.
The same thing.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Alors, pour l'apps, je sais que cette année.
For the apps this year, in the business plan, we state that we'll continue to work with our partners on them. Colleen, could you perhaps provide more information of where we're at with all that? If not, we'll have to get back to you once again.
Through you, Mr. Chair, once again, my apologies. I don't have that information at my fingertips. We do have existing apps that provide real-time and independent apps that also provide information.
Okay, this is something I've been asking for many, many times, and it's something that was on the verge of being improved. And obviously the pandemic got in the way of a lot of things. But I think it's still very important, and I'd love to hear updates on that. one of the things that we looked at as well was improving access and encouraging ridership with the EquiPass and Community Pass and Access Pass. Especially right now, with gas prices are very, very high, expensive. This is an ideal time to encourage people who can't afford other, cars or luxuries, but we need to make it easy for them to gain access. And I want to know, we talked about a year ago how we were going to make the process much easier, but I haven't heard an update. So I'd like to know how we're making it possible for people who qualify to have as quick access as possible. And it is something I've talked about with Ottawa Community Housing as well, to encourage residents to and give them information. I just want to know what's being done to give people that access.
Thank you, Councillor. Justement, hier, avec ma
Well,
collègue,
yesterday, together with my colleague Donna Gray, we met with a representative of disadvantaged areas, and we talked about what we can do to improve service in the 24 areas which are considered to be low-income areas of the city. Many immigrants live there. And the person that we met yesterday told us that she'd like us to provide better service to these areas. And she'd like us to help people with buying their tickets, their fares, for example. So we're looking at that, and we'll be visiting the areas she's talking about to understand what the needs really are on the ground. We've also decided to actually take care of the low-hanging fruit first, because very often people say that there are no buses on their street, but they don't know there's a bus that actually goes down the street just down the road. So we have to really look at alternatives, other choices we can provide to these people. And we think that we should actually provide information on specific areas. If someone finishes work at 11:15 and a bus goes by at 11, well, perhaps we should change the schedule so the buses can actually go by at 11:30 instead. These are things we'll be looking at, changes like that. We're very open-minded on this. OC Transpo is there to serve people. We want to work with residents, no matter how much they earn, and be they rich or poor, everyone. What we want to do really is to facilitate public transit across the city for everyone.
Merci. J'apprécie ça.
Well, I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
I want to make sure that the process of applying is made easier, and that we have real-time statistics on the uptake, because I believe there's a lot of people that don't apply because it just seems too cumbersome and they give up. I think that it's important to make it as easy as possible for those that qualify. It obviously helps our ridership, but it means a way of transportation. And so it's a win-win. One of the concerns I've had is about masks. They're still obligatory. I get complaints about those who don't wear masks. And this is an issue, especially for seniors, because they're very afraid when they get on the buses, and there are those that don't wear masks. They have no way of saying something, and it happens. And so there's fear out there. And seniors are a big part of my area, my ward. They're big users of OC Transpo. We want them to use OC Transpo, but there's a fear factor of getting back on the system, and that's one of them. And I hear about when people don't wear masks, there's no repercussions or anything. There's no one talking to them. So I want to know, how we're looking at this. And I know it's a complicated issue. You can't monitor every single bus, but I think it would be helpful if we know that if there's constant areas where it's a problem, that we take a look at it. How is that being dealt with?
30 seconds.
Merci, conseillère.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor.
Nos constables, on fait beaucoup de surveillance, on va faire beaucoup
Well,
de
monitoring is very, very high. We're doing surveys, so we put in place a system. We did that last year. And what we're seeing really is that most people cooperate. Most riders will wear a mask, unfortunately. 1.5 to 2% of people are not wearing masks. We know that. And when we do these surveys, when we ask people whether they wear a mask, well, very often people are not wearing their mask properly. They're not covering their nose, for example. So it's a question of education. We can't just say, go and put your mask on. We have to educate people, really. Now, in the LRT, there are announcements. Encouraging people to wear masks, telling people that it's compulsory. We have signs all over the place. There's information on our website as well. Now, yesterday in a meeting that I had with Donna and the representative, she talked about this being compulsory or not. Now, when a province decides that it's no longer compulsory to wear masks in public transit, that's going to happen. It's happening in Europe also already. Now, what the lady told us yesterday, what she asked yesterday, is whether we can still make it compulsory. No, we can't do that. We can't break provincial legislation. Now, even if the province tells us that it's no longer compulsory to wear masks in public transit, those who wish to can still wear masks. And OC Transpo will continue to ensure that our trains are cleaned on an ongoing basis to make sure that people are safe, that riders are safe when they're using our system.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your response. It's obviously it's more problematic now that it's kind of you don't wear a mask here, you must wear a mask there. And there are those that are just ignoring it. And after all we've been through in terms of protests, there's obviously two categories of people, and it's a bit tense at the moment. So I think that's something to watch as we go forward. In terms of getting back to new normal, my colleague, Councillor Brockington, talked about the fact that, what we predicted would happen right now a year ago, and it didn't happen. 60%, ce n'est pas 60%. And it's...
We don't have 60%. It's not happening.
I think we have to look at a new normal, obviously. And we have to look at where people are using it. People in my area, they don't use the train very much. They're using the buses for local travel. And they're seniors, they're people who are doing their grocery shopping, they're doing their errands. And that is, I hope we don't lose sight of that focus of, especially as we move forward and we have developments with no cars parking. We have to really look at that in terms of the local, not going downtown. The commuters, the federal servants are not there, or they're not going to be using that system very much. And we have to look in improving the system for the local seniors and others that are doing what they need to do in the community. So I just want to get some reassurance that we are looking at that new normal and building from there.
It's time.
Definitively. And my team and I are working on the plan, a marketing plan to increase the ridership for sure, and pour inciter nos gens à revenir.
And to encourage our riders to use public transit again. And it'll be a great pleasure for me to share that plan with you here at the committee when it's ready. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh, Mr. Amilcar.
Commissioner Caracato, please.
Did you say my name? Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you so much for the presentation, Renee and team. It's good to get an update after a few months. My questions are going to be a little all over the place, but first I just wanted to echo some of the comments made by other colleagues, specifically Councillor Kavanagh's last point about looking at providing new or more local routes in addition to the routes to and from downtown. I think that's a really important thing we need to keep our eye on, especially as we examine new trends, as she pointed out. I also totally agree with Councillor Brockington's point that we need more financial data to accompany these monthly reports. And on that regard, I'm wondering if you can commit to including that in your future monthly boat train line 1 and bus route reports when you start off our meetings.
It's something that it's possible, yes.
Okay, great. Because I think, you know, it might change dramatically. We didn't realize, I guess, the ridership we had hoped or planned for in the first few months of this year, but we don't know what the spring and the summer, and hopefully trends will go up. So I guess I'll start with the March 10th incident, the over lubrication of the gearbox that caused, I guess, caused you to send us a memo. And it was a good opportunity, I think, for all of us to just be reminded of what are some of the inspections that take place on these vehicles on a daily basis, and can you remind us what that process is, sort of, you know, before a vehicle is launched at 5 a.m. What inspections are done and who does them, and just kind of outline that process for us would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alors,
well, every night during Alstom's engineering hours, while the maintenance is done on the trains, on the overhead lines, things like that. And the trains which will be made available are prepared. So there are employees that have to look over every train and has to do all the checks required for deployment, visual inspections in many cases. So the panels, are they all attached properly? Do the doors open properly? That's done on a daily basis, really. And then when our operators arrive to go out into service, they're able to. Now, what you mentioned, the gearbox issue, that was a retrofitting exercise that Alstom was required to do. Unfortunately, the procedure requires the oil container to be emptied. And sometimes you have to do that, other times you don't have to. To draw an analogy, it's like you, when you go to your garage for an oil change, he takes out the old oil and then they fill it with fresh oil, right? But if for one reason or another, you require something else to be done, let's say the mechanic prefers to do the oil change to have easier access to do his work, well, then he has to refill it again. It sounds simple. Now, in the work we're doing with our partners, that's why it's important to have clear and single procedures. Now, you can't just have one person doing it and the next person doesn't do it. That's when you can have issues like the one we saw. And once again, our partners acted promptly in terms of communication about the issue, first of all, and our partners were very proactive as well. A decision was made together with us to check all the vehicles, but very, very quickly, we were 99% sure, 100% sure today that it was an isolated issue. Despite that fact, what needed to be done was done. And I talked to Alstom's quality control representative, and he said that it's because there were two different procedures or two different ways of doing the procedure. That's what caused the issue. That was corrected, and he came in himself the next day to the depot to talk to Alstom's employees to make sure that this would not happen again. Now, with all due respect, we don't want these situations to happen in the first place, but things like this will happen. It's normal. You can take all necessary steps. You know, you can be a belt and braces thing, but you will have issues. What we're looking for is to reduce issues to the minimum. It's going to be impossible to prevent all issues, but what's important is to be able to react quickly, and that reaction time is very, 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 very important. And this is what happened this time. We worked very, very quickly with our partners, and it was resolved very, very quickly.
Thank you for that. I appreciated the update on the process of what goes in an inspection overnight and so on. And you're right, it is important that we continue to, I guess, remedy issues as quickly as possible. And I'm happy to see that we're trending in the right direction on that regard. To the key performance indicators for the bus lines in Q1 2021 and 2022, you indicated 99.2% for 2021, 96.3% for 2022. Can you just remind me, what is the threshold to determine if a bus is on time or not? Within 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I forget now.
Well, that indicator isn't a punctuality indicator. It's a service delivery indicator. So it's the number of hours where we have to provide service to our passengers. Has the service been provided? I don't want to actually provide you with too many indicators. My goal is to explain them to you properly. But I did take some time today to explain the indicators, especially the new indicators. And then once things are up and running, we'll be able to actually look at the trend. So we will be doing this for punctuality, as we've done for other indicators as well. But punctuality is important for buses and for the LRT. We'll be providing this information to you. But how are we able to actually ensure that we provide the service that we're actually providing? And this is provided for in the budget that Council has passed. So I'd just like to remind you now that this year it's been a tough year. We started with Omicron in January and February, and then we had the snowstorms, and we know that we had the truck convoy. And now in March, things are starting to pick up. The weather's getting better. We have our new procedures, and we hope that we'll be able to actually deliver a higher level of service, well beyond 90%. So 99.5% is our ultimate goal, really.
Yeah, I think like as we think about getting riders to come back and luring them in, one thing that would entice me at least, and I'm sure there are others, is knowing that the bus is on time, 95% of the time or 99% of the time. You know, because anecdotally, obviously, we all have stories of where we've waited, you know, more than the 10, 20 minutes or whatever it is. And so anyways, if we could, you know, if it's a good number, we could advertise that, you know, as a way to say, you know, look, OC Transpo buses are on time, this percentage, or have been at least last month or so on. And I think that would restore some trust, I think, in our riders as well. I have a question for the treasurer, if I could, regarding the federal transit investment that you announced. And I appreciate that you're going to create a memo. But just quickly, are there any strings attached to that fund that you are aware of at the moment?
There's two that I am aware of, Commissioner. So when the announcement was made, the federal government called for the province to match those funds. So my understanding of the announcement is that that would be doubled if the province does match those funds. And secondly, they tied it to housing affordability. So wanting the province to commit very generically, they did not put information in that announcement to housing affordability. So those are the pieces that we're waiting for details on. We have not seen anything come from the province as of yet in terms of their commitment to this.
Okay, so there isn't anything like the city must do to get that money. It's all sort of provincial strings at this point.
Yeah, there's no details that have been given to transit agencies yet as to what those requirements may be. When we've seen this in the past, Commissioner, basically there was a submission process whereby we just had to show that our transit revenues were down. We had to provide proof of that. And then secondly, if we had additional expenses largely related to cleaning, we too had to provide proof of that.
Okay. I guess where I'm going with this is we have a motion a little later on to examine free transit. And I'm just thinking if, you know, there was a string that says, you know, a municipality must charge a minimum amount in order to be eligible for a top-up fund. You know, that's an important consideration as we look to other fare option models. So if there are any of those details that come out, I think bringing those to our attention through a memo or at the next meeting would be really critical, at least for me.
1 minute left.
We're happy to do that, Commissioner.
Great. And then I have a question for Daniel, if I can. We talk a lot about how this system is new, and I appreciate it is. But just based on your experience, because I look to you as the expert here on the call, when is the system no longer considered new?
Good morning, Commissioner. It's a good question. So I'm actually in a fairly optimistic place about the process, the management, the planning that goes into the maintenance process right now. And so when I think about the maturity of a system, I think that there's the hardware and the systems and the vehicles and certainly all of those have a certain amount of teething process, some maturation process that go into them. But I also think a lot about the organization, which I think we talked about a little bit late last year when we were together, when I was with the commission, about just how challenging that can be to start a new rail line, and that part I think is equally important as the systems and the hardware. So to me, I think there's a lot of so let me step back just a moment. I take part in pretty much daily service updates with the city and with the contractor team. We look in detail at a lot of processes, organizational changes, plan and procedure updates that help to demonstrate that the system is getting to that level of maturity. And there are a lot of good things that have come out of that process. So what I would say is maybe echoing what Renee said and what others have said. There's always more to do, right? It's an ongoing process for sure. But at the same time, I think that the Confederation Line 1 is cresting that point of of being a system that's in the rhythm that you would like to see for a more mature light rail system. So I think that the line to get there is never perfectly straight, if that makes sense. There's always some hiccups and some bumps along the way, but I think we're getting to that point. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And last question to Renee. I know it was before your time, but we passed a motion here to examine advertising on LRT trains and stations. It's been a couple years, and I'm just wondering if we have a plan in place and what that looks like, and when we could expect advertising on our Train Line 1 trains and stations.
This is a good question. I will come back to you with this answer. For sure, we want to do marketing and advertising to announce the ridership and to for our service. But to accept people doing advertising in our system, I will come back to you.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Renee. That was a very good presentation. I did get a lot out of it. You cannot argue with good performance indicators. I mean, they're right there in front of you. We can see what they are. We can measure them over time. It is, I think that having that in front of us today, certainly I know for me personally, gave me confidence in the system and where it's going, more than almost anything we've had certainly recently. So I do thank you very much for that. I just want to reiterate a couple of comments that have already been made. One is on travel patterns, and I do think it is important to understand how people are traveling, especially through and post-COVID, post-lockdowns, as people go back to work. We know that not everyone will go back, and certainly not everyone will go back full time. So there will be changes in how people access transit, but also what changes would make them access transit more. If we could move people around their neighborhoods more effectively, more efficiently, would that put up our ridership? I believe it would. So just to reiterate that point that some of my colleagues have made, it was great to see the outcomes of the Winter Rack and Roll program. I hope to see that expanded. Often people say nobody cycles in the winter, but a lot of people cycle in the winter. So to be able to have that, I see Daniel put up his hand. So yeah, absolutely. To be able to have anything that accommodates that, certainly we know is going to increase our modal share, away from, other means such as, driving a personal vehicle. If you can take a bus part way and then cycle, you can go a much further distance. I had some questions just on the availability of buses. We went through the availability of trains and LRVs, but on buses, I do know that there are many times when OC Transpo is putting out their information that buses are being canceled. And is that a function of, do we have, I guess my question is, what does our contingency of spare buses look like? And what happens if we don't have enough spares? Like how many buses can we be down, I guess is my question, that have to stay in for maintenance on any given morning? And then what is that immediate effect on routes and routes being canceled?
Thank you, Councillor. Alors, c'est un des indicateurs qui
Exactly. This is one of the KPIs, key performance indicator. We're doing it with the train. You saw the graph this morning. We're doing exactly the same exercise with the buses. We have the data, but we have now to analyze them. So we have to group them and analyze them. I would say that we have about 20% of availability. For the train, we saw in the graph that we were at about 18%. Right now it's going very well. I have enough buses for the service that we're offering. We have also spare buses. If we have a breakdown, it will be easier just to make a switch. This winter, we had some extra challenges, especially with the double-deckers. I didn't know these type of buses. So we're working very hard with New Flores. So we have now an action plan. We're meeting every single week. The CEO is with me also. We do a follow-up also on parts, because everyone is using Ukraine as an excuse, but there is an issue about parts provisioning because of what's going on in Europe. We also had some challenges due to COVID-19. It's much more difficult to get the parts, even through Quebec or coming from Ontario or elsewhere in Canada. When a person has to isolate, we might just lose a mechanic and we cannot do the work. If it's something that is linked to security, the bus will just stay in the ward until we make the repairs. So we will not put that bus back on the road. When we don't have enough buses, unfortunately, it goes on our service availability percentage. It goes down. January was very difficult because of the Omicron wave. It impacted everyone. The mechanics also. Unfortunately, they were not able to work on the buses. It also impacted the drivers. If I don't have a driver, the buses cannot come out from the ward. So it's the bus and the drivers are needed. So we need both to have a bus in circulation. So we want to make sure that we do everything to have a bus in service. Sometime, unfortunately, we have to cut down on service or there will be some delays. We have to be careful. It's only the service will be there, but the bus will be slightly late. Everyone understand that, we understand you don't want to be late at work, but we're trying to mitigate the risks. With the spring coming, I think it's going to help us. We don't have so many breakdowns. Remember the 48 centimeters during that snowstorm in January. People do understand that on that day, service will not be 100%. The next day, it might also be difficult to offer a good service. But on the day of the storm, we're in the midst of it. Everyone is ready, trying to maintain the service. That's the reason why now we have a team looking at what can we do when we have a big storm. We have to offer service, but think about the consequences. When we had the second storm, we really reduced the numbers of articulated buses on the routes. We were able to provide the service. So we did an analysis of what happened on January 17th. So this is an initiative that we tried and it worked. We will be providing you with regular information on that. and we'll keep on with our KPIs, maybe a little bit more detailed so that you can understand what are the trends.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I do look forward to it, certainly on the side for, bus and route availability. I think it's so important. And I just love to see as you're working through some of these issues, what that means in terms of outcomes. So thank you for that. One very quick question, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. The electric bus rollout. I know that we have 4 out now. That's great. When do you anticipate we'll get more information on next step?
Thank you, Councillor. Now I can tell you that with my team, we'll go on tender for the next purchase. And regarding the audit that we had, so we took the decision to accept the recommendation. So we will decrease a little bit the number of buses that we will purchase the first year, just to make sure that we're okay. And we'll go slowly, and probably we'll be able to purchase 26 or 36 buses, not this year, next year. To do so, the tender will be launched in a few weeks, and we continue to work with our partners to be able to go further with the 450 buses. And again, I will be able to give you more information in a few months. But actually, we're very, very on track for that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Renee. And thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Commissioner Olson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madame Amilcar, je vous remercie de votre présentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all of the explanation. Thank you so much, your colleagues also. I do have some questions concerning the OCS, the overhead catenary system.
I have a question for Mr. Hauber as well. On the catenary, the slide, and thank you very much for the explanation. I really do appreciate it. You mentioned that a root cause analysis was done, and it seems to indicate that the root cause was cold. But at the same time, there's only one bracket out of 500 that was out of tolerance. And there was in total, I think, 5 out of 500 that were sort of, there was a potential problem.
Right.
So I'm just curious why, if it was cold, there was only less than 1%, if you will, that were affected. Is it potentially an issue that the initial installation of the bracket was not done correctly?
Thank you, Commissioner. J'aime bien expliquer cet enjeu-là avec mon bras. Donc,
I'd like to use my hands to explain you this issue. So we have 500 brackets installed. There's a certain angulation. When the LRT will go through with a pantograph, it will not touch it, but pass beside it. The brackets can move a little bit. We're talking about millimeters, and it depends on the temperature. It's normal. And they have to keep on working at the same time. What happened with the 5 brackets that we've been able to identify? What happened? When the angle is a little too goes more flat, the pantograph slides underneath instead of beside. And this is what our partners are looking at. What can we do that at these 5 specific places that the pantograph can pass beside, while allowing the bracket to keep on moving slightly? We understand that it was a temperature that allows that movement. So when there are large temperature variations, we're going to be inspecting the brackets, but we will be looking more closely to these 5 brackets. Like you saw, other trains were behind and they had the same issue. Our partners have now a system in place, and if we have an issue of that sort, the system will be simply stopped.
So you are confirming then that it was not a problem with the original construction or any maintenance to that point on the catenary, is that correct?
Je suis pas prête à dire ça parce que je vais laisser.
I'm not ready to say so. The partners are continuing their inquiry. If you're asking me, René Amilcar, the pantograph should be able to pass even if the bracket's still moving. So the specialist at RTM will have to come back to me and explain to me why these 5 brackets had that issue. Looking at maintenance, we have an oversight role. For me, it's clear that we'll have to do more winter inspections. And our partners also saw that when we're reaching almost minus 30 Celsius, we will have to do visual inspection at this specific place. So with time, the service improves. That's the reason why we have to look at the trends. We're using the KPIs to make sure we're able to identify these events and make the appropriate correction if needed.
Also, the reason I asked in the first place is because we know that Edmonton has an LRT system, and the temperatures that Edmonton can endure are much worse than Ottawa. I think a few times this winter it got down to minus 40 in Edmonton, which is very cold. But no problem with the catenary in Edmonton this winter. And so I know that Edmonton also doesn't get as warm in the summer. Are the tolerances set as a function of temperature?
Daniel, can you please?
I could try. Yes. Good morning, Commissioner. Yes. So there's similar to with track and with rail, there is a tolerance for temperatures for catenary and for track, and that is certainly part of the discussion in the root cause analysis and the response to this particular incident. Yes, absolutely. That's part of the discussion. And to be clear, that tolerance is it's a design function, but it's not maybe as fixed as we might think about it. You know, you set a tolerance as part of a maintenance regime, but sometimes based on experience, there's a need to go back and readjust that tolerance. And obviously, you know, climate can have a big impact on that. But at the same time, the experience with the hardware that's used, any failures that might be experienced, the predictive maintenance that Renee mentioned earlier. So if we start to see certain parts and systems that need more attention, then that would cause the system potentially to move that range, that temperature range. And if I may, while I'm talking, going back to Commissioner Wright-Gilbert's question about the inspections and the inspection process, that may also impact, I expect it would impact the types and frequency of inspection going forward. So those things are always sort of moving together in a mix. There's a combination of that temperature range and then a suite, if you will, of inspection processes, hands-on inspections, visual inspections, inspections with specialized monitoring and measuring devices, and getting that right is part of that that ongoing monitoring by the contractor team and part of the predictive maintenance process as well.
Okay. I'm not an expert in this, but I'm pretty sure that Ottawa, I guess, in regard as, you know, places that have LRT systems, whether in the United States or Canada, In fact, it's one of the most extreme climates. It can get very, very hot in summer. It can get very, very cold in the winter. And are we looking at something like having to change our snow tires every 6 months? Are we looking at having to adjust the tolerances, the brackets every 6 months to make sure that everything is functioning well? And if we are, that's fine, but I'd just be nice to know.
I think that the quick answer, Commissioner, is yes. I think that that's a very good way to think about it. And I don't recall if it was Renee or Dwayne who mentioned it earlier, maybe both, but I think there was a mention of revisiting seasonal maintenance. And to be clear, there has been seasonal maintenance up until now. So I don't want that to be interpreted as there was a lack of seasonal maintenance. But I think exactly to your point, the snow tires are a good analogy. You know, we go back and think about is March the right time to change the tires out, or is it April? So a very practical example with this issue, I don't think that necessarily would be adjusting clips and adjusting hangers. I think, you know, perhaps the seasonal maintenance of getting hands on those devices and checking for torque, checking for the geometry and the position of those would be something that, or I should say it is, something that's being re-examined as part of that seasonal maintenance. And then there are other elements as well. So if you ride along line 1, you'll see that several of the catenary poles have large stacks of metal weights, plates that act to constantly tension the catenary system. Those are intentionally sensitive to temperature and to weather. Those are meant to make up for a certain amount of the temperature swing that we talked about just a moment ago. So those are the types of things that will be tweaked, I suppose, as part of the seasonal maintenance. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harbour. It was very informative. Thank you all, Madame Amilcar, Monsieur Duquette, and Mr. Harbour. Thank you very much for your responses. Mr. Chair, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. And next up is Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just have a few questions. First of all, with the numbers of people returning, I always like to keep my finger on the pulse of, we eliminated a lot of the 200 series buses because obviously we weren't bringing as many people downtown. I'm just wondering, obviously the numbers aren't where we need them quite yet. Is this something that's part of the planning process, Renee, that this is on the radar? At what point those 200 series buses can come back into the streams?
It's not supposed to. Jim, can you just recall me what is the 200 series? Because I'm sorry for that. I'm not familiar with that. I want to make sure that I answer right.
Yeah, no worries.
Sure, Renee. I think Colleen would be best to answer that question with the scheduling and the proposal for the 200 series buses. But
the 200, through you, Mr. Chair, the 200 series are the connection routes that we, when we saw the ridership changing, not as much going to the downtown core, those are the ones that we reduced. We are closely monitoring that. In addition to the question that Councillor Brockington asked earlier, my team has whispered in my ear and have told us, you know, that we have seen better ridership gains within the Greenbelt than outside the Greenbelt. So again, that kind of reflects as to the demand hasn't quite brought back some of these 200 series that are coming from the outer suburbs into the core, and that looking at more of the interior. But we are watching that and trying to respond proactively when we see increases starting to happen.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. I appreciate that because I do represent an area inside the Greenbelt. And of course, I think the 224 essentially is a federal government bus. And I think as we see the federal workforce, we have to plan ahead, you're quite correct, which 200s come back, if all 200s come back, and how that would work. But I certainly want to make sure that we just keep that in mind. We've had a change of leadership with Renee coming, and I just don't want anything to fall through the cracks because Mr. Manconi did make that commitment when we get the volumes back that they would return. Second, what about the whistleblowing that takes place at the stations? We were told that would be a temporary thing. There's been whistles blowing for a couple of years now. I'm just wondering where we're at on the whole whistleblowing situation and the technology fixes required to eliminate that.
Yeah, I will ask Dwayne to answer this question. Is one of his folder?
Merci. Thank you. Thanks for the question. Actually, we are in the process right now of moving towards eliminating the whistleblowers. However, RTM has presented us with some data. We're now establishing a test procedure because we want to test it out prior to removal of the blowers. Sorry, the whistleblowers. Yeah. CanCon spotters is actually how we refer to them. So that's where we're at in the process. So they present us some information. We're now designing a test. We'll then go through the test, and then once the test is complete and it's been passed, then we'll look at removing the CanCon spotters. But hopefully within I don't want to put an exact timeline on it, but within the next couple months or so, you should see some movement there.
Great. And again, I think, I look at the commission, I think we all agree we had rather have done correctly and not have an error. So, rigorous testing is probably critical to that. I mean, the whistling can carry on a little bit longer, but when that does happen, I assume there's going to be multiple checks. Our independent observer will have a peek at it too and make sure that we're all systems go, which is good. When it comes to the counters, how is the counting being done? Forgive me, I know we're trying to explain it. Is it just the gates? Because we don't have the taps going on in a lot of spots, and I'm just wondering how we're keeping these counts. Is there a technology that's counting? We've talked in the past about door counters and things, but I don't think they're activated, are they?
Yeah, Colin, can you explain that?
Yes. So at all the O train stations, the fare gates are as well equipped with sensors that count people as they go through the system. As well, we have the automatic passenger counters on the buses. Again, the infrared sensors that read people coming in, and we have about 44% of our bus fleet now that are equipped with those counters. So we get a very good count throughout the whole network on that. So with those types of individual trips, and when we have data, when we, other than December, when we do have taps and that, we're able to develop the metrics to translate individual trips through the sensors into relevant ridership data for the month of December. So we're able to apply the same ratios and that. So we have that. And eventually we will have, there are counters on the train doors. We are still working with RTM on the software transition on getting that so we can even get more accurate and finesse to the counts.
That's terrific news. I didn't know that the motion ones on the buses were actually in use at that rate at 44%, as you mentioned. Obviously, all new buses, electric buses, whatever's coming down the pipe, as they go online, they'll have the new counter system. But on top of that, do you have a ballpark estimate? I'm not holding your feet to the fire, but when we get to that 100% mark, because data's king, as we know, I think almost every commissioner's asked a question about data. And, if we got to 100%, I think that would be valuable. And I'd love to see that pushed out in a raw format so the rest of the public could use it and see what's going on.
So through you, Mr. Chair, all new bus purchases come equipped with passenger counters now. So as we replace buses, we will get to that 100% mark, and a day that I'm very much looking forward to as well.
We all are. And my final question, I think one of our real true tests, it's been, 2 years where we haven't had the big test of festival season. And I assume there's a lot of planning and you're coordinating with the big festivals, whether it's, City Folk or Blues Fest, obviously, or Jazz Fest to a smaller degree. Are we preparing for that, getting a plan together and working with them? This was one of the big sales pitches for light rail is to get people in and out in large numbers quickly. And I just want to make sure we're preparing for it. Touch wood that we'll have a festival season.
Yes, we are considering.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the time today.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Next up is, okay, so everybody's had their first turn. Commissioner Wright Gilbert, please.
Oh, okay. Apologies, I didn't realize it was me again. I actually just have a couple of questions for from TRA. So I guess that's you, for TRA. So I guess that's you, Daniel. Can you talk a bit about what's the greatest challenge in your role as sort of the overseer of RTM and of their actions and inspections? What's your greatest challenge in that role?
Boy. Good morning, Commissioner. What's the greatest challenge?
Now.
Afternoon, whatever it is now. Boy, it'd be a good job interview question. I guess I would have to think about that a minute. I mean, I think that gosh, maybe the greatest challenge I think at this point has been there's so much there's just so much going on. There's a lot of moving parts, and I think we've talked about this when I was with Commission a couple of meetings ago. Recognizing and planning for both long-term success, long-term sustainable, appropriate, and defensible plans for things like maintenance, quality, maintenance planning and scheduling, organization overall is critically important. But also sort of working through the interim steps that get from here to there is critically important as well. And I hope that is one of the things that I hope that the Commission sees is that there are a lot of interim steps between here and there. And so, maybe going back to I think it was when we were speaking with Commissioner Olson, the idea of sometimes these things are sort of a jagged line getting from here to there, and for me personally, and I think for us as a company, balancing those two things, balancing the long-term needs and long-term process versus the interim successes from day to day is a challenge. It's a lot to keep balanced and recognizing that sometimes things do take a half a step back, but we hope to take 2 steps forward going forward. I mean, that's the part that keeps us busy, I suppose.
Thank you for that. So from what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like TRA is providing a lot of value to the city and RTM, one would argue, in terms of planning and organization and essentially making sure that they've got their ducks in a row, that they have their procedures noted down clearly so everyone understands that yes, you do need to put oil back in that gearbox, or yes, you do need to tighten those bolts on that gearbox. And sort of getting them, you're herding the cats essentially is what I'm trying to say, but in a better way, but that's all that came out at that moment. Is that common? for a company that's being paid $5 million a month for maintenance, that they would need that kind of operational oversight? In your experience, is that common?
So I think the way that I would think about our work is the larger portion of the hard work of updating plans, updating organization, updating maintenance scheduling, those types of things is done by the contractor team. So we're not doing that for them as much as helping the city to sort of gauge progress in those areas, and especially versus return to service commitments and other areas that we think are indicative of the contractor team's success that way. So if we think about it, in terms of your question about how common that is, I suppose, and how yeah, just how common that is. I mean, I think it's something that we do as a company to some extent, where we help sort of be the owner's representative is the term that's sometimes used for these types of things, and it's being part of the oversight team. It's not uncommon, you know. It's really depends on the way that each transit agency is structured and what resources and what tools they have to draw on. So it's not totally uncommon. I think is probably the quick answer.
Okay. What do you, in your opinion, what is the most serious ongoing issue with RTM's performance?
So I think that as I mentioned earlier, I'm in a pretty optimistic place at this point, as we say, cautiously optimistic about progress with the contractor team. And again, as I mentioned, you know, these things it's not a straight line from here to there, but you know, I like to think that there's some good progress being made. So you know, in the way of challenges, the biggest challenge, I think that one of the biggest challenges that I personally saw maybe several weeks ago that I think has improved quite a bit, and I think is one of the brighter spots right now, is ensuring good communication among the team, and especially among the contractor team, and certainly between RTM and its contractors and the city as well. And if I were to step back and look at where we were when we first got involved at the beginning of October to now, that's one of the areas that I was most concerned about at that point. I do think that going forward, I think that you know, that's always something that can be honed and improved. But that's where one of my biggest concerns was over the last couple of months. But I think it's gotten a lot better, and I think that so much else flows out of that. You know, once we get to a point where everybody comes to the table, is cooperative, is willing to focus on the real goals, that's you know, that's an improvement, I think.
Thank you. I think there's no doubt, there's definitely no doubt in my mind, and I won't speak for my commission colleagues, but there's no doubt in my mind that TRA, yourself and your colleagues, bring a lot of value to the table when it comes to our transit system. And I don't question the decision to bring in TRA. My concern is, and I think it's an open secret that my concern is that we needed you in the first place, right? So we have, you know, not that we don't like you, it's just that we needed an outside company in the first place to sort of manage our management firm. Do you know what I mean? Like it's to me, it's like you hire a general contractor to manage all of the, you know, to redo your house, to manage all the subcontractors. But then that general contractor doesn't know what they're doing, and your job is falling apart, you know, around you. And so you hire another set of experts to come in to manage that general contractor who's managing the subcontractors. You can see where it starts to get a little bit ridiculous. But in this case, it was very much needed. And I thank you for the progress that you've made with RTM. But my point still stands that it is unfortunate that we needed to call you in. But I do thank you for the progress that you've made with them, and hopefully that progress will continue. And eventually, you know, you will leave us, which will be a sad day. You know, but I do hope that RTM continues the high standard that TRA has clearly set for them when they no longer have oversight such as TRA's. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Next up is Councillor Menard, followed by Councillor King, followed by Councillor Kavanaugh.
Okay, thanks very much. Chair, thanks for the presentation earlier today. I'll start my comments around free transit. And we had free transit in the month of December in Ottawa. We initially said that was going to cost or have a difference of $7.2 million. And now we're saying it will be a $9 million difference. And I'm just wondering why the change?
This is a good question. And we did the estimation at the beginning, and now we have the final cost. And I don't know, it's Colin or Wendy can help me for that, or can just return later.
I'd love an answer if possible. I think Wendy might be on mute, sorry.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I think that's the first time that's happened. So thank you. I'll provide a little bit of an answer and then we'll circle back with you for more details. And I suspect that the real reason is the estimate that we put together was based on what we forecasted the ridership to be for that month. And I think that has changed. And it means that it was more, and that's where we moved to that $9 million. And what you will see in our disposition report, so that's been posted and it's going to FedCo in April. Transit actually ended up in a surplus, which is an unusual situation for last year. So we were able to absorb that within the budget. Also because we didn't have to pay the monthly fees to RTG as well, which helps offset the cost of that.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear. And that's great news. I mean, it sounds like more people took transit than expected in the month of December, which is one of our lowest months of ridership normally, because it was free. And so, I mean, the calculation of saying that we're saying all those that would have been converted that took transit because it was free would be converted to real fares, probably not exactly accurate. Maybe not have had that much ridership had it not been free, of course. But at the same time, I'm really happy to see that more people were taking transit during that month of December. December was tough because for half the month, we were free with limited Omicron exposure, and then it changed halfway through the month. We had the variant picked up. And it looks like free transit was working in December for both para and OC. When I looked at those month by month comparisons, it seemed to be the highest percentage of the other months of the year when you compare back to the baseline of 2019. So the baseline 2019 December is usually lower compared to the rest of the months, but still our percentage, I think it was 46% compared to 2019, was a lot higher. So I just wondered, did we measure this? Do we have daily figures? Is there more information about that December month from staff?
Yes, Councillor, we do. And we have to break down week by week. Colin, I can give you a few seconds and if you can maybe share with us what was exactly the ridership for the first week and etc. We have this data, Councillor, so it will be a pleasure for us to share it with you.
Thank you, Renee. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have a weekly breakdown for ridership during the month of December. The first week, we saw 960,000 ridership on bus and train. And then the following week was 940,000. And then we start to see the drop as we get closer to the Christmas break. The week of the 15th to 21st, that drops down to 890. And then the week of the 22nd, the 28th, that drops down to 630. And then that last week, which was really just 3 days, it was down to 330. So 330,000. So that's what gave us the approximately 3.8 million for the term, for the month.
That's great. And are you doing more analysis about that month, just in comparison to, say, the first week in previous years? How many more people were inclined to take transit? Any surveys, other data that would have come from that free month of service to residents?
did not do any surveys of our customers for that information, but we do continue to try to dissect the information to see what kind of conclusions we can come to about what may happen and why. But the challenge is, with December, we were already starting to see that increase, the ridership recovery happening. So was the extra bump up due to the free fares, or was it, just what role did the ridership recovery on itself play with that? So it's challenging to do, especially when we don't have the taps to tell us locations and things like that. But we're still investigating.
Okay, I mean, my motion speaks to that, is to get that investigation going for other options, and then I think looking at March as well, given the occupation and the 15 routes within the core, as well as LRT. There'll be interesting data there too. I mean, I really just hope we're extracting data during this time. We are doing never before seen experiments within our city, and that's what my motion speaks to, is making sure we're looking at this as a tool, and we use it kind of sporadically, but this can be a tool for us in different situations. So that's hopefully what we'll pass later on today, and just encourage our staff to do as much analysis as we can on that, given the never before seen experiment. I'll move to LRT now. I just want to get a better understanding of the LRT trains in service and the spares. We did go through that a bit in the presentation. So right now we have 11 in service, and we have 4 spares, and we're expecting to have 15 available. I think that's correct. Do all of the 4 of those spares meet minimum launch standard? Is there any maintenance going on those spares right now, or are they just ready to go into service?
45 seconds left. Donc, comme je l'avais expliqué,
Well, as I explained earlier, when we have 11 trains out on the track, that's enough to provide an excellent service across the system. And the 4 extras, the 4 spares, must be ready to go. If ever we have an issue, let's say one of the doors isn't working properly, we have to take it out of service, one of the other trains will be ready to be deployed to replace it. And that's why we're very, very strict with ourselves and with our partners about when we can say the 4 trains are available for service. Because when you deploy a service in the morning, even if we've taken necessary precautions, things change. A train breaks down, the train has to be taken out of service. That's not a train that's counted. We do that in the morning because the service is the trains have to be set out into the tracks, and then we have to wait, and then we have a snapshot of the situation, and that's when we decide that we have 11 trains out on the track and 4 trains that are in reserve in case we need them. That gives us a total of 15 available trains, 11 out on the tracks and 4 in the depot, ready to go.
Okay, let's see. I wanted to just go into the fare increase associated with that too. The motion that was passed was 15 out of 15 available or transit fares would remain frozen. Is the city considering amending the project agreement to say that 11 trains would be the new normal for service in the future?
Well, that's not the way I would put it, really. I would say that we can have 15 trains. If ridership increases, that will be our objective. The idea really is to have the right level of service, I think. The more trains we have, the easier it is to deal with an issue. and the less impact there is on riders. That's the way you have to see it. You shouldn't see it in dollar terms. You have to see how people perceive the service. So we have 11 trains out there. If there's a problem, we are easily able to deal with it, and very often people don't even realize there's an issue. We just swap the trains out. It's seamless. If we have 15 trains and we need to actually change one, we can do it. If we don't have the 15 trains ready to go, well, the more difficult it is to actually replace a train. And this is the case elsewhere in the world. It's much more difficult to actually replace your trains if you don't have enough. So what we're doing is to provide the right level of service, to provide excellent service to users and to riders.
I think if there is any notion of changing the project agreement to lower the service levels, which we want them to be high in the future, because we assume ridership will eventually come back and we're going to want that high level service we signed up for. If there's any notion of lowering that in the project agreement, I expect that would come to council or commission and be made clear. I wanted to talk because and in terms of the spares, what I'm hearing about the spares is actually that some of the spares, those sets of trains, are not actually, they're still under maintenance. They're maintenance facility. Some of them might be during maintenance. Some of them might be actually not ready to launch. So that's not accurate, but I'm hearing that, and just want to make sure that we do have that full availability of those 15 if that is the case.
Conseiller, je suis catégorique là-dessus.
No, I'm putting my credibility on the line here. We will never agree to actually include a train for which we don't have the necessary documentations or the maintenance done. I don't want just to say that we have the 15 trains. I have to make sure that the service can be provided before we decide whether we have our 15 trains available. That's not negotiable. This is something that's important to me because it's really my credibility that's on the line here. We're working very, very hard with our team and with our partners to ensure that the data is credible. It's not good for you, it's not good for me, it's not good for riders either. When we hear people saying this type of thing, and I can show you what's happening in the shop, we won't be cheating. We won't be cheating. We've never done it. We won't do it.
Okay, so of the 28 days, we had those full ready to go. There's some days where we don't have the full set of 15 ready to go, but we're anticipating that in the future we will. But there's obviously been days where we haven't. They've been under maintenance, but we anticipate in the future that they will. So I appreciate that. Appreciate your answers on that. There were several breakdowns in R1 service implemented late February, early March. February 25th, we had R1 service. February 28th. March 8th, March 10th, we had public pronouncements of breakdowns. I'm wondering what was the issue during those times? What were we experiencing? Why were those trains breaking down? Why was R1 service needing to be implemented in those cases? And it seems the frequency of this still seems to be occurring on a regular basis. So maybe if you can provide more information about why we're seeing that. What root causes are we seeing?
That's time.
Merci, conseiller. Justement, une des pages que j'ai présentées.
It was on my presentation. Let me try to find it. That's the graph with all of the little dots. We had the winter events. So every time that we had a problem with the overhead catenary system, we had to flush it. Once we kind of lost the complete east side, and we have to offer a temporary service on the other section. If I'm not wrong, I think we had a switch event at one point. At that time, we installed a temporary service to compensate. Also, we talked about the gearbox event. Once more, we offered a temporary service on a small segment. Maybe what I can do is next time I'll provide you with more information on a graph, giving you more information, more details. What I might do is to talk about the number of events and the number of surface suspension in hours. Did I forget anything?
No, that's great. Thanks for that. And I always appreciate more information. I think Troy had sent me the breakdowns previously of when R1 had to be implemented and the reason why. And I'd love to get to the root cause. My time's up, so I can't go on, but the root cause analysis is what I'm really looking for on these pieces. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Menard. Councilor King, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd just like to thank staff for their informative presentation, and I do have a number of questions that have emerged out of that. Drawing upon Commissioner Kavanaugh's line of questioning, we know that increasing COVID-19 case counts are going up due to the relaxation of public health restrictions. So I know that you had outlined the fact that there is information available, there's signage, but I'm wondering if OC Transpo will entertain additional mask up events to remind the public that mask mandates are still in effect on OC Transpo property and vehicles.
Avec le relâchement qu'on a vu,
with the public health restriction, as you know, public health requires the use of masks in the train and the buses, as well as in paratransport services, and in every single connection. So if you're on the platform, you have to wear your mask. So the short answer is yes. It will be very important. We know that at one point, we will not have to use a mask. We had a lot of comments. People are asking us to maintain the mask, but we're not the ones responsible of imposing these restrictions. We will continue to make sure that the trains and the buses are clean, everything that has a link to COVID-19, and maintaining the safety of our riders. We'll do that.
I appreciate that. I think that what I'm driving at is that obviously education is an important component if there's a discrepancy in a sense in terms of mandates and where they apply. So I think it is important to ensure that riders of our service feel comfortable and actually understand the rules. So I think that's I don't want to presuppose what Councillor Kavanaugh was trying to get at, but I think it is important in terms of ensuring that there is a level of education. I also have a question concerning paratransport. And I know that we had a delegation before talking about us getting closer to real-time allocation of services, especially for paratransport, and I'm in agreement with that. I don't think that there should be a demarcation between the levels of service between paratransport and the OC Transpo service in terms of access. And so I'm just wondering about the development of the smartphone app that is expected in late 2022. It's unclear when that will become available for the public. So can you clarify whether the smartphone app for paratransport will be available?
Thank you, Councillor. I think this
Hello. Hello. Yes, it is.
Councillor Hubley,
sorry, Chair. I think that you're.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor. It's similar as Councillor Kavanagh has asked. So the same as I said earlier, we will come back with an update on this folder, and it will be for me a pleasure. Probably next commission, I will be able to give an update on the apps for the both sides.
Okay, I appreciate that. I also had a question, I guess, concerning TRA. TRA had noted that it had reviewed all maintenance programs and procedures and is working with the city to further improve and enhance the oversight plans currently in place. I'm wondering, how is this feedback being integrated into the ongoing construction and expansion of LRT Stage 2?
Sure. Good morning, Councillor. One of the discussions that we had a few weeks ago with the city was to work on sort of a lessons learned document or roadmap, and to think about how some of the current and most recent issues integrate into Stage 2. So I would say that the overall goal is to think about improving current practices and to think about how those help to promote Stage 2 going forward. One of the most recent conversations that we were having was about root cause analysis with respect to a maintenance issue and how that affects some of the light rail vehicles. So just as a very tactical example, how that affects the light rail vehicles and the importance of the impact on that. Renee actually brought it up in one of the meetings we were in recently, and thinking forward to make sure that those lessons are integrated in Stage 2 as well. So we're sort of looking at that in two ways. One is to think about the improvements that RTM and its team are making to maintenance processes and to maintenance planning, and to think about that in terms of sustainability going forward, and to make sure that those are the best they can be for Stage 2. And then also to not miss the very tactical examples. So again, going back to that light rail vehicle example, to not only fix those issues and address those root cause analyses, those tactical issues today, but also think about how those affect things in a year or 2 years for Stage 2. So that's very much part of the conversation. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was just wondering, as a follow-up there, as a supplementary question, will there be a reporting of these best practices and their implementation in Stage 2 to the Commission? So will there be any written documentation that is provided to the Commission to really outline the lessons that have been learned and how they are actually going to be applied to Stage 2?
I think that's certainly something that we could speak to in the future going forward. And I think that the framework that I would think about that in, Councillor, is many, if not most or all of the improvements that we're thinking about on the maintenance planning side of the world, the organizational side of the world should readily extend to Stage 2. So, when we're talking about light rail vehicle maintenance or lessons learned on OCS, root cause analyses, and all of the things that we've talked about together, it's going to be the same group of people, largely the same hardware and systems. So I see the process that RTM and that the city is going through now as obviously improving current state and improving current activities, but also laying the groundwork for improvements in Stage 2. And to be quite frank, to make sure that any issues that are current or recent concerns are not during Stage 2. So yes, I mean, certainly that's something we could speak to in the near future and frame it that way. But I think of it as sort of a continuum, sort of going forward into Stage 2 and prepping for Stage 2.
Well, I appreciate that answer, and I think clarity, of course, is important. Being able to really juxtapose what we found in terms of the best practices that are needed and implementation as we go forward. So I do hope that there is a memo. If there isn't a memo, then I think the Commission should examine the idea of a direction to staff, just to ensure that that direction is given, because I think it helps us in terms of our evaluation as to whether these best practices are being implemented. I guess, final set of questions really do involve, I guess, routes and the fact that we saw a reduction in routes, and now we're seeing routes being altered for the buses. We know, and I have to also agree with Councillor Kavanaugh as well, that we hear all the time that better neighborhood service or services that support residents in running errands and going to other local destinations is really a large area of opportunity, because that's what people are utilizing it for more and more. So I'm also hearing that from my residents. So I'm wondering, have routes been altered to better serve current ridership patterns post-pandemic? We know that people might not be utilizing the service to go to work. They're using it for errands. So I'm wondering if this is an element of consideration in terms of the change in terms of routes.
30 seconds left.
Merci, conseiller. C'est une bonne question. Maybe Colin,
Thank you for your question. I will leave the floor to Colin afterwards. It's quite a planning exercise, trying to see who's using it, where we have to offer the service, how to improve it. And where we're doing the planning, it takes a lot of time. We're going to be making a change in April. On top of all the works for phase 2, we will have to close some transit way. So there's a lot of work in the background. And also we have to be extremely careful. We have to be very knowledgeable, because we don't want to change a route just for the sake of doing it. So maybe Colin can tell you a little bit more information about that. So we are examining the question. I would be lying if I said that we can actually do the analysis this month and implement it in the following one. But this is part of my vision. Like I said, I've arrived less than 6 months ago in Ottawa. And then what I want to do is to know better the city of Ottawa. And yesterday, I loved the meeting that I have with my colleague, Donna Ray, Councillor Kavanaugh. And I also want to meet the residents. I want to know what they need in different wards. Then I might be more aware of what we are missing. So I think it's a very delicate process. Since I arrived here, we had a lot of challenges. But at one point, and I cannot make any promises right now because it's a very short term, but part of my vision is to review the routes in the whole system. And I think that with the train, this will allow us to do that. What we want to do is offer more on-demand services. It's there. But we had other priorities when I arrived, but this is part of our general objectives. I'll give the floor to my colleague and if she has any more details to add. Go ahead, Colleen.
Thank you, Renee. I don't have too much to add. As I mentioned previously, we are monitoring the ridership on all the different routes, trying to see where people's origins and destinations may be changing or where the demand is occurring. So we are gathering that ridership information. That ridership information is fed to our planners, who look to see if there has to be any changes to routes. Do we bring back routes that we suspended, or do we design new routes? One of the new routes we implemented last year in June was the new Route 110 that connected the Barrhaven community up through the Canada North area, demonstrating new origin and destinations for people along that area. So we are watching for that and monitoring the data. It is a process, and we don't want to, as Renee mentioned, over anticipate what may be required in any particular area, whether it's a temporary change or is it a permanent change. So we're also watching other cities and the kind of work that they're doing and how they're responding and what kind of information they're finding. And we can stay connected with our other larger agencies and keep in touch with the industry.
I appreciate that. And I think it is important that obviously if we're looking at the reinstatement of routes that we base that on data as well as the observations of community. So of course it will be important to talk to community members. I have one last question just quickly. So will reimagining routes, we've been talking about data and observations, but I'm just wondering if that will also be part of the delayed origin destination study for the transportation master plan update.
Yes, Councillor, I forgot to mention, we stay connected with that origin destination information, and that feeds into the work that we do with our route planning.
Okay, so well, I'll look forward to that as well in the TMP process. We have that process with Chair Tierney. But thank you so much for answering those questions. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Conseillère Kavanagh, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur le Président, merci. Thank you very much. My colleagues have asked a lot of the questions and we're right at the end, so I won't hold you up too much, but I was very interested in what happened in December in terms of the free transit. Obviously, it was complicated because at the beginning there was take up, and I appreciate that there'll be a breakdown. But once the Omicron virus came in and towards the middle, things changed dramatically. And I think that's important to see the uptake. And my question is more to our treasurer is in terms of, we're getting funding from the federal government in terms of a bailout, I guess I don't want to call it, maybe it's not the best term, but for 2021. But we're raising the fares in May for 2022. And yet we want to see increased ridership. And I'm a little concerned about the juxtaposition of raising fares and expecting ridership to go up. Aren't we worried about that in terms of ridership? Because clearly we'll lose revenue if people are turned off because of the increase in fare. So I just want to understand the logic of that.
I can speak to the financial implication of if the fare increase doesn't happen, Councillor, and perhaps Renee can complement my answer in terms of actual ridership. But when we've put the lens on our 30-year plan, and I think you've heard me speak of this before, we've built in that increase every year, and that increase is 2.5%. For 2022, the increase to the base for the fare revenue is about $5.1 million. And if you look at the impact of taking that increase away over a period of 30 years, it equates to about, I'm going to say, a $300 million gap in terms of being able to throw that revenue back into an investment into our transit system. So it does impact us in terms of our ability to support and continue to grow transit over the 30 years. That's what happens when you take that piece away. And I'll just ask my colleague Renee to see if she has anything to add with respect to ridership.
Thank you, Wendy. Conseiller Kavanagh, c'est partout ce qu'on voit comme tendance.
Councillor Kavanagh, if we're looking at the trends and the fact that we want to improve ridership, increase, it's actually through service improvement. Of course, if we're able to offer a better service with a small increase, and if we're able to maintain this service through time, And this is what my colleague just explained, because every single year in which we reject an increase, it will have a long-term impact. And this will have an impact on the quality of services over the years. What we want to do is to offer clean services, clean buses with air conditioning, be able to offer you an on-time service. And like I said to Councillor King, we're thinking about an on-demand service. There will be some telework, so we're already anticipating that we might not have a peak in the morning and in the evening. So it will be more like a bell. We'll have to be ready for that change. A little bit when we were impacted by COVID. From one day to the other, we had to work from home. The next day, we had to wear masks. So we have to be able to pivot very quickly. We're still in that game. So we need you, they need us. I think this is the main message. How can we adapt to this new displacement patterns?
Merci. I think we both want the same thing. Je comprends les dépenses.
I understand the expense side. We need to have the revenues to be able to invest.
Is how we get it. We're asking for it through the ridership, but it has a negative effect in terms of encouraging it. So I think we're on the same page from the motions we've had before and the motions that we're putting forward, that we need to show the federal government that it's necessary to have funding for operations for transit systems in major cities to do all their goals of climate change and to get our city healthier. So I think that we just have to look at that, and we have to work hard to make those connections, and I hope that we do. Merci.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Commissioner Kavanaugh, sorry. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I'll be quick. I know I've already spoken once, but just this argument comes up often, and the only time it comes up is around transit, because we say we don't increase fees or fares, then look 30 years down the road and what it'll mean. But if the same thing applies to everything else we do in the city, it applies to parking rates, it applies to our tax rates in general. So, but I just find it ironic that we only hear the argument about transit fares costing us over several years when it's related to transit, when it's related to the cost for people to get around, usually people that don't have other means to get around. And so that argument, I think, if you're going to make it, it should be made in a whole world of other of other services the city offers. It shouldn't just be made for transit, because it's unfortunate. I think the operational budget for transit has grown a lot since 2018. I think by $100 million. We've got a higher operational budget now at 695 million. And I think it's important that we recognize that increasing fares will not increase ridership. It does the opposite, the elasticity of demand. And so we need to recognize that we're doing it in a pandemic when we're saying we want to get ridership back. It doesn't make much sense to have that increase occur. So I think just my main point is around that argument of the 30-year out analysis. You can say that about anything. If we were raising transit fares 5%, 10%, oh my goodness, look at what we're halting, but it doesn't work that way. Ridership is not going to come no matter how much you raise fares. And you can't just make the argument that we're not raising them by the amount we want to raise them. It's a circular argument. We're not raising fares by the amount we want to raise them. So 30 years down the road, this is how much it's going to cost us. You see declines in ridership. You see changes in ridership based on fares. So I just hope we can apply that one argument equally across the board to all city services if we're going to start making it only for our transit services. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Menard. So moving on here, that's it for questions and everything. Thank you, TRA, for being here to help with the questions. Very much appreciated. And now we're moving on to Mr. Barada. Sam, whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the Transit Commission with an overview of the RMCO Annual Compliance Report. Bonjour à tous, j'apprécie cette opportunité de passer en revue avec la Commission de Transport en commun.
It's a pleasure for me to present you the annual report of the RMCO.
Mr. Chair, I have some slides that we will review to provide a summary of the annual report and compliance results, which should take about 20 minutes. And I'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards. Donc, nous allons voir des diapositives.
I have a slide deck that will give you a general overview of our annual report. At the end, it will be a pleasure for me to answer your questions.
If there's any questions, we can turn to slide number 2. So slide number 2 shows the material that we've got in these slides that we're going to cover, starting with the RMCO monitoring scope, which will be followed by a review of the monitoring approach and process, as well as a recap of the areas monitored since revenue service. We will then review the programs monitored in 2021, as well as the findings, and we will conclude with a review of the remedial actions resolution process. We'll turn to slide number 3, which outlines the RMCO scope and mandate. As you may recall, in accordance with the delegation agreement, the RMCO position was initiated in 2018 with the mandate to perform regulatory monitoring after revenue service in the Confederation line. And the RMCO's first task, you may recall, was to prepare a work plan, which was submitted to City Council and approved in September of 2018. And monitoring started after revenue service in September 2019. It's important to point out that the RMCO scope of work provided by the city is very specific, and it's focused on monitoring compliance relative to city regulations as they relate to safety and security. It covers the Confederation line only, so does not include the Trillium line or the bus operations. And it encompasses OC Transpo as well as contractors. Another important point to make here is that the RMCO scope does not include a broad assessment of safety or risks, nor does it assess the adequacy of regulations, equipment, technology, or contractor competence. As a final point, I'll mention that the RMCO monitoring is one of several layers of oversight for the city, since OC Transpo itself performs oversight activities internally as well as on contractors. And you may know that they have a group within OC Transpo under the Chief Safety Officer that is responsible for regulatory compliance as well as quality assurance. The city also hires experts. So we've talked to TRA today. The city has hired other experts in the past. There's been experts that have been hired to perform audits, for example, on the safety management system and SEMS. And of course, the RMCO is one of those layers of defense that adds to the existing ones. So all these layers of oversight work together to provide visibility on the execution and completeness of work, on the contractor conformance relative to programs, which helps to reduce risk and support a safe operation. We'll turn to slide 4, which provides an overview of the RMCO monitoring approach, as well as the areas monitored in 2021. With respect to the monitoring approach, the first point is that the regulatory monitoring is performed relative to city LRT regulations. What we mean by that, it refers to a document called the City Manager Designation, which outlines OC Transpo's responsibilities and identifies designated programs which need to be implemented. The second point, in accordance with the work plan, the areas to be monitored are selected using a risk-based approach. And finally, the monitoring is performed in a structured and transparent manner, which includes advanced notification to enable stakeholders to provide the required documents, records, and to allocate resources required for interviews, field visits, and other monitoring activities. The monitoring process is structured in that there are procedures which are developed for each area that's monitored, which describe how monitoring will be carried out and outlines expectations for all stakeholders. This approach allows us to use a fact and evidence-based approach to the assessment of compliance. The bottom of this slide shows the two areas which were monitored in 2021. These are, as we can see, safety management system, as well as emergency management processes. You also have the timelines. We did work around the Confederation Line shutdown and continued the emergency management processes monitoring into the beginning of 2022, but we were successful in completing that with the collaboration of all stakeholders. Donc, les deux programmes qui ont été surveillés en 2021 sont le
So the two programs that were audited in 2021 were the safety and emergency procedures and the safety management systems. Since the beginning, surveillance has covered the 6 items that you see at the bottom of the page.
The monitoring has covered each of these 6 areas, and we're going to see that when we turn to slide number 5. So slide number 5. Cette diapositive montre les
Well, this slide shows the programs that were monitored by RMCO since the deployment of the Confederation Line.
In the fall of 2019, the RMCO monitored, you may recall, the training and qualification of employees involved in the movement of trains and LRVs. We then turned our attention in 2020 to the inspection and maintenance of 3 major areas, and that is track, light rail vehicles, and the catenary. And last year, you may recall, we presented the results of the 2020 monitoring activities. We can turn to slide 6, which we've talked about, but shows the areas which were monitored in 2021. So 2 very significant programs that are identified in city regulations that help to support a safe operation as well as the readiness for potential situations which can create an emergency or result in an emergency. So if we think of the 6 areas identified in the previous slide, that have been monitored, since the revenue service. What do we do next? We're going to talk about that as we turn to the next slides. But in essence, the RMCO continues to perform regulatory monitoring to provide and to select those areas to be monitored using a risk-based approach. So we're going to be remonitoring certain areas that were already monitored, in particular focus on the areas where there were gaps, as well as focus in more detail on the elements within each of those 6 areas to provide the city with a broader and more in-depth picture of regulatory compliance. Slide number 7 shows the elements which are monitored for each program. If we could turn to slide number 7, please. Thank you. So the monitoring process, we've alluded to it earlier, flows directly from the city LRT regulations, which require OC Transpo to adopt and implement programs, as well as to provide appropriate direction and oversight, and to maintain records. We can see these requirements at the top of this slide, which flow directly from the city LRT regulations and which are monitored by the RMCO. A key point to keep in mind is that the city LRT regulations stipulate these obligations which apply to OC Transpo. On the other hand, contractor obligations are related to or flow from the contractual obligations which are stipulated in the PA, which is also known in the project agreement. This is why, as we review the results over the next few slides, we're going to use the term compliant for OC Transpo to indicate that findings relate to city regulations. On the other hand, we're going to use the term conformant for contractors to indicate that findings relate to their contractual obligations in the project agreement. And that brings us to slide 8, please. So this slide provides a summary of the regulatory monitoring findings for the Safety Management System program for OC Transpo. Keep in mind that this slide shows only the results for OC Transpo because the findings for RTM will be shown later. This slide shows strong regulatory compliance results for OC Transpo, with 17 of the 18 elements monitored being fully compliant, and there is one element that is mostly compliant. But to put some perspective, we found a very substantive SMS program that was implemented, adopted, developed, implemented by OC Transpo. We reviewed over 100 documents and records that were monitored as part of this segment. And the OC Transpo SMS program compares very favorably with the SMS programs which I've seen in my 40 years of experience in the railway industry, keeping in mind that the SMS federal regulations were formalized only in the year 2000 for Canadian railways. But no doubt, a very substantive SMS program that was developed and implemented by OC Transpo. The area of opportunity relates to oversight, which was mostly compliant, because although the OC Transpo oversight plan is substantive, there were some gaps identified in the contractor SMS program, which we're going to see in more detail in the next slides. And therefore, opportunity for OC Transpo to strengthen their oversight plan to ensure that the contractor safety management system meets the requirements outlined in the project agreement. It's worth noting that this finding was reviewed with OC Transpo, and they have already updated their 2022 oversight plan to address this opportunity. Slide 9, please. So slides 9 and 10 show the tabular format of the 18 elements that were monitored in the SMS program for OC Transpo. Again, this table is consistent with the slide that we saw earlier that identifies what the city LRT regulations require, and that is they require OC Transpo to adopt, to implement programs, and to provide the appropriate direction, oversight, and to maintain records. The programs that are required are identified in the city regulations, but the manner in which the city LRT regulations require those programs to be implemented result in a substantive implementation, and I'll speak to that in a minute. Because one of the challenges in, across other companies or industries is that it's fairly straightforward to develop a program, but the bigger challenge is to implement it. And this is why the regulations speak to the importance of not only developing and adopting the program, but also to implement it, to provide the necessary direction and oversight, both internally and to the contractors, and to have the records and objective evidence to substantiate that implementation. So to exemplify this point specifically for safety management system program that was implemented by OC Transpo, the RMCO, through the monitoring process, collected objective evidence, which demonstrated that first, there is an SMS manual and program. There are associated processes and procedures through risk assessments, investigations, as an example, that the SMS program and the associated procedures were implemented through communication as well as training, that there is oversight being performed internally as well as on the contractor, and that records are maintained for all these activities. Slide 10, please, shows the remaining parts that were verified or monitored relative to oversight and the records, which are those last two elements that are stipulated in the city LRT regulations. Again, to exemplify the depth of monitoring and how that relates to a substantive implementation of a program, we reviewed records which confirmed that training was delivered, that investigations were carried out, performed, risk assessments are being done, and that oversight is being performed both internally as well as on contractors. And that takes us to slide number 11, which provides the SMS monitoring findings for contractors. As we stated earlier, the SMS program requirements for RTM are not stipulated in the LRT regulations. They actually are in the project agreement. And if you turn to that project agreement, there was a lot of time and effort that was put into developing very specific requirements. There's 5 pages of requirements that are specified in the project agreement for what project company or RTM needs to have as an SMS program. So we did monitor the 18 elements that we saw earlier. We're going to see them in tabular format. We did it for RTM as well as Alstom. And the findings showed that of those 18 elements monitored, 10 were conformant. However, there were 6 elements which were mostly conformant and 2 elements were partially conformant. And the key areas of opportunity or gaps are RTM's safety management plan was not updated since 2018. This is at the time that we did monitoring. This was in summer of 2021. It has been updated since that time. And it is a project agreement requirement to perform annual updates on the safety management plan. Second, the Alstom safety management plan needed to be expanded and aligned relative to RTM's requirements, which are stipulated in the project agreement. So when we talk about risk assessments and the circumstances or triggers when those risk assessments need to be done, that's an example of what's stipulated in the RTM safety management plan, but we did not find that in the Alstom SMS. Third, objectives and initiatives, as well as risk assessments, need to be expanded to encompass operational or rail safety. That focus up at the point when we did the monitoring was mostly on occupational health and safety issues or injury prevention. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And fourth, oversight and direction needs to be strengthened to monitor the safety management plan requirements, both internally as well as for contractors. So to further explain the point I made earlier about the importance of having a broad SMS, which encompasses both occupational safety as well as operational or rail safety, the kind of focus that we're looking for that RTM has acted upon is you need to have the focus on the issues that mitigate the hazards or risks that you would expect to encounter, as well as use the emergent information that you're getting from your operational experience to refocus your SMS on those areas. So examples could be that the movements of light rail vehicles in the maintenance facility or the MSF is an area of focus now relative to the monitoring to ensure that the rules compliance, which are associated with safe switching practices, that there is a high level of compliance for. So radio communication would be an example of that. Another example which flows directly from the return to service plan is the critical connections, which were developed as part of the RTS back in the month of November. So we should expect to see a great deal of focus on that area because those components, those critical connections, were identified because they have a significant impact on the safety and risk of operational performance, both for LRVs as well as trains on the main line. We'll turn our attention to slide 12, which shows the tabular format. So slide 12, please. right? So you can see the tabular format, which is provides further information that we've discussed that I've provided a summary of. But you can see that it's structured in the same manner that we saw earlier, where we look for that substantive implementation, including the need for the program to be adopted, implemented, for direction and oversight and records to be maintained. And you can see the area of partial compliance is around the manual that had not been updated at the time, has since been updated. And I can tell you that TRA has also been working very closely with RTM to ensure that their SMS is updated. When we look at the objectives and initiatives, relates to the points that I made earlier relative to the importance for those to be broad and to encompass both occupational health and safety as well as rail or operational safety. And we'll turn to the next slide, which shows the slide 13, please. Yes, thank you. The oversight and records piece for RTM's SMS, which we just discussed, has two conformant parts, 4 that are mostly conformant and 1 that is partially conformant. So we can move to slide 14, which will take us through the emergency management processes. This is again for OC Transpo, and we're going to look at their results, and we're going to see later RTM's results. So similarly to the safety management system program, we found a large number of emergency management documents and processes that were developed and implemented by OC Transpo. Examples include the Transit Services Emergency Management Plan, a threat and vulnerability analysis, which is specific to the Confederation line, a security management system document, which wasn't monitored in a great deal of detail because that will be something that will be monitored in the very near future more comprehensively. But we did have a look at that because it does relate to the management of emergencies. We reviewed a number of incident response protocols and processes, and a number of very specific procedures that relate to evacuations, how to safely and effectively evacuate people from stations, from trains, as an example. Fire and smoke incidents, how to deal with that effectively, involving not only the EROs and the trains, but the controllers and the management teams. How to deal with medical emergencies, bomb threats, and a number of other potential occurrences. In addition, there were a large number of records relating to emergency preparedness and activities such as drills, evacuations, incident debriefs, and evaluations of their effectiveness. So overall, OC Transpo showed strong regulatory compliance results, with 9 of 10 elements monitored being fully compliant and 1 being mostly compliant. The mostly compliant finding relates to oversight, and that can be explained with the, first of all, substantial objective evidence that we find that there is oversight taking place, such as the drills and evacuations, and there many of those are done jointly, involving not only OC Transpo but also RTM. However, when we reviewed the contractor emergency response plan, and that's RTM, we did find some gaps, and I'll talk about that in more detail. So what that means is there's an opportunity for OC Transpo to strengthen that particular area of their oversight plan, to formalize, because the oversight has always been there. I know there's been some discussion since the beginning of this meeting, how much oversight is appropriate. I can tell you everything I've seen demonstrates that OC Transpo started with a significant amount of oversight, but that oversight has been increased and stepped up as more issues were uncovered that needed to be addressed in an effective manner. And I think that is totally normal to start with, a level of oversight which is commensurate with the environment that you have, the contractors that you're using, the equipment and technologies that you're using as well. And you start with the principle of trust but monitor, which was the case. But as you monitor and uncover findings, you crank up, you raise, you increase the level of oversight that's been performing. And that's been happening with the internal OC Transpo oversight resources, as well as the hiring of external resources, such as TRA, among others. So this finding, as I pointed out for the SMS finding, was reviewed with OC Transpo, and their 2022 oversight plan has already been strengthened to address this opportunity. I will turn to slide 15, which is the tabular format of the findings for OC Transpo and the emergency response plan or emergency management processes. Again, the same structure that flows from the city regulations and those requirements of adoption, implementation, direction, oversight, and the maintenance of records. And we'll turn to slide number 16, which shows a summary of the findings for RTM's emergency management plan. So as I explained when we reviewed the safety management system results, the requirements that RTM is obligated to conform to are identified in the project agreement. And similarly to SMS, there was a great deal of care and time taken to detail 5 pages of requirements for project company's emergency management plan. So of the 10 elements that were monitored for RTM and Alstom, the findings show 4 that were conformant, 4 that were mostly conformant, and 2 elements that were partially conformant. And the key areas of opportunity relate to RTM's, the need for them to have an emergency response plan that meets the full requirements of the project agreement. What we found are processes or parts of those requirements. As an example, we found a fire safety plan for the MSF, which was very comprehensive, very well done, but that's only part of what's required in the project agreement. Because the project agreement requires specific procedures and preparation for potential occurrences that relate to hazardous materials, natural hazards, extreme weather, structural issues, and so on. When we turned our attention to the training for the emergency management plan, there was training taking place, there was some material, there were some records to substantiate that, the delivery, but the training material needed to be strengthened because it was missing key information that you'd expect to see for its effectiveness, such as the evacuation routes, where are they, the assembly points, and so on. So RTM has acknowledged that and has already taken action. With respect to direction and oversight, this was done mainly through orientation training, but this did not formally convey the requirements of the emergency response plan to subcontractors. So RTM is in the process of updating their RFP process to include these requirements. And as I mentioned before, we reviewed all these findings with RTM, and they have showed a good level of cooperation, and submitted remedial action plans are in the process of addressing those issues to confirm and validate that they will meet with the requirements of the project agreement. Turn to slide number 17. And that's the tabular format of what we just saw. So you can see the key gaps, again, conformance gaps relating to the PA, that the program development and implementation need to be expanded to cover all the parts stipulated in the project agreement, as well direction and oversight, in particular relative to subcontractors, needs to be strengthened. And that takes us to slide number 18, please, which provides us an update on remedial actions. So to provide context on how monitoring findings are handled, I'll make a few points. First, that as I talked about earlier, the RMCO monitoring process is transparent and engages all stakeholders, and we do share findings expediently with all stakeholders. And OC Transpo is engaged in every step of the way that the RMCO monitoring process as it relates to the contractors. So when that information is provided, the expectation is that remedial actions are developed expediently. OC Transpo formally requests remedial actions, and they do have a process which identifies, maps out, defines the requirements as to when a remedial action needs to be implemented and by when, submitted, and then by when it needs to be implemented, depending on the scope of development required, as well as the complexity of implementation. But there are specific timelines that are identified in that OC Transpo process map that was communicated to RTM. Finally, when we get these findings, we do have a structured approach to track them collectively between OC Transpo, the RMCO, RTM, Alstom. So we do have regular meetings, at least quarterly, and RTM has been providing updates much more frequently than that to monitor progress and to ensure that all remedial actions are provided, are implemented, and are closed off. So at this point, we can say that progress is being made on remedial actions with about a little over 70% or 18 of 25 of the RMCO findings having obtained remedial actions which have been closed. Something to keep in mind is that when those remedial actions are considered closed and that they address the finding that was uncovered through the monitoring, it doesn't stop there, because those items are still subject to ongoing monitoring, oversight by OC Transpo, and subsequent monitoring by the RMCO when that segment will be remonitored. But those two parallel activities continue to work together. And of course, there's also an intersection about what TRA is doing and what some of these remedial actions require. So the remaining remedial actions that need to address the findings, they are in progress, they've been submitted, and most of the open ones relate to the most recent monitoring that was done in 2021. And some of them do take time to resolve, as I said, because they do require some substantial development effort, such as their updates to the SMS program manuals that we just discussed earlier. So remedial actions will continue to receive a high level of attention from OC Transpo and from the RMCO to ensure that all findings are addressed effectively. And that takes us to our last slide, slide 19, please, which provides a recap of the monitoring completed as well as the next steps. So as we said, we, from a review of the annual compliance report, that the RMCO has monitored both the safety management system program as well as the emergency management processes. The annual compliance report, after this review at this Transit Commission meeting, the report will be tabled during the April 13th City Council meeting. And afterwards, we will pursue regulatory monitoring activities starting in the second quarter of this year and continuing until year end, as we have done in previous years. And in parallel, we will pursue the focus on remedial actions and their resolutions with OC Transpo, bearing in mind that the work of the RMCO, as I've outlined before, is one of those layers of oversight that works in parallel with the other layers of oversight that the city uses. Donc, suite à l'examen du rapport annuel de conformité.
So that was the annual report, the RMCO report. This report will be on the council agenda for the meeting in April, and then we will continue our monitoring activities starting at the beginning of the second quarter until the end of the year. We'll also be working with OC Transpo to monitor the resolution of the issues and the corrective measures to be taken. That ends my presentation. Thank you for listening.
And I do appreciate your
Thank you, Sam. And if you can hold on, there's some questions for you. Councillor Gower, please.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Barata, so what stands out for me is there's a number of issues noted with subcontractors, contractors, third parties. In your experience, how common a problem is that for rail and transit operators?
All right, thank you for the question. So a few comments to make. First of all, we're dealing here with an operation, and I know the question was asked earlier. It's an operation that is not fully mature, that is still going through some growing pains, so to speak, or a learning curve. And it is totally normal when you have so many technologies, components, parts, processes, that there's going to be some adjustments. There's going to be some getting used to in terms of processes by people. So part of it is that. The other part of it, which we've talked about, relates to, the workmanship issues or quality issues that we've dealt with. So short answer is you need the lines of oversight, the layers of oversight to give you the visibility. And I can tell you that from what I can see, that's there. We've talked about the fact that it's being cranked up in response to the experience, which showed, issues arising as the revenue service moved forward. The second point is that those lines of oversight are identifying issues and they are being addressed effectively. So the learning curve part is normal, I think, for any new operation. The workmanship or quality issues, those issues, they exacerbate or amplify the number of issues that we face. And, there is no evidence or facts that I've seen that can compare the Confederation line to other operations. So, all I can tell you is that the RMCO's role is really focused on regulatory compliance monitoring. It's not to compare the Confederation line to other lines, but I can tell you based on my experience, it would be normal to expect some issues. The debatable part is how many issues and in which category.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm trying to, obviously we need to be in compliance. We need to check those boxes of compliance. And when we're talking about the SMS and the ERP, the safety reasons for that are obvious. Can you help put into context a little bit, if we're not in compliance, where does that put us at risk as an organization, legally or insurance or other regulatory issues? Why should we care about these reports beyond just the fact that we must be compliant?
Thank you for the question. So good question. I talked earlier about the importance and the significance of safety management systems as well as emergency management processes. They, in essence, are the systems, the processes, the procedures that an organization uses to mitigate risk. So when your SMS is firing on all cylinders, when your emergency management processes are firing on all cylinders, you're bringing risk to the lowest reasonable level. But every gap that you have means that you are undertaking, that you're living with a risk which is not as low as it can be. And that's the best way that I can answer your question. So every gap needs to be addressed, and it is being addressed. I can tell you OC Transpo is aggressively moving forward with all the tools available to them. I've seen a good collaboration from RTM in terms of providing remedial action plans and performing the necessary developments to close those gaps. But that takes some time. And during that time, there is a level of risk which is not as low as it could be.
Yeah, that's helpful. It's drawing that link between compliance activities and the direct impact that has on reliability of the system and safety of the system. Thanks for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gower. Next up is Commissioner Wright Gilbert, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barata, both for your report and for your presentation. I want to talk a little bit about the opportunities for improvement, which I think is a nice, generous and diplomatic term. With respect to the formal emergency response plan, RTM's formal emergency response plan, or should I say lack thereof. Based on your comments in your report, it seems as though RTM at the time of your monitoring, did not have a full emergency response plan in place, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. They did have a foundation. They had the fire safety plan. They had some procedures like a YCC emergency plan that deals with certain types of issues at the MSF. But it would be fair to say that it did not encompass all those scenarios, all those requirements that are stipulated in the project agreement.
Excellent. So I don't speak rail expert, and I'm pretty sure that the folks who are watching on YouTube also don't speak rail expert. You think I would by now, but it's just not my wheelhouse. So YCC and MSF. I do know what MSF is, which is it's the storage facility for the trains, correct? But what's YCC? Could you explain that a little bit?
Yard control, basically.
Yard control.
The way the MSF is structured is that RTM has a controller that directs the movements of LRVs and trains coming into that territory, whereas the hostlers of Alstom actually make the moves.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So I'm really stuck on this, that RTM does not have an emergency response plan. I'm stuck on this because this line has been open for a couple of years now. We've had several emergencies, including 2 derailments in short order late last year. And so, I mean, as a member of the public, so aside from my position on this commission, as a member of the public, my expectation would be that RTM, who is responsible for the line and for the trains and for running it, would have an emergency response plan in place before the line was opened to the public. As a commissioner, I have the same expectations. You did mention that the emergency response plan is part of the project agreement. I haven't seen the project agreement because I'm not allowed to as a citizen transit commissioner. I'm glad you've seen it. Would your expectation be that an emergency response plan would be in place prior to the line opening to the public? I mean, logic dictates yes, but I just, in your experience?
That's what the project agreement stipulates, and I have seen evidence of development of emergency response plan as written up in the project agreement before revenue service that was prepared by OLRTC and that was reviewed and commented by the city, given back to OLRTC and RTG for implementation. But I would caution not to say there was no emergency response plan, because they did have several elements. OC Transpo has a very substantive emergency response plan. Bear in mind that many of OC Transpo's emergency response procedures also apply to RTM. So I would just caution.
That's fair. No, that's fair. Yeah, no, and that's fair. And I'm pleased to see that OC Transpo scored very well on this report card and monitoring compliance. My main concern is that we, as in the royal we of the city, accepted handover of a system from the contractor, and this isn't your issue, Mr. Broad, I'm just going to make this point. We accepted handover of a system that the public would be riding on, and one of the project agreement stipulations, that is the emergency response plan, was not complete. So we accepted a system where an emergency response plan wasn't complete. Thank goodness OC Transpo has a robust emergency response plan that also applies to, dovetails with RTM. But that's not the point. And the point is that RTM, according to the project agreement, is supposed to have an ERP. It's in the project agreement, it's written down. It looks like they worked on it. The city commented and then nothing happened. They haven't completed it and they haven't implemented it. They have been running this line for 2 years with no ERP in place. And I, as a member of the public and as a commissioner, find that very concerning. What is the timeline for the completion and implementation of the ERP? Has a timeline been given?
Yes, so the remedial actions that were provided do identify specific resources that RTM has allocated to enhance. So again, I caution, we should not say they did not start with any emergency response plan. They did have some components of that, There are parts from OC Transpo that are also applicable. I think it would be fair to say that they did not meet all the requirements of the project agreement. So short answer to your question is that the timeline that I've seen will provide us deliverables starting immediately and going right into the summer for a full completion of their emergency response plan enhancement to meet the full requirements of the project agreement.
Okay, so we should have a full and complete ERP, which should have been completed before the line was handed over to the city for the public to ride on it, but according to the project agreement, but we should have a full ERP by the summer. Okay, I'm still really disturbed by this as a transit user and as a commissioner and a member of the tax-paying public. I am concerned by this. It is disturbing to me. Yes, they had elements of an ERP. That's great. But in my world, if I have elements of the projects that I'm doing, that's not a complete project, and I don't get partial marks for that. So, as a transit rider, and this is not for you, Mr. Brada, this is just a global comment. As a transit rider and as a transit commissioner, I am appalled, to be honest with you, that this system was handed over to the city and accepted by the city without the project agreement deliverables, such as something as important as an ERP, an emergency response plan, being complete.
If I may, I just want to qualify something which is important, and that is that, you know, what the public sees is the operation of trains on the main line and in stations, and that is fully, effectively handled by OC Transpo's emergency response plans and procedures. The part that needs to be strengthened is how potential occurrences that would result in emergencies in the MSF would be handled. So just want to make that distinction because it is
a good distinction. But my point generally is that we accepted a train where the project agreement was not met. And I think that that's something that will be looked into further as we move along. But thank you very much, Mr. Brada. I appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and Mr. Barada, thank you. Look, I'll admit it, it's a dry subject matter to sit through and get through, but I think it's critical. Well, this is one of the critical functions of the commission, is to review this annual compliance audit report and understand what your findings are. I have two questions. One is, can you just confirm you do review training, operations and procedures of LRT employees, correct?
We need to make a distinction that for each program, there's an amount of training that is required. So the first segment that was monitored in the fall of 2019 was, I think we could say, the most fundamental one for train operations and LRV movements, where we looked at the training and qualification of employees involved in the movement of trains and LRVs, encompassing both the main line as well as movements in the MSF. When we turned our attention to track, we also looked at, is there training that's delivered to the track maintainers? And in this particular case, as it relates to emergency response, we looked for evidence that there was some training, some familiarization, some orientation to the concerned employees. So there is a training review for every program that is monitored.
I asked that because the derailment that occurred after the train left Tremblay Station heading westbound was not an operator issue. It was the operator didn't even know that the train had derailed. There was no warning or signal in the cab to the operator that this was going on while he or she was operating the train. Did you look at that specific instance and whether there could be any additional improvements made in this regard?
Thank you for the question. So the RMCO scope and mandate, again, is on the compliance monitoring relative to programs. The RMCO does not get into specific incidents or accidents unless required by the city, and that comes typically from the city manager. So my involvement was in the derailment relating to the burnt off bearing last August, as well as the incidents with cracked wheels. But the RMCO does not get involved into the investigation or review of training for all the incidents that the Confederation Line experiences.
Fair enough. What I want to see within our organization year after year is constant improvement, that we, at the end of the year, are a stronger, safer organization because of your efforts and the efforts of everyone involved. Can you say that at the end of 2021, we were a stronger, safer organization than we were 1 year before?
Thank you for the question. The answer is no doubt. There are a tremendous amount of efforts being deployed by everybody, OC Transpo, by the contractor. TRA that's been hired provides a very high level of expertise, and the city is benefiting from all those activities to raise the bar. So case in point, when I did the monitoring of track and LRVs in the catenary, we found some gaps in the execution of inspections of all those components, particularly in the first winter of operation. But the situation improved substantially, dramatically following that. So there are adjustments taking place. There are meetings that take place, to my best knowledge, daily between OC Transpo and RTM. I think Mrs. Amilcar talked about those to deal with issues, to deal with remedial actions. So there is a tremendous amount of will and allocation of resources to address the issues that are identified and to improve those areas that were at issue.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you for your report today at Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. So if there's no other questions, thank you, Sam, for being with us today and waiting till your turn. And we appreciate your work. For the Commission, can we recommend that Council receive the Light Rail Regulatory Monitoring Compliance Officer's Annual Report attached as document 1? Is this recommendation carried?
Received.
Carried. Okay, thank you. Moving on, so this item will be considered by Council on April 13th. So thank you, Sam. Moving on to item number 3, the Transit Services 2022 Business Plan and Reporting on 2021 Business Plan. We weren't doing a presentation on this, but since it's been held, Renee, would you like to give us like a quick summary before we go into discussion of it, please?
Sure, Chair, I will. So thank you very much. I'm very proud to present the Transit Services 2022 Business Plan. This business plan represents the hard work and dedication of staff across our department and highlights our goal to always improve service for our customers. Despite the challenges related to COVID-19 and ocean disruptions, Transit Services made lots of progress with our 2021 business plan priorities. Some highlights included, we implemented service adjustment to match capacity with ridership. We updated our infrastructure and prepared for our zero emission bus pilot project. We worked closely with the Commission's Transit Fair Working Group, improved transit use for low-income residents. We installed new customer information screens to post more real-time transit information. All buses now have permanent operator barriers to protect our staff. And we also celebrated significant milestones on stage 2 LRT construction, including the arrival of the first saddler flirt vehicle. For this year, Transit Services has identified 7 key priorities that align with the budget, customer feedback, and as directed by the Transit Commission. I will briefly summarize them for you now. OC Transpo is ready to provide transit services for all residents while maintaining the safety of customers and employees. As COVID mandates continue to lift and people return to work, we expect transit ridership will increase. OC Transpo will continue to follow provincial and Ottawa public health guidelines and manage the changing guidelines to keep our staff and customers safe in their travels. As you're aware, the province of Ontario mask mandates are scheduled to be removed from public transit on April 27. We are reviewing our safety and cleaning protocols to ensure our system is prepared for these changes. For the Line 1 service, we have made important progress to stabilize rail service and improve the reliability of the LRT. And we continue to work with RTG and RTM to improve their service and maintenance standards. Last year, we hired Transportation Resource Associates, or TRA, to provide independent oversight and expertise on our rail system. This is on top of the oversight embedded in our current safety management systems. And as I announced earlier, the transit services structure will enhance to increase how we oversee rail maintenance service delivery, both technical and safety. On the stage 2, preparation is also well underway for the expansion of our light rail system. In 2022, construction of stage 2 light rail will achieve some significant milestones. Both the east and west transitways will close for rail installation. In the south, all 13 stations will be completed. The Walker Yard maintenance and storage facility will also be complete. And we will receive all state-of-the-art transit. While construction continues, staff are preparing for the system. They are doing training, tabletop exercises, safety drills, and operational tests so that we are ready to launch and operate when time comes. Para-Transpo improvements. Another key priority for us this year is to improve service to our Para-Transpo customers. My Para-Transpo will soon offer new online services that will enhance online booking, trip cancellation, account administration, and vehicle tracking. In the near future, Para-Transpo customers will be able to pay their fares using Presto cards for both monthly passes and pay per ride travel on both city-owned minibuses and contracted taxis. For the zero-emission buses, as I mentioned earlier today, 4 zero-emission buses are now in service. I encourage you to ride on. What we learned from this pilot will help us procure more electric buses. This will begin this year, with delivery expected in late 2023. First, system improvements. Staff are also working closely with the fare working group to study how we can improve our fare systems and structures. This January, we started a 1-year pilot to raise the age for no-charge transit to 7-year-olds. This year, new smart card readers will be installed in the stations and on transit vehicles. This will offer customers flexible payment options. These new smart card readers will accept credit cards and later debit cards. To rebuild our ridership, as COVID measures continue to lift and workplaces continue to welcome employees back to the workplace, we are preparing for a return of consistent ridership. We are ready to welcome our customers back to OC Transpo. OC Transpo system is safe and comfortable. Our facilities are clean and regularly sanitized, and we have many new options to give customers more payment flexibility. We will also launch a marketing campaign to promote OC Transpo, encourage customers returning to the system, and welcome new riders. To conclude, our business plan charts a course that supports Ottawa where it's today while laying the groundwork for the future. For these priorities, we are fulfilling the strategic priorities set by Council and ensuring that the needs of our customers remain front and center. Chair, my team and I are now happy to have questions.
Thank you very much, Renee. Appreciate that very much. Commissioner Wright Gilbert, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just actually have a few questions. So I read the business plan cover to cover. First on station improvements, it's mentioned in the business plan that there's a goal of achieving more space on the south side of Blair Station bus platform. Can you provide some more details on how that will be achieved? As we all know that I know personally, that was my bus station. That bus platform is like the Hunger Games trying to get to your bus. So I'm just wondering, what are some more details and when will this project be completed?
Thank you, Commissioner. Is Michael, are you here? Is it you the best to answer or Colin?
It might be me.
It's you, okay. Go ahead, Colin.
Thank you, and thank you through the chair. Yes, we are undertaking station improvements at Blair Station on the south side of the platform. Essentially, what we are looking at is replacing the shelters that are in the middle of the not quite in the middle, but you know, on the platform that take up space that people have to maneuver around in order to get to their bus stop. And we are looking at a canopy system that will extend from the rear of the platform and over. So to provide the weather protection for the customers, but provide a more free flow of customers along the platform. We are now in the design stage of that. And as the designs advance, we'll be, consulting with the area councillor as to how we will move forward with that.
Do you expect that the project would be completed in 2022, or are we looking more like 2023, 2024?
Given the current construction timeline, I believe we are looking at early 2023.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm glad to see that change is being made, to be honest with someone who experienced that daily. I can tell you that was not fun. And moving on to Paratranspo, there's mention of the project to bring Presto to Paratranspo so that Paratranspo customers can pay for their ride through tapping their their Presto card. I apologize. What's the expected completion date of this project?
Let's be verified on my chart. I don't have the part. The launch my Paratranspo should be on Q2 this year, phase 1. The phase 2 should be on Q4, something like that. Okay, so cool. I will continue to give you update on that.
For sure. Just to translate that for everyone who doesn't speak municipal or government speak, Q1 would be January through March, correct? Q2 is April through June, if I can count months correctly. Okay, and what does phase 1 entail of this Presto project on Paratranspo?
And Colin, feel free to complete, please. Phase 1, it's online booking, trip cancellation, account management, vehicle tracking.
Okay, that's not Presto card use though, correct? I'm specifically asking about Presto card use on Paratranspo buses.
Let me verify. The Presto on Paratranspo should be able to be delivered on Q3. Should be. I will let you know for sure because this is my plan for the year, and this has been done in December. It's my plan, and each quarter it will be. I will update it to make sure that I will give you the right answer.
Sure, for sure, and I appreciate that. It's just the point I think I'm trying to make is that Paratranspo users, and quite rightfully so, want to have parity between traditional OC Transpo bus service and Paratranspo bus service. And while the global parity between the two services is a much larger conversation, something like being able to tap a Presto card to pay for their Paratranspo ride does not seem like a huge ask, especially when we're super proud that now customers can use credit cards to tap to get on the buses, and soon it'll be debit. I don't want to speak on behalf of all Paratranspo users. I'm speaking with respect to comments I've received from various Paratranspo users. When you look at it from their lens, right? All these amazing improvements to accessibility and payment accessibility on traditional buses, and they're still having to wait for online booking to be fully implemented and Presto usage. And so if there is any way to prioritize these things in the project plans and the business plan, I would encourage you to do so, because in my view, Paratranspo customers have waited far too long for even this little bit of parity. And so you were saying that online booking is expected in Q2, so April to June? Full implementation of online booking, not just partial?
Yeah, very soon. And Colin, we can see that. We continue to do our due diligence on that because, you know, the last thing that we want to do is launch something and we have to go back again to, so that's why it's a little bit longer, but to make sure that everything will be perfect.
Okay. What are there some significant barriers to implementing online booking across the board? You know, are you able to talk about any of the significant barriers to that? Colleen or Renee?
Yeah. As we were working through the MyPara process, we've been working with the vendor to ensure that we've got the newer version of the core software to manage Paratranspo, and that we're current with the version that included the online services. We also needed to work with the vendor to bring the skeleton of the online service provisions to an actual polished web app that customers could use confidently and easily. Mm-hmm. We needed to work as well with the vendor to add the French translation, French language capability, and to make sure the web app was compatible with the latest accessibility standards. And we also needed to refine our database of pickup locations to not only include all the major destinations in Ottawa, but also all the entrance doors to those destinations to ensure that we captured all of the information. So, you know, for example, you know, which store at Saint Laurent Mall would we be working with? So all this required us to test, refine, retest, and we've been working with an early adopter group with this, and we needed to expand that test group of customers to ensure that we were exercising the whole system well before, to make sure we were confident before this gets released to all customers.
I appreciate that. I am actually married to a software designer and developer, so I understand everything you just said because I listen when my husband talks. But I wanted to make sure that the public at large who's viewing this meeting or who will go and view this meeting later on the YouTube channel, if they have nothing better to do, you know, understands that it's not just a very simple off-the-shelf
1 minute left.
program. Thank you, Eric. Off-the-shelf program. It's actually it's somewhat off the shelf as most software is, but then it needs to be customized for our needs in the city and also for language and accessibility needs. So I'm really glad to see that you're not only testing, but then you're going back to the development environment, testing it again, and making sure and enlarging the test group. I think that's fantastic. I think that is absolutely understandable. So thank you for that, and thanks for providing that detail. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you both.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Councillor Brockington, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Madame Emika, for your summary of last year and your vision for your objectives for this year and an opportunity to discuss the Section 7 increasing transit ridership. We can't put all of our eggs into one basket thinking a marketing plan is going to somehow bring people back to OC Transpo. I know you don't think that. I think you think this is an ingredient to a successful recipe, but as I see Councillor or Commissioner Caracato agreeing that reliability of our bus, para, and LRT service and frequency of that service, that reliable service, will bring people back to OC Transpo in numbers we have not seen in a long time. And I remain very worried. I lived through hell before LRT opened. And we had a bus service stretched to the max with no flexibility or surplus capacity at all across the city. And I have files that remain on every bus route in my ward with dozens of issues that came up. And I'm not convinced that when we get to a point where our numbers, our ridership levels are back to pre-COVID levels, that we have addressed the bus network issues that existed before LRT opened. In fact, we changed a number of routes when LRT opened. And I've raised this before with Mr. Scrimger, Mr. Manconi before you arrived. And it's like, well, LRT has solved all of these issues. And I'm not convinced at all, because we still see, even with 40% capacity, there are reliability issues, not only in my ward, but in wards across the city. So we really have to focus on reliability. What makes bus service, LRT service, paratranspo service reliable, and fix those issues that contribute, whether it's not realistic scheduling, not enough time embedded in that schedule, staffing. I don't know what all the challenges are, but for me, I'm very worried, because we're going to come back to a point where post-secondary is in person and our employment is back, and just with population growth. And I'm very concerned, particularly our bus capacity network is not where it needs to be. My final comment, Chair, is this, and I would like a comment, because I really think this should be a priority, an added priority. And Madame, you mentioned this, now that you've had a busy 6 months, you want to take 2022 and meet with people. And I absolutely agree that listening to customers should be one of your top priorities. And I think you should identify customer outreach as a priority, where you're going to meet with seniors, with students, with women, with visible minority groups, with para riders, with shift workers, with commuters, and you have in-person and virtual sessions with them. Say, hi, I'm your general manager, talk. You've been a 20-year user, you've been a 2-month user. What's working well, what's not working well? How can we give you a better public transit service? I really think you should identify this as one of your priorities to accomplish in 2022, is speak with the users, one-on-one, small groups, those cohorts, demographic cohorts I've mentioned, and try and get a true sense and flavor of how things are going, because I think that will help you and your team. So I'll leave that with you. But bus reliability in particular, yes, we've had LRT issues, and that seems to be back on track, but people need to get to the spine of our network, and they use their local neighborhood buses to get there. And for me, that is a critical piece that I'm not convinced we've solved. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. If I may, Chair, I would like to jump on those two comments. First, Councillor Brockington, thank you so much. I agree with all of you have said, because it's true. The reliability, and I said it for the train, it's the same for the buses. And I addressed it just a little bit with the double-decker when I discussed, and Jim is here, he knows that how we work together with the vendors, with everyone, with our staff, with our employees too, to be able to do that, to increase this reliability, definitively. And the other thing is, I don't need, I don't know the word in English, so I will switch in French. Avec humilité.
With all humility. I don't need to have a goal of reaching out to people. That's part of my DNA. It's part of who I am. I consult people. I go to the shop. I speak to the guys and the girls who work there. Yesterday, it wasn't something that had been organized. Donna Gray and myself had decided we want to take a weekend because during the week we're very, very busy, and I want to go out into the communities. I want to go and talk to people, and many people know who I am. I'm very proud of this. Yesterday we met a woman. I speak Creole. I said, if you want to talk to me in Creole, you can. Tell me how important public transit is to you. I remember when I was young in Montreal, I used the bus to go to school. I had my bus pass in my back pocket all the time. I want to speak to people like that. So you can rest assured that's who I am. That's something that I've always done. I always want to reach out to people. I've reached out to most of you, and I want to meet you again. When I met you the first time, I hadn't been in the job for very long. Now I have an opinion also on things. We can challenge each other. We can talk to each other, discuss. That's what I want to do. The last thing, and this is important too, in terms of capacity, what we want is to provide excellence of service. And by providing excellent services, passengers will come. At the same time, if we don't have passengers, we won't be able to actually meet our costs. So that's the issue. How can we provide good service and maintain that good service? And how can we make the system reliable? It was a bit like what I was saying earlier. 11 trains, 15 trains. And we can have lots of trains running, but if there's no one in them, what's the point? We can have lots of buses running as well, but if no one's using them, what's the point? I won't have the mechanics to repair them. And buses and trains that are not running break down. It's as easy as that. That means if we don't use the rolling stock, it'll break. So that'll bring costs with it. There'll be maintenance costs for things we're not using. Why do we have jobs? Because of that. We have to continue to innovate. We have to try and find the right balance. We have to constantly strive for that, the right number of buses, the right number of trains, the right number of drivers to provide the right level of service at the least or lowest possible cost.
I just want to say I love your passion. You can speak to me in Creole too. I won't understand what you're saying, but that's okay. Informal chats with our users are great. More formal or structured chats have an advantage as well, because you can document and itemize what the issues are. You can share that with us. But I appreciate your comments and certainly look forward to working with you this year to achieve these objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Commissioner Caracal.
Thank you, Chair. On number 4, on-demand transit, I'm wondering if that includes para-transpo as well, or is that just for regular bus service?
Thank you, Commissioner. On-demand service, para, it's a kind of on-demand service because it's a door-to-door, and you can call and have a reservation and call in. Can you add something?
Well, currently, right now, we are focusing on the more conventional bus areas, not so much with the paratransport, but as Renee says, there's some lessons that can be learned that can shift, to that. Paratransport right now is much more responsive than some of the on-demand, but we are looking at that to see how the systems could be applied in different areas of the city, and to make sure that we're providing a better service than we could with our conventional service, or at a lower cost, or to provide an equivalent service. So we're still looking at that, looking at other agencies. It's all unique to different cities, so there's a lot to learn and adapt.
Yeah, I was thinking, I guess, more along the lines of the public delegation that we heard earlier in the meeting, where she, discussed us potentially exploring the idea of on-demand transit for para users. So it's that day and not the next day. But if that's not part of this year's plan, maybe we can work it into a future plan or next year. I wanted to put out the suggestion that we add advertising to the business plan. Considering this was a motion we passed as a commission in June of 2020. I know we've gone through a lot since then, but I really don't want to see this fall off the agenda completely. And yeah, like your predecessor, Renee, was on this and he would give me regular updates as to what staff were working on. And I haven't heard anything since you've been on board. Granted, you've had a busy 6 months, but I really feel like this needs to be added to the plan or else it won't be realized.
Will do.
Okay, and then the last one is on the improvements to O-Train stations. Something else, and now I'm sounding like a broken record, I've talked about at numerous meetings in the past, is electronic signage outside of the stations so that riders can see before they go down in the station how long it is until the next train arrives. Mr. Scrimgeour has reassured me time and time again that this is something that OC Transpo is working on. But I would love to see that in the section on O-Train Line 1 station improvements, again, so that it is a priority and we're working towards installing those signs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You unmute, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caricato. Next up is Councillor Kavanaugh, and Vice Chair Kluche, can I get you to take over for a moment, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the other questions. I just want to point out, in fairness to Gérante Amical, we've talked, and as the liaison on women and gender equity, I reached out to her to talk to her about meeting with specific groups, intersectional groups, as well as groups that represent majority women, and she's agreed to that. Obviously, it's been a little bumpy right the last few months, but I'm sure we're going to do that. So I want to make sure people knew that. So in fairness, I think I really appreciated her meeting with me, and that's something that we're looking at for the future to, in response to some of the questions. In terms of the on-demand transit, can that be used for routes that were cut, we have one or two people that really needed those routes, but obviously the ridership was really, really low, but they're people very much in need. Sometimes they were for things like hospital visits and people that are almost borderline paratranspo people, but is that something that can be looked at for the on-demand transit?
Thank you, Councillor. What I will propose you, because I have a few questions on demand. I can propose, with your permission, Chair or Vice Chair, not for the next Transit Commission, but in we will do a special on-demand service. What is that? What it means? What do we need? Where we can provide that? What do we need to do so? How much it costs? We can maybe do the BABA of this folder if you would like to, and I think I will be able to address everything. And if I can add some benchmarking too, to compare what kind of city can have that and why they did that and where, I think it could be helpful. If you would like to, I would like to propose you that.
So Councillor Kavanaugh, I think the general manager has said maybe the May or meeting, there might be, they might focus on that in.
Yes, on the on-demand transit, I know a lot of interest by many councillors beyond our commission. So I think that's great if we know ahead of time that that's a subject. So thank you for that. I just want to reflect that in terms of other statements that have been made, that reliability remains an issue. It surprises me that when we have low ridership, how buses are not on time, but the ones that really need it are the ones using it right now. They're usually frontline workers or people who absolutely must go to a location. And we still have the same people who've been over and over again telling us issues, and it's the same routes. And we keep sending them in, and it doesn't change. And they're not downtown routes. They're usually routes to places that are in a different direction. So again, that's my plea of watching those routes that are not just downtown. So don't involve the LRT, but obviously the LRT, when it's, taking buses away, affects these routes. Anyway, that's all. Thank you so much. Merci.
Merci.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Commissioner Olson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I listened to Councillor Brockington's comments, and I agree. And I think one thing that also has to be remembered is that we do need some kind of, I guess, regional, maybe not parity, but we need to take regional considerations into place and into account. And the reason I say that is if you look at, for example, frequent service or the frequent routes that OC Transpo has, every part of the city has a frequent route that connects directly with the LRT, including the West End, Canada, Stittsville. The interesting thing, though, is that the frequent route that serves Stittsville and Canada connects with the LRT, not at Tunney's Pasture, not at Bayview, not at Pinnissy, connects with the LRT at Herdman Station, because it winds through Canada, Bell's Corners, and much of Nepean. It goes past Algonquin College, which is quite reasonable. But then instead of running down and hooking up with the LRT close to there, it actually continues east throughout much of the suburbs. And that is not something that you'll see in any other part of the city. And it's very difficult to catch a bus during the day from Canada downtown or downtown to Canada. That's one great thing about having these transit commission meetings in a virtual format, because leaving downtown before rush hour, trying to get to Canada can take hours. And this is not, as I say, it's not something that exists anywhere else in the city. And I raised this with OC Transpo staff before the pandemic hit. Since the pandemic, of course, the ridership has been way off. Nobody's been interested in looking at this issue. But I urged that this issue be looked at. The 88 or some such route should actually connect with the LRT at the closest place that it can, rather than 6 or 7 stops down the line and after going through much of the city. It's more a comment than a question, but my question is, please, I hope you can look at something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Definitely we'll analyze that and we'll come back to you for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's it. So the recommendation is that the Transit Commission receive the Transit Services 2022 Business Plan and reporting on 2021 Business Plan for information. Is this report received?
Received.
Received. Okay, now we're going to go to number 5, which is the motion to request federal funding to offset the operating deficit of OC Transpo resulting from the work from home model. There's no presentation, no delegations. However, well, this motion was referred to commission by council at the December 8th, 2021 meeting. This councillor's item, as I mentioned, so no staff presentation. I understand Councillor Brockington would like to propose some amendments to the original motion. Would you like to introduce your motion, Councillor Brockington, and please highlight the amendments for us?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I think staff have circulated the motion and they've underlined what's changed. Would staff just scroll down a bit, please? So colleagues, I'll just give you some context. So this was before council at the budget meetings that we had at the end of December. So some of the data may be dated. However, as you know, we have a significant challenge with our operating budget over the last couple of years, compounded by the COVID pandemic and loss of ridership. And various associations in Canada and Ontario are advocating for public transit agencies and municipalities. Councillor or Commissioner Tierney can talk about FCM, but at AMO has been very active in advocating for cost offsets by provincial and federal governments, particularly, but not limited to, public transit agencies. And a number of municipalities have engaged their local MPs and had letter writing campaigns as well, highlighting financial challenges that they're facing in their municipality, which includes the challenges on the operating lines of their public transit. So this is not unique or out of the box. This shadows or parallels what a number of municipalities and our own associations are already doing. Why am I concerned? I think Ottawa is going to be hurt long-term greater than other municipalities, because when you look at the large cohort of federal public servants who work in Ottawa and the decision of the federal government to adopt a hybrid model, and this motion is not speaking to which model is best, that's a federal government decision. The fact is our public transit system will be impacted. The same amount of workers who were using our transit system before COVID hit will not be the same. It will be fewer, has been fewer, and will be fewer once folks start to go back in a hybrid model. So what the objective of this motion is to ensure that City of Ottawa communicates with our local MPs to make them aware of that impact, that even as other municipalities get back to pre-COVID levels, as we continue to move out of COVID, Ottawa will be at a greater proportion impacted by that decision. And that's why I want to flag that for them. I appreciate that there have been investments in 2020, 2021. We've heard from our treasurer that there are monies announced. We don't know the details. That's great. But what happens after 2022? We need to flag this. And again, this parallels what other municipalities are doing. And finally, Chair, on the advice of the treasurer, I've added that final clause there, which is new. There's been talk that the federal government would like to provide assistance as of 2026 for operating. They've been generous on the capital side for a number of projects. Capital helps build infrastructure, which we very much appreciate, but we need the staff in place and we need the operating dollars to be sustained. And that would be appreciated sooner rather than later. So that final clause has been added to request that operating dollars, a sustained investment in public transit systems operating side, be expedited from 2026 to an earlier date. So Chair, those are the highlights. That's the rationale. It parallels what many are doing as well. And again, I'm very concerned about how Ottawa will be disproportionately impacted. And that's why I think this is a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brockington. I just want to ask you a couple of questions on this. That last paragraph that's just been added in about 2026, would that be an amendment to Councillor McKenney's motion that carried at council to ask the federal government to look at taking the operating and capital costs of running public transit on? Just, maybe the clerk's office can respond to that. Is there someone going to answer that? Councillor McKenney, do you see it as if it has to be considered an amendment, would that last piece be a friendly amendment to your motion?
It could be a friendly amendment. I just don't want to. I just want to ensure that whatever path is chosen, that it's the most expedited. Like I just don't want anything to be held up because of the wording of one motion over another. So yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we can get clarification on that from the clerk's office before it goes to council, if that's agreeable to everybody.
That would be helpful. Sure, we can make any amendment before council.
Yeah, because I don't want to speak for Councillor Brockington, but I'm sure he doesn't want to mess up the good work you're doing with your motion. So we'll follow that one up. The other question I have, Councillor Brockington, on yours is the current process is, as you mentioned, the treasurer, the mayor's office have been working very actively in securing funds from the other levels of government to make OC Transpo whole at the end of the year. And it's been covered under the pandemic response funding at the federal level. If I read your motion correctly, you just want the feds now to make us whole for the missing public servants on the system. What happens to the rest of the money? Like there's students, there's employees from other companies and that are missing from the system that currently the federal government is picking up under the process we have today. So your motion changes that, and I'm just wondering who would pick up that balance.
Yeah, I'm not splicing it out, Chair. I don't get into those specifics. What I focused on is one of our major cohort riders, and that are federal government employees. We also have post-secondary students. We have shift workers. We have a whole bunch of other folks, retail workers. And I am going after one of our financial assisters, and that is the federal government, who also happens to be a major employer in this city. So I recognize there are other groups of riders who have not come back to pre-COVID levels that impact our ridership. But I do believe we need to make them aware that their decision, whether it's a hybrid model or some other model, will impact public transit use and our revenues for a number of years in this city. And I want them to acknowledge that. And like I said, this method is something that's been adopted by other municipalities for their own local needs. And again, it's something I think that Ottawa should endorse as well.
So then you're not looking to amend the current process. You just want to go on the record as saying that you want like if we approve this motion, you're not trying to change the whole calculation and financial supports that we're getting from the other levels of government. You just want to go on the record as saying that a big chunk of that has to come to us because of the public service.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I like how we've progressed to date. What I'm worried about, Chair, is that once we have come out of COVID and other municipalities are more or less at 100% pre-COVID levels, we may not be. And we may not be because of the model that the feds have selected. And I want them to be aware of that. And so we go through this letter writing campaign. We contact our local MPPs. I think we've done our due diligence, but no, to your question, I'm not asking us to deviate our current practice. It's here's our problem. We want you, our local MPs, to be aware of this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So last question from me to the treasurer. Hearing all that, are you okay if we vote yes for this motion? Are you confident that that will not change your current arrangements in getting funding to make OC Transpo whole?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I think this is complementary, it's my opinion, to the other motions and requests that we have made. And I say that because of what we're seeing in terms of the assistance that is coming. When we look back retrospectively, We were made whole for 2021 with respect to the funds that flow through the SRA, through the province and the federal government. And I think this is just that recognition in terms of what it's going to look like sort of post-COVID in Ottawa.
Thank you very much. Okay, hearing all that, then I know I'm comfortable with supporting your motion now, Councillor Brockington. So is this amendment carried?
Carried.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to item number 6, which is the motion to determine the scope, approximate cost, and timeline for a study to examine the effects of various fare structures on transit ridership. There's no presentation. There are some delegations, so we will go to delegations. And the other thing I'm going to advise is my apologies to the commission. I'm in and out of this meeting all day. There is some other things happening behind the scenes here that are taking me away from this. I'm going to leave the meeting now, and Vice Chair Cloutier will take it over, and Councillor Tierney has graciously agreed to assist by being the Vice Chair. So thank you all. I'll leave now, Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair Hubley. So this motion by Councillor Menard was presented at Transportation Committee and was referred to the Transit Commission by Transportation Committee in December. This is a councillor's item and not a staff report. So there's no staff presentation, but we do have speakers, and staff from Transit Services and Finance are available to answer questions. There is a direction to staff that was crafted by the chair, but in his absence, the acting vice chair will propose a direction to staff. And so if Eric or someone, if you could put that direction on the screen to ask staff to address this matter through the upcoming Transit Service Long-Range Financial Plan report. Mr. Acting Vice Chair, could you
Thanks, Jean. That staff be directed to review the impacts of various funding strategies on affordability and financial sustainability, including fare increases, the ratio between fare and transit tax as part of the Transit Service Long Range Financial Plan, and come to FEDCO in Q2 2022.
Thank you so much. So that is a direction that might be adopted with the will of the commission. So we will have delegations, and I sure do appreciate the time they have the waiting today. So, but following directions, delegations, and discussion, if direction is accepted by staff with the will of the commission, we'll refer this motion, and it can simply be received by the Transit Commission. And anything else. And so those are all my notes for it. And so Commissioner Olsen on process or...
Yeah, just a point of clarification.
Yes.
In the direction, what is actually meant by transit tax? Is it actually the ratio between fare and property tax?
Did the treasurer want to? Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's exactly it, Commissioner. So that's the piece that we would take away to look at the ratio that we set in terms of what the fare piece of that is and the property tax piece.
So perhaps the wording should be changed to reflect that. Since we don't have a transit.
I think there is the fare box, and there is the portion that is on property tax, and I think that is what is being referred to.
If I may, Chair, we're fine with the wording and the direction. There's no clarification required from our perspective. We're clear in terms of what it is that we would do.
Thank you, Commissioner Olsen. Commissioner Wright Gilbert, just on process, because we
process,
do want to hear
totally
from
process.
delegations. Yes,
I
thank
promise.
you.
I promise. Because I suck at process. So I'm trying to understand this direction to staff. Is this instead of Councillor Menard's motion? Is this on top of? I see Riley's nodding his head. Thanks, Riley.
It means that we would not vote on the motion by Councillor Menard today. It means that it would be dealt with in the context of the long-range financial plan as per the direction by FEDCO, where again, there can be delegations, of course. And I think if I can, and Wendy or others stop me, because there are a lot of implications with respect to capital expenditures, if it's cost-free transit, capital expenditures to purchase more buses if the ridership goes up as a result of that, and so that should be dealt with in the broader context of the long-range financial.
Sure. I'm noting that, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I'm noting that the direction to staff that you've now confirmed is instead of Councillor Menard's motion that he worked on. It excludes any mention of studying or examining the effects of free transit, specifically in the month of December, and looking at that. Was that on purpose? Is that supposed to be rolled up into the fare structure sort of overall umbrella? I'm trying to understand what I'm voting on.
I don't want to get too far into the weeds. What it says is to review the impact of various funding strategies. And so that means, is the funding strategy all fare box? I think not. All property tax? I think that is part of the objective by the mover in terms of affordability and sustainability of the transit system. I believe that is. It would be a comprehensive review, and certainly further to that review, the motion that is on the record at transportation and now at transit, it's part of the record, would certainly be part of that. Would certainly be taken into consideration by staff, I presume.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that we don't want to go too far into the weeds, but just as a point of sort of clarification, if you're asking me to vote on something, I need to understand what I'm voting on. I'm not as experienced at all these procedures as councillors are. I don't go to all the regular council, I don't go to any of the council meetings. And so procedure seems to elude me even after several long years as a transit commissioner. So thank you for that. I'll cede my time. Thank you.
Councillor McKenney on just process, because, okay.
It is. I just wonder if Councillor Tierney can respond to, like, so this is a direction that you've put forward. It's a direction to staff, not a motion. So Councillor Menard's motion then would still stand, right? Like, it's not being replaced by a motion. Is that, was that your intent?
Yes, my understanding is the chair and maybe Wendy's on here, Isabel, they've worked on this, and I believe what you're saying is correct. And maybe I'll get a confirmation from staff.
So your direction would have to be a motion to be able to replace a motion.
If the direction is not accepted with the will of the committee, then it would become a motion, Councillor McKenney, and it would be voted on. And if clerk staff could correct me if I'm wrong, if it is accepted, I believe it does supersede the motion that is currently drafted, that is currently on the agenda. I see that Ms. Salter McDonald has turned on her camera, which I appreciate. Is that?
Yes, that is my understanding, Mr. Chair, is that with the will of the commission, I believe your intention is still to hear from the delegations on this matter.
Absolutely.
Would be that the commission could determine to give that direction to staff. Staff could take that as direction and merely receive the referred motion. Alternatively, if that was not the will of the commission, that direction could be moved as a replacement and voted on accordingly.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to ensure that we had the right process.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. Is that okay? Thank you. Councillor Menard on process or?
Yeah, it's on process. Thanks, Chair. Obviously, this motion has been kicking around for several months now and was crafted with the best of intent. In terms of process, we, the motion should stand on its own. And if there's going to be a motion to refer it, I believe that normally has to be a motion. You didn't have direction to just refer it. That's something that is, contentious, and the direction doesn't refer the motion itself, doesn't even refer to the motion itself. So I don't, I don't understand process wise how it could replace the motion that's in front of us when it doesn't even refer to it. So it would have to be, I think, voted on in that way to be a direction. And I think, just if I could ask the city clerk a question, normally this would be a replacement motion, right? I mean, you can talk about will of committee, but normally under normal practices, this is a replacement voted on motion, not just a direction.
Mr. Vice Chair, so appreciating there are multiple ways that the Commission could determine to deal with these two matters. The referred motion, as you know, Councillor, is worded in such a way that it was originally before the Transportation Committee. So the Commission could always determine, should it so choose, via agreement or via motion, to merely receive that. And the direction that has been proposed is of the scope that it could be given as a direction. But you're correct, Councillor, and the Chair is as well, that if it were to truly replace what is on the agenda, it should be moved by a member of the Commission, and therefore it would be voted on first as a replacement.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington, I'd like to get to delegations.
Me too. I'm just going to ask if we can have a e-copy of this so I can look at it while people are talking. That would be great.
Thank you, Eric, if or other clerk colleague, if you could circulate that, I would appreciate it. All right. Thank you. And again, thank you to the delegations. We have 5 on my list, and Eric can update me if I'm incorrect. The first 2, Harry Glynis Elliott of the Ottawa Transit Riders, and second, apologies for pronunciation, Roisin West is second. So, Ms. Glynis Elliott. There. Nice to see you again.
Hello. I know this has been a very long meeting, so thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak. I believe that there is, I sent the presentation. I can't actually see it myself. Is the first slide up?
One moment, please, Chair.
Sure. I can give a little explanation while you're taking care of the technology. When OC Transpo decided to offer a month of free transit in December, we thought this was quite an interesting experiment. There's been a lot of talk about what might happen if free transit is offered. And after the fact, we asked around a little bit to see if anybody was doing a follow-up study, any kind of a survey, any kind of question about how well the free transit experiment worked. And nobody seemed to be doing anything. So the Ottawa Transit Riders conducted a little survey.
So you're beginning your presentation now?
I am. I can see the slides up now.
All right.
I can see the slide up. So I am explaining why we're doing this. So this presentation is just a little sampler. We wrote a report on the results of our survey. That report is available on our website. And this little presentation is a little sampler of some of the things that we learned, because I think these are important things for the Transit Commission to have a look at. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So we conducted the survey in both English and French. We didn't have a lot of French responses, but we had a lot of responses in general for such a minor survey. We had almost 700 responses. Some of our questions were very specific to para transpo because people who ride para have very different experiences. We also asked a few questions of OC Transpo drivers because they have a very different experience with what it's like, with what free transit is like. Can you go to the next slide, please? So one of the questions that we asked was, how often did you take transit? Did free transit affect how you rode? I would like to point out that December is not a very typical month. Even without COVID, December tends to be a little bit different than the other 11 months. But the most obvious answer is that people took it more often. Take note of this particular slide though, because I have a slide later in the presentation that sort of contradicts this. Next slide, please. One of the questions that we asked respondents is, did the availability change how you rode transit? Did you do anything different? You can see that one of the most common answers is that people chose transit over other means, driving, riding their bicycle, walking, that sort of thing. That's to be expected. December is a pretty bad month for weather. The other thing that you need to notice is that a lot of people worried less about transfers. And this is important for transit commissioners to remember, because the people who worry about transfers are not people with bus passes. These are people who ride transit infrequently, or they're low enough income that a bus pass is kind of difficult for them to afford. And so what a lot of people who ride transit infrequently do and who are worried about transfers is they do a lot of trip chaining where they do daycare and shopping and another task, and they have to try and squish it into 90 minutes. We have long called for longer transfer windows. So free transit really helped those people. Next slide, please. We asked people for comments. So we got a lot of positive comments, lots and lots of them. People saying this was really quite exciting. I didn't need to worry about it. Wearing winter coats, I didn't need to pull up my Presto card. I liked not being restricted to just Wednesdays and Sundays. I liked being able to ride free transit all week long. So we got some positive comments. Next slide, please. We also got some negative comments, which I think is not surprising. Quite often people said that the buses still weren't reliable, and free or not, you still have to get to where you want to go. We had a lot of comments about COVID, a lot of comments about people saying that because the free month coincided with a spike in Omicron, that they actually worried a great deal that free transit would encourage people to ride buses, and therefore the buses would be crowded, and they were very worried about COVID. So even though I've only got one comment here, that was a pretty frequent comment by people. Next slide, please. Right, so here were some questions that we asked very, very specifically of para transpo. Did the availability of free transit change how you took para transpo? And although the numbers aren't here, you'll notice that the biggest comment here is no charge, no change. This was 54% of our respondents said that free transit didn't change how they took para transpo. We'd like to point out that that's probably because the people who are taking para transpo are using it as an essential service, and they didn't have the flexibility necessarily to ride it more often, and they certainly couldn't have canceled any of their essential travel. So I think that's worth considering. It's quite different from the previous slide that I showed where it said that people riding non-para did in fact ride it more often. So that's important to realize that para transpo is important. Next slide, please. The comments were about COVID. Really a lot of people were very worried that free transit would encourage people to ride para transpo more, and it would be very busy. Next slide, please. So we did ask OC Transpo drivers, and one of the theories around free transit is that A, it will make transit faster because we're not worrying about paying at the door, and also that there will be fewer conflicts. It's rumored that approximately 25 to 30% of conflicts on buses are caused by conflicts between drivers over fares. So this slide does sort of suggest that that theory holds up, that it was both faster and there were fewer conflicts. Move on, next slide. The drivers gave us some really thoughtful, very considerate comments. A lot of them said it didn't really help with new riders because the service is still unreliable. They were guardedly positive. Next slide, please. This is the summary of all the things that we learned. So yes, people did choose to ride transit more often. However, because of COVID, they were very concerned about how busy and how crowded the buses would be. I think if you were to do a free month in another time, you'd get very different results. The people who use Transpo change their travel plans very little. We'd like to emphasize that transit is an essential service and it's also a tool for equity. Drivers are guardedly positive about the experience, but a little bit dubious about 100% free transit. I'd like to point out this tracks with what experts on transit say. Transit says that it may be worth it to have free transit for specific groups of people, teenagers, students, seniors, low-income people, but probably we're best off spending our money making the transit system more reliable. So that's what our survey seemed to suggest. Last slide, please. Last slide.
That's your last slide?
Nope, I'm saying go to the last slide. The full report is available on our website and we're done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for waiting. Commissioner Wright Gilbert, please.
I'm really quick with that button today. Hey, Carrie, thanks so much for joining us today and for doing this survey. I have to admit that I was disappointed that OC Transpo didn't do any sort of data or survey around the month of free transit, no charge transit, whatever we're calling it, in December, because it was a really good opportunity, and Ottawa Transit riders clinched this opportunity, which I think is amazing, to really ask people about, you know, free transit. Free transit's one of those issues that there's some polarizing opinions, I think, and I think it depends on where you live in the city. I can tell you what people think out in the East End, but I like that your report, that your and the report is available on your website, and I've just tweeted it, so hopefully a bunch of people see it. That you do recognize that experts do agree that, you know, perhaps free transit for all isn't necessarily the way to go, that we should focus on quality transit. That would be awesome. But I agree with you that we do need to look at free transit for, and I hope that we can with future city councils, you know, for seniors, but mostly, in my view, for those who are on low income. I mean, the fact that they get so little money to begin with, and then they have to spend, even though they do have a reduced pass price, they still have to spend some of that very little amount of money that they get on a bus pass. I just don't think that's right. So thank you for coming today and presenting this and for doing this report. As always, Ottawa Transit Riders does amazing work, and I'm very supportive of you. And thanks for waiting around for pretty much an entire workday to speak with us. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much. Thanks so much, Carrie. This is really nice to see, an excellent presentation. And I'm just wondering if you have offered to take up the information with city staff. Obviously, this comes along not very often in terms of when we do these experiments and how we use this as a tool. I'm wondering if you've sent this into city staff and if there's been an offer for more discussion with you about what the implications are, given that we didn't do as much data analysis. Although I think we have the data, we just haven't done a lot of the analysis yet on it. Has that happened?
I really thought that this presentation at Transit Commission was my way of saying, hey, we did a survey and there's a report available. If anyone from the city wants a copy of the report, it's available on the website. I'm happy to give other copies. I'm also happy to provide raw data if anybody needs to see that. But I really did see sort of making the presentation at Transit Commission a way of making this public. Okay, well, I hope staff do take you up on that, because this is exactly the type of thing we need to look at. Did you do any analysis of the free transit during the month of March post-occupation? I know it was more specified to certain routes in the LRT. Was there any action there? Or? No, Ottawa Transit Riders, we didn't do any kind of survey or any kind of review. I did talk to a journalist about it. My own concern with that was it's very difficult to have free transit in a specific geographic region, because most people will travel in and out of such a geographic region. Most people don't stick to that. So people like my son, for example, who travel from Vanier to Algonquin, part of that trip is free, but the whole trip gets paid for because he has to pay for part of it. So no, we didn't do any kind of data collection on that. I would love to see OC Transpo offer another month of free transit, maybe September or something like that, and we would certainly do further follow-up. December is kind of an odd month. It is even without COVID, simply because of students being in and out of school, people taking transit because the weather's just getting bad, all kinds of things. It's not very representative. And then with the spike in COVID, it just changed things so much. There were push and pull factors for people to try transit because it was free, but also to be afraid of transit because of COVID. So it's really not that representative, even though I think you can read some stuff into the data. I think another month would be way more useful.
Well, thank you so much. And please do let me know if staff take you up on the opportunity to meet with you and have a discussion about what that data represents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bernard. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carrie. It's nice to see you again. Our next speaker, again, apologies for the pronunciation, Roisin West, and I see you on the screen. And thank you for stopping. I see you're in your car. Thank you for.
I apologize for presenting in my car.
Not at all.
Late for a doctor's appointment, so I won't be sticking around for questions. But the staff have my email if anyone does have questions for me. So good afternoon. I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to speak to this motion today. My name is Roisin West. I'm a proud resident of the River Ward, where I serve with the Riverside Park Community Association. But today I would like to address you as an individual, a longtime transit user and a researcher. I recently completed a case study on the public transit system in Thunder Bay, evaluating it through the lens of reconciliation and equity. I also compiled an index examining the changing ways in which Canadians are commuting to work. Simply put, the public transit systems of 2010 or even 2019 will not solve the climate crisis that faces us today in 2022 and beyond. Moreover, relying on Fairbucks recovery revenue to achieve our goals is both short-sighted and inequitable. In order to understand where need and potential are greatest, we need to ask the right questions and gather the right data. In 2019, OC Transpo's farebox recovery ratio was 45%, meaning that fares paid by riders covered nearly half of the system's operating costs. This level of reliance on farebox revenues was rated by Moody's as creating significant financial risk for the transit system. And we don't have to imagine what this risk looks like. The majority of today's meeting examined what that risk looks like. We have an opportunity now to recognize how broken farebox recovery funding models are and to look beyond it. If public transit is truly intended to be a tentpole in Ottawa's climate mitigation plan, gambling on farebox recovery to fund it seems like a pretty big bet and one that I wouldn't want to take. Moreover, it's an inequitable move. When we download the costs of transit to riders, we are downloading the cost to those who have no other option for travel. We are squeezing the have-nots of our community to fund critical infrastructure. Ottawa is not alone in considering fare-free transit. The BC government recently removed transit fares for children 12 and under. There are 6 cities in Alberta and Quebec where fares have been eliminated entirely, and I would encourage Ottawa to look to Canmore and Banff specifically, because I think that their model as cities that operate with high levels of tourism would be interesting to Ottawa in how they've implemented fare-free transit. Moreover, during the pandemic, Thunder Bay did a fare-free program similar to Ottawa, and when they conducted a survey of their transit users, they found how significant that program was to improving their quality of life. One resident reported, quote, "I haven't had to worry about if I need to give up food or a bill to get my husband and myself monthly passes." Where we put our transit resources matter. In Ottawa, between 1996 and 2016, between suburb commuters with a commute of more than 5 kilometers showed the biggest growth, with 33.9% of all commuters in Ottawa and Gatineau making up this type of commute. This is critical because while a third of Ottawa's traditional commuters, meaning those that come from outside of the city core to inside, were taking public transit pre-pandemic, only 7.7% of between suburb commuters were. My concern with limiting the scope of a project of fare free transit to a Bank Street or a central hub is that it further entrenches the idea that transit is for some people and not others. There's another issue here. During the Ottawa occupation, I delivered home-cooked meals to people affected by the convoy. That included people who didn't feel safe leaving their homes in the downtown core, but it also meant delivering food 35 minutes into Gatineau to someone who spends an hour and 45 minutes each way every day to and from their minimum wage job downtown. The rental crisis is pushing our most marginalized out of the core. A limited scope program does not reach these people. A quick tour through the neighborhood equity indexes for Ottawa reminds us that need is everywhere. We need to be bold in what we propose. When considering the scope of this project, I would encourage the city to conduct meaningful stakeholder engagement with all marginalized communities for whom public transit is a lifeline. We don't know that which we do not measure. Access to transit is a gender justice issue. It is a racial justice issue. It is a disability and class issue. When implemented with these things in mind, it is critical infrastructure that connects marginalized individuals to supports, services, and opportunities. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope you'll support this motion today. And now I have to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for waiting again. And I acknowledge that you have to leave, and I see no questions or comments on that from commission members. And so our next speaker, Mr. Neil Saravanamutu. And again, thank you for waiting. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioners, it's late in the day. I'm gonna throw out my notes and just speak from the heart here. I think that this idea of shifting this to FEDCO is a mistake. I think that's a bad idea. And when I look at transit in this city, I worry that we are in a transit death spiral. Higher fares, lower ridership, means higher fares. We're heading in the wrong direction. And asking FEDCO to look at this question is just going to get more of the same old thinking. We need original ideas here. We need to think outside the box. And that's why we need a new standalone study like what's being proposed. Free transit, as was mentioned a few minutes ago, free transit is this hot button issue that is very, very polarizing. And I have to admit, I don't fully understand why. Transit, and I'm an economist by background, transit is a public good. And it takes cars off the road, it sequesters emissions, it gives a helping hand to those in our society who most need it. And so, for instance, I benefit from transit, whether I use it or not. And I actually don't use transit, but I benefit from other people having the ability to use transit and to use it and to be able to afford to use it. Again, for those reasons of, those public good reasons that I mentioned earlier. I can understand there is a temptation to say, shouldn't we offer, if we're going to do something like free transit, we should offer it to those most in need. But the parallel that I've used is vaccines. Vaccines are a public good. Now, do we offer them for free only to those who can't afford them? No, they're so important that we offer them free to everybody because we recognize that the benefits of everyone having access to this far outweigh the costs. Now, our last speaker mentioned that there are a couple of jurisdictions across Canada that have been implementing forms of free transit. And it's not just in Canada, right? I mean, Luxembourg has implemented free transit across the whole country. Boston is looking to implement free transit. There's over 100 other jurisdictions around the world that are looking at this. These jurisdictions have all said free transit is the future. And so the question is, where is Ottawa going to be in this? Are we going to be a leader or are we going to be a laggard? And I actually believe that by punting this to FEDCO, we're saying that we want to be a laggard. Okay, we want to find a way to avoid having a real discussion about it. We'll put it into some bureaucratic process and hope that it goes away. I want to talk a minute about the financing of transit, and I hope this is something that is clear to all of you as members of the of the Transit Commission. But in Ottawa, our transit budget, our operating budget, is about $700 million a year. Now, of that, 200 million is paid for through fares. So in other words, 500 million of the 700 million is already paid for by government. So if 5 out of $7 are already being paid for by government, why can't we pay the last 2? Like, why do we have to be so punitive and force force people to pay the last $2? Now, so then the question becomes, well, how could we, if there's a $200 million gap right now, how potentially could we address that? And I'll just remind you that $200 million obviously sounds like a lot of money. That's less than 5% of our operating budget, okay? And so I guess the point is, if there's a will, there would be a way to pay for this. And with, there's obviously, we can think about, are there areas of spending? Are there areas of spending that could potentially be reallocated? And so let me give you 2 examples. Number one, we're implementing speed cameras. We're hoping those are going to generate at least $10 million a year in income. How are we going to spend that? We increased our public health care, our public health budget by $50 million a year to address the pandemic. Hopefully we're going to come out of this pandemic, but what's going to happen to that $50 million a year? Earlier in the morning, a couple of speakers spoke to the need to involve senior levels of government in financing transit operations. That's absolutely right. And they're going to get there, but they're going to get there if they see that the municipalities are leading by example. So let me stop there. I just want to say, just let me repeat my point that this is a really important study. This is the future of transit. And I'd urge you to think very seriously about doing this as a standalone project as initially proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Menard, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, because we've been all day, and Neil, really appreciate your presentation. Being an economist, I did want to ask you about some of the, I guess, costs that we don't calculate all the time when it comes to our budget. And FCM speaks about this a lot. It's the cost of congestion and how much that costs our tourism sector. It costs our local small businesses. It's not just the city budget proper, but the economy in the city as a whole, which is much broader than just the City of Ottawa's budget. So I wonder if you can comment on that in terms of the potential economies of scale, the tourism attractor, the strategic advantages for our city that could come from a study like this, that'll at least show us what might be possible if this is potentially in Ottawa's future.
Yeah, and so with an analysis like this, we haven't done a sort of full cost benefit analysis of the potential impacts beyond just our immediate budget. So that's and again, this is what I worry about with FEDCO, is that we would just be looking at this in the context of our budget with the traditional tools. We would probably, it would probably move very quickly to, this is going to be a tax increase, and that's the only way to look at it. So we need a more expansive study. We need to look at the broader context, the broader benefits, because the ones that Councillor Menard are right about, reduced congestion. Again, I point to the emissions that are sequestered. I mean, we can put a price on carbon now, and we can that's a cost that we haven't talked about. And by the way, it's an area where I think that we can work with the federal government and potentially the provincial government to say, we're sequestering carbon. Why can't we have a carbon offset program for sustainable transportation? The way that we're seeing, what we're seeing happening in the forestry sector, we could bring some of that learning across to this space. So let me stop there.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilor Menard? No. Thank you. Commissioner Caricato, please.
You kind of touched, sorry, hi Neil. You kind of touched on this in your answer to Councillor Menard's question, but wanted you to maybe expand a bit more. And this is clearly just like an understanding for me, is why do you think a FEDCO study wouldn't accomplish the same goals as the motion that Councillor Menard is proposing? To me, it seems like they would both be able to achieve the same objective, which is ultimately a study on whether or not this is feasible today and in the long range. But I'll let you answer that, and then maybe I'll ask staff or something.
Sure. So, I mean, we'll look at the way that we're wording the FEDCO proposal here, right? I mean, it's saying let's work with it. You know, it's saying look at any funding strategy, but it's not identifying free transit by name. And so it's implicitly saying, let's just look at some of our, you know, let's just look at the way that we do business and look within those parameters. I personally don't have a lot of confidence that FEDCO would be prepared to look outside the box the way that an independent study like this would.
Okay, so now I have a question for staff in that regard. Should I ask it now or wait until we get to that part, Chair?
If it's on the direction, which might become a motion, that would be for later, Commissioner Caracato, please.
Okay, I'll wait then. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation today. I have a note from Eric that Liam Shaw is not available. Eric, can you, is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
That is still correct. Okay, thank you. Our last delegation, Laura Shantz from Ottawa Transit Riders. Nice to see you again today, Laura.
Likewise, nice to be back at the very end of the day, but here I am. So just a quick presentation for me. I won't take my full 5. Raising transit fares by 2.5% per year in perpetuity is not what we need to do if we want to increase ridership, tackle the climate emergency, and make the system more equitable for everyone. There's a lot of pressure to have transit ridership increase as a way to reduce our CO2 emissions, especially thinking about our transportation master plan. Some of you may have been involved with the discussions up to date and last night as well. If we are going to get to that space we want to be and meet our goals, we need to think long and hard about what we do with transit fares and how we provide this service. Asking riders to pay at the fare box is, for many, a barrier to taking transit. They won't take transit for short trips or trips that take more than one transfer. They won't take transit if other options seem to be, if not the same cost, not a huge incremental cost above. Or they simply won't travel. They'll just not go where it is they need to go, and they'll find ways to do all their trips in a day or wait till they can get a drive. Taking public transit for free in December and March, I got to talk to a lot of neighbors. Some were on the bus the same way they regularly would be. Others were on the bus just to warm up. It was a really cold winter. I saw a lot of people just literally getting warm on their way between Banyan downtown and back. Others were taking trips they normally wouldn't. Lots of people were traveling with kids, with walkers and canes and other mobility devices. Lots of people had big shopping bags and had obviously been out in December, doing that Christmas shopping. While I recognize that budgets of this committee run into the hundreds of millions, let's think about a dollars and cents example. Today, right now, right this minute, if I want to take my kids to their before or after school program at school on the bus, we can get there on the number 15 on Montreal Road. It's only 350 meters to the bus stop from my front door. We'd travel just under 1 kilometer and get off near the school. My 5-year-old can still ride fare free, but I would need to pay my adult fare and a child fare for my 9-year-old. That would cost us $5.40. If I did that in both the trip to school and the trip home, that's $10.80 if I use transit to get them both ways. The spoiler alert on this is that we don't take OC Transpo to get to school. We absolutely did when it was free, but $10.80 just for a round trip when I already have to pay, $40 every day for my before and after care, it's just not something that is feasible for my family. If we have to go for appointments, I hesitate before taking transit. Important destinations for my family, like Chio, are not easy to access by transit and are often easier to get to by bike or to wait for a ride or ask a friend. I asked a friend for a ride to my kids' COVID vaccine appointment at Train Yards. It's only 3 kilometers from my house, but it would have been a dangerous bike ride, and it would have been over 30 minutes on a twice per hour bus, meaning I could have been stuck there waiting for a bus for a full half hour afterwards, which is not easy with cranky kids. I'm a parent. I don't own a car. I live in a relatively walkable neighborhood with transit usage. Within 500 meters of my house, I can access 3 different bus routes, 2 of which can get me downtown. People like me are people that we want to see on transit. So why is cost such a barrier? Why is it something that we're not willing to consider? I think as we think about moving forward, as we think about how it is we get people out of their cars and onto buses, we need to think about the human beings involved and what makes that choice attractive. What makes that choice attractive is having fares that are free or deeply affordable, having the bus go where we want it to go, and having it show up when we want it to show up. Those are 3 things we can work on. Those are 3 things that this committee can work on. And we have the option to just study one of them before us today. I would strongly urge you to support Menard's motion to put this forward for study.
1 minute.
And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Caracato, please.
Hi, Laura. Thanks again for coming out. And sounds like you touched on a few ideas in your presentation, not just the idea of no charge transit. Your analogy of your family getting from Vanier to your after day care program seems to be an idea of fair zones as opposed to free transit overall for the whole city. Did I understand that right? Or
it's just one illustrative example of why I might not want to spend $5.40 to go a kilometer. Fair zones are something that works in some places, doesn't necessarily be an option. It would work for some people. I don't know if it would work for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Shantz? All right. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the delegations and again for waiting all day. Are there any questions for the for staff on this, or as I'm sensing, commissioners, before we start deliberating, should the vice chair introduce that direction as a motion? Is this questions for staff that I am seeing the hands that just went up? Yes, okay. Okay, Commissioner Caracato, questions to staff, please.
So I think this is a question for the treasurer, but it could be answered by any of you. Can staff take the work stemming from both of these motions as part of their work in the long range financial plan for transit? It seems obvious to me, but I don't know.
I'll start, and I may ask Isabel, who's also on the line, because she's doing all of the work with respect to the long-range financial plan for transit. It's a very intricate review, as you can understand, but when we look at the wording of the motion to cover those 2 pieces, so basically looking at that fair ratio, as well as the other piece of work, that would really set the stage in terms of informing the next piece of work that's be done, which would be around that study. So the pieces that you're seeing, and I apologize, I know you're not going to be at FEDCO, but around the long range financial plan will inform what the next 10 years are going to look like and the affordability for transit. And I see Isabel's on, so I'll just ask her to add a few things.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we are planning to update the long-range financial plan because there have been so many changes in the ridership, inflation, capital projects going forward. So we're updating all those metrics and want to present to FEDCO those changes, the impacts on the overall affordability model, and it would inform any study on fares. And as part of that review, we are looking at what if fares were free, what would be the impact on property tax or the transit levy portion of the property tax? We're looking at those at a high level, help to inform what a further study could look like if required.
Okay, so it does sound like both objectives will be accomplished in the the review, sorry, of the long range financial plan for transit that you guys have already focused on or started focusing on. And I guess although I'm not a FEDCO member, I can still follow the presentation that day and read the reports before and after and hear questions from councillors. So I think that satisfies me for this, at least for now. Thanks so much.
I wonder, Commissioner, if I may just append to the answer, just to be very clear in terms of the work that we're doing for the long range financial plan. So it's really that cursory and first review that we're doing that will help inform us of that next step in terms of the study. So just to be very clear on that. So we will bring those pieces back, and then it's going to tell council what is it, what's it going to look like in terms of affordability for transit in the future. So then we can put those additional lenses on it after that.
And then lastly, will this be going to our FAIR working group before FEDCO or as part of that process, as we have a FAIR working group?
That wasn't part of the referral process. So the long range financial plan would come back to FEDCO as per process and policy.
Okay, thanks. I'll yield over to other colleagues. I see lots of hands up.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Brockington, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm reading Councillor Menard's referred motion from December, and I'm reading what's before us. And I'm trying to understand. I don't see it as one is a substitution for the other. I see a lot of unique requests within Councillor Menard's motion. And so to the city treasurer, if the Tierney motion, Councillor Tierney motion passes, how do you anticipate providing Councillor Menard with information that he is seeking per his motion? Because we might not get to that. So if the chair rules that the motion before us on the table now substitutes Councillor Menard's and he's looking for specific information, how do you propose that will be delivered?
Sorry, I thought the chair was speaking, but he's not. That is a separate piece of work that we would take if at council's will, we would take that on and report back after. So I've really kind of described this as a two-stage process. It's important for us, and what Isabel had spoken to in terms of the changes that have happened. We need to layer on what's happened with ridership, any inflationary costs, change in capital, lay those pieces on. We also want to look at the fare ratio, and we want to look at the increases that we spoke about. That will inform us in terms of the state of what transit looks like. We will know the answer at that point. And then if council wishes for us to then look at these further pieces of work in terms of transit affordability, we can absolutely do that.
Why wait? Like I think everyone agrees we need to revise the long-term financial plan. There's so many shocks that have happened, and that has to be done. But can you not fulfill Councillor Menard's motion concurrently with the work that you're doing and that you'll be bringing to FEDCO in Q2? I'm just trying to save time here, and it seems that work is possible. Why don't we have staff work on both concurrently and provide that information together?
I'm going to ask Isabel, to speak to this just in terms of the incredible amount of work that actually has to be done as per the review of the long range financial plan now with respect to everything that's changing in that environment.
Yeah, so the intent is to establish a new baseline, and you need that new baseline to understand the impact of any fare changes. And until we have that baseline established, then we can do a further study then to say, what does the impact of X change on a fare structure have on the overall affordability model? But we don't have a baseline affordability model yet. And it's always in comparison to your current long-range financial plan. That's the two comparators when you're looking at different fare structures or other revenue models.
The staff, looking at the Menard motion, can you give us a rough guess how long it would take to fulfill that as far as getting all the data and providing a reply?
I believe that's the motion, is to assess what the level of effort would be.
Okay, I'll yield there. I think both have merit and both should be done. I'm hearing staff that perhaps their report at FEDCO should come first for a number of reasons, but I'd like to hear more discussion, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. I apologize, Commissioner Brockington. Councillor Menard, did you want to speak now or later, or
That would be great.
Okay, go.
Thanks. I guess I just wanted to say that can I ask that Eric put up the motion on the screen so everyone just knows what we're talking about, because I think there's confusion. The motion is quite specific in what it's requesting.
This is the referred motion, Mr. Chair, Councillor Menard?
That's correct.
I believe it's the motion that's on the agenda.
Pulling that up now, Chair.
Why don't I no, okay, I'll hold off.
When you read the motion, what you'll see is that the motion is talking about getting a scoping of what this study would be. And so it's not a full-blown study. It is to scope out what would the study look like, and it would include, it would speak to the tools that we've been using for free transit. So, like to the councillors on the commission here, read the motion. It's very clear what it's stating. So it's to have staff, and I'll read it, to have staff determine the scope, approximate cost, and timeline for a study. Scope, approximate cost, and timeline for a study. It's clear to me that we need to do this. We have been implementing free transit in all kinds of ways in the city. Ottawa offers it some form of free transit for seniors, for children of a certain age, and that's just recently changed with Councillor Brockington's motion. For travelers on Canada Day, on New Year's Eve. We've just had the month of free transit for December. We've had the addition for Ottawa's shelter users. And we've just had the free transit post-occupation as well, and on our LRT line. There's a lot of things we should be studying here in terms of this type of service as a policy tool, which can facilitate our modal share goals and really offset other traditional costs the city faces. I think that the motion around using an long-range financial plan, it absolutely makes sense for the long-range financial plan to look at some fare structures, but that's not the only question we've got. We've got questions about policy here, about our transportation planning, about bus-only lanes, about transit use when seniors are using it on those 2 days a week. Those are things that are important to study. We never have in the city. We've never actually looked at it. And that's what this is trying to do, is just to have a separate study that looks specifically at those things, not just on the long-range financial plan, but on the policy goals surrounding those. And so, Chair, what I would suggest is let's not torpedo this right now. It would be a very odd thing to torpedo and just send it to the long-range financial plan by this commission if that were to take place. Be pretty bizarre, I think. Instead,
why don't we work together? Something crazy to suggest, I guess. Why don't we work together and refer it to council on the 13th? We can talk in between there and get the motion sorted so that we can cover what I'm looking to cover, which I think some other commissioners want to see as well, while also making sure we've got a consideration in the long-range financial plan. I think let's work together on this and not just torpedo something in a way that it will eliminate multiple parts of the scoping exercise of what we're looking to do. I hope that makes sense, the chair and to the mover of the motion, to work together on this towards council on the 13th instead of doing the actions that we're seeing here today. And so I would just put that motion forward, I suppose, which is to refer the matter, that the item be referred to council for consideration at its next meeting on April 13th, 2022. That'll give us the time we need to work together.
Menard, thank you very much. Just, you're not a, and I would look for guidance from the clerk's office. Councilor Menard is not a member of the commission. Before anybody, so can he put forward that motion, Caitlin?
Mr. Chair, a non-member cannot put forward a procedural or substantive motion directly. They would have to be a member of the commission that would need to move it.
Got it.
I'll move that motion.
Got it.
Second it.
Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner McKinney. Noted. So, Caitlin, are we now on the motion to refer this matter to council on April 13th? Is that what we're talking about right now?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So, on the motion by Commissioner McKinney on behalf of Councilor Menard to refer, I beg your pardon?
Carried?
No, hang on. To refer this to council on April 13th. Discussion. Commissioner Gower, I see your hand up. Is that on this matter?
Well, it's not on a referral motion. No, it's not.
I on referral, please. Commissioner McKinney on referral.
Thank you. Yeah, I can make mine on referral. I do think it's important that we have further discussion on the Menard motion. It doesn't compare to the direction that we have in front of us. And I would actually ask staff at Treasurer's office, the direction in front of us now, is there anything you'd be doing different anyway outside of this direction? Isn't this what you do for the long range financial plan? Is you look at various funding strategies, financial sustainability, that includes, fare increases and that the ratio between the two. I'm failing to see what the difference, what you wouldn't have done anyway on the LRFP that is in this direction. That should then not replace, sorry, I know Vice Chair, you're gonna challenge me, but I guess my point is then that it should not replace the motion in front of us, and then we should just refer the matter to council.
Okay, so you have moved a motion to refer this whole agenda item.
Yes.
This whole agenda item to council, and I see Councillor Curry gesticulating, to April 13th. I'm seeing broad agreement to do that. We could keep talking about it, or we could vote. Can I see some?
Vote, please.
We should have listened to Catherine before and just said carried, but anyway.
Okay, well.
Carried.
Everyone should listen to Catherine.
On the motion by Commissioner McKinney to refer this April 13th, council, carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience and for your patience with me and for doing this. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. We are now, those are all our agenda items. Those are all our agenda items in the absence of the chair. Commissioner McKenny, your hand is still up. Is that, you're good? Thank you.
I have a question.
Addo, your hand is up.
Yeah, do we still vote on the direction, or is that all going to council as well?
The whole thing has been,
Okay.
the whole
Okay.
thing has
Thank
been referred to council. Thank you, Commissioner Caracato. Commissioner Wright Gilbert, I know you're under a time crunch. You advised me.
Sorry.
No,
I swear
not
it's
at all.
not a stupid question. I promise
No,
everyone.
no.
It might be. I understand from the clerk's office, and thank you for this direction, that if I wanted to raise the response to my inquiry to the next agenda, that this is approximately the time that I would do that.
Okay, I will look at Ms. Salter McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It could be lifted for discussion today with the concurrence of 2/3 of the members, or lifted for discussion at the next meeting at this time.
And do we vote
Thank
on
you,
that,
Ms.
or does the commissioner simply advise us that it will be a motion, it will be an item at the next meeting? First of all, which one is your inquiry? The Transit
So my
Commission?
inquiry is TC 02-21, Transit Commission Public Member Access to Confidential Information. And because I would like my friends on the commission to still remain my friends after today, I will ask that this be put on the agenda for discussion at the next Transit Commission meeting.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wright Gilbert.
Thank you.
Ms. Salter McDonald, what do we need to do right now to do that? Do we need a?
Unless there are any objections, it would be similar to a notice of motion, except it's just for information, given that I don't know that the staff that would be responding are in attendance at this juncture.
Notice of motion for the next Transit Commission meeting so received for item TC 02-21. Thank you, Commissioner Wright Gilbert.
Thanks, Ms. McDonald, Salter McDonald.
Thank you. All right, there are no in-camera items, but there is a notice of motion by Commissioner Brockington. Commissioner Brockington, would you like to introduce that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we could please have that displayed. I don't have a physical copy in front of me, but if that could be posted. It's regarding expanding paratranspo related data at our twice yearly updates from staff. So I will not read all the whereas statements. I do want to, first of all, start off by acknowledging the significant work that Commissioner Wright Gilbert has done in this area and with the various stakeholder groups. I appreciate her heavy lifting. And as the instigator of this motion, as a commissioner, procedurally, I understand she couldn't move it, and I'm happy to help in this regard and help refine this motion. So what this motion, Chair, is trying to do is, and I'm just introducing it, we'll debate it next month, is to, first of all, amend our agendas to have a standing item on our agenda similar to the LRT and bus updates. Actually, I'll read the therefore clauses. I won't get into debate now. So therefore be it resolved that section 83(4)A of the procedures bylaw be waived to add a standing item entitled Para-Transpo Service Verbal Update to all future Transit Commission agendas for the remainder of this term, and that this update focus on ongoing objectives and priorities of Paratranspo. Second, be it further resolved that this new agenda item be reviewed at the start of the next term of council, 2022-2026. Be it further resolved that the following data be included in the semi-annual performance indicator report. A, ridership volume, number and trips per month. This is with respect to Paratranspo. B, number of rides per month completed within established performance standards. C, number of rides per month that are not fulfilled. D, number of rides per month reserved online. E, number of rides per month reserved by phone. F, average wait time to book a ride by phone. G, number of customer complaints per month with type of complaint identified. Be it further resolved that at the September 2022 Transit Commission meeting, Staff provide an overview of future priorities and issues that they are working on and or will become an issue for the Commission's consideration in due course. And again, that's related specifically to Paratranspo. So looking forward to that debate and discussion next month, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Rockington, for that. No in-camera items. Any inquiries? Any other business? Our next meeting is on Wednesday, April 20th, 2022. I see in my notes there's supposed to be a media availability. I have no information on that, but I will let our media people deal with that if there is such a, in the absence of the chair, or perhaps Madame Amilcar will be participating in that. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Just to advise those on the line that media availability will be at 4 p.m. in 15 minutes.